Michael.
Hello, everyone. How's it going, Abby?
Hi, everyone in the chat. I have two confessions. Well, I have one confession. I'm not in the best of moods today.
What's that?
I'm not in the best of moods today, so I'm gonna try to change that.
You and me both.
Okay.
It's always well. First of all, how come you're in a bad mood today?
Oh well, I don't want to talk about it.
No problem. We'll just put it at
Yeah,
some
just
personal things. We
family
all have the
shit.
right to privacy.
Family shit. And I promise I'm not going to get as drunk. I'm not going to be drunk Abby Do this time. Although I think
As
drunk
drunk,
Abby Do was kind of fun.
little Freudian slip. I ain't getting. I ain't getting drunk this time. Don't worry. I'm in a mood for
Although I thought
drinking today too.
drunk Abby Do was kind of fun.
Well, yeah,
I mean,
but
I
I
hope I
feel
hope
like
she was.
it'd be better for me to if we're gonna be drinking whatever at the same time because if I'm more sober starting late night drinking, you've been drinking
Oh
a
yeah,
long
yeah.
time before
Oh,
then, I might just be a little bit
it's
more a little too sober
annoying.
for someone having fun, and I'm not really having
Right.
the same kind of fun. So it's
That's true.
yeah,
Right. We got to do it together or not do it at all.
yeah. But I'm just not
Well,
really
I am gonna drink a little. I'm just not gonna be last week
right.
drunk.
Well, I just not exactly wanting to drink on stream a lot, considering it's probably not the best of ideas, and I'm not
Probably
sure that people would prefer
not.
that kind of
Maybe,
content
yeah.
anyway. I mean, some people might have better takes when they're a little bit buzzed, but sometimes I would think, like, maybe if this is more of a informal discussion, it's more okay. But for like our Thursday show, I'm trying to deliver you some kind of analysis on something. What kind of a
Right.
person in their
Not
right mind
on
wants
the
to listen to someone who's not in their
Thursday
right
show.
mind? Yeah, yeah.
Right. Exactly. I would never do it on a Thursday show. But
Well, it's like
Tuesdays, you never
like
know
one or two drinks
what
is
you're gonna
is
get.
fine,
No, I'm
but
just
like
playing.
because it's the thing, you don't get drunk after having a drink or two, but after you proceed to carry on, there's a reason why there's a blood alcohol limit,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Hi, Jacqueline. By the way, I don't know who's here. It's a few people
Yeah, Isaiah, I'm not sure.
here,
New
so
person,
hello
good to
to
see you.
you.
Hope you're still there. Extra Bola and Jack, always good to see you guys.
I wonder if that's hi, extra Bola. I wonder if that's my friend Isaiah. I'm not sure. Remember, we actually had he was on the show. We talked about relationships.
Oh,
It's been a while.
oh yeah. We had a few guests on. We should actually
Handsome
have a few
young
more
black
on.
man.
Hmm?
I said handsome young black man.
Is that the one who wrote the book, or
It's been
the
a
other
while. It's been like
one?
over a year.
I remember we had two
No,
guests on
no,
the
that was
one. I think it was on Black Life.
on Black Life.
Right.
It was way before that.
Anyway, so what should we talk about today?
Yeah, it was way before that. It was on Noteworthy. But anyway, um,
Well, I was going to explain why I'm in a bad mood. I guess I didn't mention is I had some court business to do
well,
this morning.
um, okay.
It's just
You
that
wanted it to. It didn't. It didn't turn out the way you wanted it to.
well, I mean, it's not so much that it turned out the way I did or didn't want it to. It did go a little bit not the way I had hoped, but it's the child custody stuff. So the advice so far has been not be talk about this kind of stuff publicly. It's not maybe in your best interest, but I never really felt like I had much of a fair case to begin with, and had an issue with my lawyer a while back.
Oh, so
She
be quiet.
decided to stop representing me,
So
and then
stop talking about it.
well, it's fine. I don't.
Stop talking.
It's It's up to
All right.
it's my prerogative if I want to talk about it or not. So I can talk about it in a
Wait,
general
wait.
sense.
Stop talking about it then.
Stop telling me to talk about it or not. What I just said is my prerogative if I want to talk about it. Okay. And I'm explaining, I don't really feel like it helps or hurts my case if I talk about it because I don't really feel like they're giving me a fair chance anyway. And then on top of that, I had problems with my lawyer back in the day where she stopped representing me. And then I had difficulties obtaining a lawyer at all. And then I gave up on getting a lawyer because I think that they discriminate against a lot of people, maybe people like me, you might say. And I just kind of have my own. I never really. I just maybe I have a prejudice against lawyers.
Okay.
Maybe it's justified. Maybe it's not.
Okay.
So I don't really feel like I can work with them because they don't actually let you represent, your interests. As much as they tell you that they're there to help you, they end up steering the ship and don't really let you be in command. So how is that being represented? That's more like them representing themselves and using you for their career, whatever, gain. Okay. And they can talk about how that's beside the point. That's not really what it's about. But then, you could take people's word or not. And I don't take them at their word. Okay. And maybe I suffer the consequences. But the thing is, this court thing's been dragging on for
Um,
like 4 years now. And I've seen plenty of evidence that from the behavior of my ex's lawyer, that having a lawyer doesn't exactly help your case. Okay. She's been a complete disaster and very inefficient, very incompetent, and delaying the procedures on purpose. So I think to frustrate me and get me to kind of behave improperly before the courts and to confuse me and to frustrate me, right? Because I'm having a hard time understanding a lot of this legalese and the proceduralism. So I'm frustrated with the courts because they care more about following procedure than getting anything done. And I can tell that to the court's face and they won't be able to do anything to change anything, right? So we're by trying to act like they are being about rationalism and respect for the evidence, we are not ever actually getting around to the interpretation of the evidence or the arguments. And so I'm just kind of fed up. I'm done with filing another motion so that we can have some more analysis paralysis. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that my inexperience, legally speaking, is not going to this situation is not going to end in my favor because they don't really the structural ableism of the court means that your spoken word has far less value than any kind of words that you might be able to put onto paper. And then the words that you put onto paper are not really your own words because you're only allowed to frame things in a specific way in these specific court documents, or else you didn't use the court document correctly. So there is no free speech on paper, and there is no free speech if you try and say your piece, which is kind of what I did today. Instead of wasting your time with all this paperwork, they're just going to ignore you or do their best to pretend like they're respecting you, but they're going to basically, this is why I told you to get a lawyer. This is why I told you to get a lawyer. I can't he tells me to ask a question, any questions here or whatever. So then I put one forward. Then he tells me this is why you should have a lawyer. So then don't tell me to ask any questions. Right. But that was not that kind of it wasn't an opportunity to ask questions. It was an opportunity for a lawyer to ask a lawyer question. So we got this fucking problem with the language, the legal language that the court uses, and the language that the rest of us use is not the same language, even though it's the same. We're both speaking English, but their words, they're like magic words, and our words are not good enough. They don't really carry any weight. So I have contempt for the court. That doesn't make any difference. But if the court has contempt for you, they get to waive the rights that you don't really have to begin with. So this stuff about the court likes to act like it's their responsibility to do the act in the best interest of the child. This is what the fig leaf they hide behind. But it's a colonial system. This court, it does not care about children. Colonialism is not in the interest of the children of the colonizer or the children of the colonized, and they cannot talk about any of the source of their power. And so I tell them at the beginning of this, and I'm sure it is completely ignored and considered irrelevant, even though it's on the court record. I told them that they don't really have the ability to operate in the best interest of the children because they derive their authority from the fucking King of England. And this sounds like a lunatic, whatever. Why the hell would you go into the courts and say this kind of stuff? Because it's important for them to be reminded that what renders them incapable of operating in the best interest of the child is specifically that they derive their authority from the government of Canada, which derives its authority from the King of England. So it is an inescapable fact that they are upholding colonialism in order to render any kind of judgment at all. And they are not, that's the quiet part out loud that they refuse to speak on, even though they have to have the coat of arms of the Canadian government hanging on the wall behind them to represent that power. So I'm just really tired of how people pretend like the objective truth makes any kind of difference when they operate in this kind of postmodern like behavior. So how's it going, old man Barker? See you're looking to join us up here for a conversation. Looks like we're having a bit of difficulties, though. I see you've joined, but your screen is all white, so you might have to back out and try and join back in. Abby, too, dropped out, and her says device not connected, so she might have to back out and back in. I'll just try and kind of keep the stream in motion for now. So I hope you guys understand a little bit of my problems I'm having, legally speaking. I'm being gaslit by my ex as far as not being safe to be around the children. So they've already got a temporary order making it impossible for me to be around the kids without supervision. And then my ex's lawyer just wasted the whole day today trying to ensure that she gets another temporary order that she, on top of the one she already has, to extend it so that rather than finish the case, get to an actual ruling as towards what the permanent resolution is, she wants to continue with temporary orders that I argued she should have never been permitted to have. They've given de facto control of my children to my ex on a temporary basis that has been stretched into a 4-year situation here, and now they're seeking more temporary authority. I say no. Justice delayed is justice denied. But that's not clearly heard enough unless a lawyer says it. Okay, it's my voice, my lips that are the problem. If someone else said it, it's acceptable, right? So this isn't classism. I'm tired of it. And they even picked a later court date than the sooner one that they could have, even though it was only 2 days later, so that they could accommodate my ex's lawyer going to some lawyer summit bullshit, which is a voluntary thing. When the mandatory court dates should be set, if you're trying to get things done as soon as possible, you should not have some kind of classist respect for the upper class's right to go further their career prospects while we are waiting with a lack of resolution for 4 years. 2 days, I don't care. It's 48 hours that you could get it resolved sooner. And this is one of many types of decisions that they have made, accommodating lawyers' need for time, whatever, as opposed to trying to speed things up and disregarding what would make the lawyer's life easier. Stop doing that. The people's rights are being curtailed so that you can make their lives a little bit easier. Fuck you. Anyway, we can move on. That's not really a conversation that's going to keep me in good. This is a reason I'm telling you. I might have a hard time doing a big long stream today or whatever. I just don't really want to be on camera at all right now, and I'd rather just go fucking kind of get drunk and not really have to think about this kind of or like stew in the frustration of this.
You can do that if you want. I could just.
So I see you're bouncing. I don't know if I can hear you. Go ahead. Mic check.
Can you hear me? Mic check. Mic check.
No, I don't hear you. I see the levels bouncing, but I hear nothing.
Okay, let me see.
Sorry about our technical difficulties, guys. Oh, here comes OMB again. Hopefully it will work this time. Oh, there he goes. Never mind.
Can you hear me?
I still can't hear you. I don't know if the chat can let us know if you guys can hear Abby and I can't hear her. But not sure what we can fiddle with. Maybe unplug your mic and plug it back in or something. because until I can hear you and we can kind of move on to something to get started with, kind of need to maybe find something to get started with.
Oh
So,
shit.
but I
Oh,
didn't really
hello.
spend enough time
Hello.
focusing on some kind of domestic issues.
Can you
Abby
hear
was
me
hoping we
now?
could sort of make this a little bit more about domestic issues as opposed to foreign policy. But I've been, as usual, have a
Can you
hard
hear
time
me?
tearing myself away from the foreign policy. I've been really interested about what's been happening in the Middle East right now. There's some big changes happening with Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, and I did a whole big rabbit hole on that. But kind of got to
Can
put
you
a
hear me
pin in that
now?
until Thursday. So
Can
that's
you hear me
sort of
now?
what I
Testing,
have top of mind.
testing.
I don't really have a subject. I need you to like back out and to do something to try and fix your. I can't hear. I don't know if you're trying to do anything, but I still can't hear you. Yeah, sorry. Um, anyway, anybody have anything in the chat on the top of their mind that they would like to talk about? Maybe I have like kind of a hot take on it or something. What's been happening today? I've been a little bit preoccupied this morning, so I haven't really been following any news. If anything new happened, that's worth talking about. Here comes Abby again. Let's see. Go ahead.
Hello, Michael.
Damn it. Still can't hear you.
Really?
I don't know what's wrong here. Um, I'm not sure if anyone who's watching is able to make any comment in the chat as far as whether or not they've been able to hear Abby. Um, maybe I should back out and come back in and see if that might help. You just bear with them for a minute. Uh, I'll be right back.
That's so weird.
Oh, wait a minute. Go
I feel
again.
like I just heard
There you go.
myself. Okay.
Okay. So I don't know what happened. As soon as I click leave studio, before I click the confirm to leave button, whatever, then all of a sudden I can hear you. So I don't know if you did anything. It sounded like nothing at all. You just suddenly became audible to me.
That's so weird. And I noticed, okay, when I was saying, okay, don't talk about it, don't talk about it. And then you said, I think I'm gonna it's my prerogative to talk about it in a very general sense. And I said, okay, but I don't think you heard that because you were talking and you were like, if I want to talk about it, I'm gonna talk about it. And I'm like, oh, he heard that later than when I actually said it.
The
And I'm
delay makes it hard.
noticing,
Yeah.
yeah, the delay makes it hard. And I notice when I sometimes if I'll go back and look at the show, it looks like I'm over talking you, but at the moment I'm not over talking you. It's just the delay made me not hear you at the time you were actually speaking.
Right.
It's so weird. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't have the understanding to figure it out, so maybe I'll save myself the pain of trying to figure it out.
I think old man Barker wanted to come up and give you some words of encouragement, but every time he would come up, he would drop off.
Well, it seems like you're not the only one who has. It's StreamYard. I think we would benefit from in investigating some of the other
Something else.
streaming platforms.
Yeah.
I think maybe there's also this banner on top of our StreamYard thing. I don't know if anyone's talked about it, but StreamYard is merged into its parent company or parent entity, Bending Spoons US Incorporated. So starting on January 1st, service is now being provided by Bending Spoons. Everything's supposed to stay the same, but we all know how a merger happens, and all of a sudden, the things that were supposed to stay the same magically were not.
Yeah. I
You are thinking about something? I don't know. Sounded like you started a sentence and then
have a few things locally, like the buffoonery. It's so much buffoonery happening, and I'm not even shocked. That's the sad because it's not working out well. That's so
You saying
weird.
I think you're cutting out a little bit. You're having problems with the local buffoonery.
No, I don't know what's happening with StreamYard. It's really strange. Maybe because of this merger or something, and they're like playing around with the software. I don't know.
Well, actually, I was having trouble with my browser, and I fiddled with some of the settings. Maybe that's part of it, but it did make things smoother because I've been opening too many tabs. That's kind of my problem I have. Like Last American Vagabond guy, I got like 100 tabs open at all times. But then I got like 500 processes because there's all these ads running on all these pages. So I tried to find a way to like stop all the automatic process, all the videos starting just because you load a page. You're trying to read an article, but it's got all this like advertisement videos automatically starting up. That's just draining my computer. So I think I fiddled with stuff maybe that
Mm,
messed with StreamYard, but who knows? I don't really want to go messing with it right now. So
who knows? No, what I wanted to talk about like a lot of this buffoonery that is happening in Minnesota, um, and just offer up my opinion about it because first of all, it's a big ass distraction. Because Congress just passed a bill to send $3.3 billion to Israel. Nobody said anything.
again,
Like you had to
with
go look this
4 years
information
ago,
up.
more.
Yeah, you had to go fiddle around for the info. You know what I'm saying? Congress is
Yeah,
doing stuff in the background that you gotta take your time to go look for it because all this other stuff, all these other headlines are taking up space and distracting us from what is really happening
right.
um, in
Well,
this
it's
country.
there's something that could be said about the media there, where it's always been really terrible. The mainstream media, the corporate media, has always been running interference for the politicians, but it seems like we're in a whole new order of magnitude of like the press has
And
they've been led to be even more unaccountable.
I don't have my video on because I have on my bonnet, but I don't care. But here's my
Hmm.
bonnet, y'all. I got my
No
bonnet on.
worries.
I was trying to
You-
comb my hair out, and I let it go too long, and now it's like all matted, and it's gonna take me like days to comb it out.
hmm.
That kind of
I had to put
sucks,
my
but
hat. I got my hat on because my hair is getting a little bit of a problem too. I got to get a haircut.
I'm gonna take this little thing out right here. A little, it's like obstructing me. It's a little clip.
Distraction. Yeah.
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 Like stick it up, making me look like I had a cone on the top of my head.
I'm
There we
going
go.
to see. There we go.
Old man Barker said he's coming. He's trying to sign up for StreamYard. He's going through all the steps or what have you. I
Hmm.
didn't know they had to. I didn't know you had to sign up for StreamYard just to join as a guest.
Well, all the legal structure that people act like has no significance is really tying everything down in a like it's ruining everything. You have to sign up to make an account for everything. You have to agree to terms of service for every little thing, and all those terms of services, if you actually read it, you would not actually agree with having to agree with that kind of stuff, but we do anyways. Everything's coerced, right? But it
Yeah,
all works. Trust me.
it might be part of that merger or whatever.
Yeah,
Because I
probably.
don't remember having to
Well,
do
we
that
probably
as a
already
guest.
agreed. We signed out whatever agreements when we set everything up, So
Interesting.
you
I
have to
want to talk
agree to be
about.
on Twitter. You have to agree to be on Discord, on Facebook, whatever. Someone was earlier was asking if we're on any other socials. Part of the reason why
Oh,
I don't like social media is because you have to sign up for everything, give your consent, and then they spy on you.
we're on Discord. Um,
Yeah, I
and
forgot to mention.
we're on Twitter, but I don't do Twitter that much. I find it confusing personally, um, and and a bit annoying. I'm telling my age because I'm on Facebook.
So am I. I went back to it.
Yeah, everybody says Facebook is for old people, and I'm like, well,
There's a lot of young people on there though.
uh, let me make you laugh. I'm gonna make you laugh real quick because the buffoonery is real out here. Okay, look at this shit right here. The buffoonery is out of control. Who did this?
Hmm.
Like, first of all, that don't even look like Charlie Kirk.
I'm
That
not
looks
sure
like
why.
that looks like a handsome version of Charlie Kirk. Was not a handsome man. His eyes was all fucked up, like they
Well, they
were.
made
Their
they
spacing was weird or something.
artificially made him more
Yeah,
attractive. Of course,
exactly. They make
Martin
him
Luther
look
King
more
doesn't look like
attractive.
he's been too altered. He looks basically the same.
Yeah, and then who is that white man they call it Jesus? Like the whole thing is just crazy to me.
Who
And
is that imaginary person they're calling Jesus? You can give an imaginary person whatever skin color you want, but people, I love how people want to fight
well,
over that.
no. Even if he's imaginary, he still wasn't white. Even being
Exactly.
imaginary.
That's the
So
funny thing.
what the fuck is
No matter
this?
he comes from this Middle Eastern, it's more like it would be highly unlikely. Like there's a tiny chance if because how old like the white people have been around since before Jesus was around. They've been around for tens of thousands of years. So technically, it's possible that a white person could have walked their way and had babies in the Middle East. But the much more probable answer, 99% chance, is you got a brown and like an olive skinned or a brown skinned person. Like
So what do you think this is? Do you think they really believe that or believe shit like this, or do you think they are doing this to try to agitate people? Because all I'm doing is laughing,
it's probably
or probably a little
for
bit of both. I
agitating
don't know.
people, but it could be a little bit of both. I think it's mainly uh, to get that Schadenfreude going. There's
Mm,
if you the stuff about the psychology, I forget what if it's Freudian psychology or whatever, but there's a channel I've been watching called Morbid Symptoms has been talking about some kind of stuff like this, analyzing the politics with some psychology, which can be the right thing and the wrong thing to do, but especially if you're good or bad at it. But there's this idea about like as much as some people love to like worship Charlie Kirk and stuff, we also love to like hate someone like that. So as far as social media algorithms and everything, it really doesn't matter if you hate them, if your engagement is driven by hate or love. Either way, it's a win-win for them. So, and we're slow to adjust to this. The fact that we're being gamed psychologically, that's why it really works really
mm,
well on us.
mm. Interesting. Um, I'm looking over here because I'm looking at my. I wanted to show some videos. Um, hey, whatever happened to the Proud Boys? Remember they used to be like all out in the streets. Remember that? Like they used to be marching and doing their thing a lot. And then all of a sudden they fucking disappeared. And the only explanation I have is I think they're all ice now. I think
Exactly.
they're all ice.
I don't know if you can, yeah, you can hear me good. My mic just randomly unplugged out of nowhere, whatever, or
Oh,
digitally
you
out.
couldn't hear
Nothing
me?
happened. No, I had to fix my mic again. But
Oh, so you didn't hear
right
anything I
on.
said
No, I heard what you said, but it was because I only half heard what you said because I was distracted. But I was hearing what you were saying. You're saying what the fuck happened with the Proud Boys,
with the Proud Boys? Yeah,
and I think
like
you're probably right.
they
That
were
they're
out there just. all out in the open for a long time, and then they just disappeared
behind ice ski
behind
mask,
masks.
right?
Masks that they didn't even want to fucking wear during the pandemic.
Oh, funny. But although we have to, this is a speculation. We're not like pretending like we know for a fact that that's, but it is probably a high probability that at least some of them, or maybe we could just look into. I'll do a little Google, see if anything comes up.
Jack, yeah,
'Cause it
Jacqueline,
seems like
call her
you're
back so
high on.
we could sing happy birthday to her. Oh, sorry,
Oh, happy birthday,
I
Jack!
threw you off. I threw you off. It's her daughter's birthday.
I
Call her
was.
back. We'll sing happy
Oh,
birthday
right,
to
right,
her.
right. That's hilarious. We're talking about this idea about ice and the Proud Boys, and I just type in Proud Boys. That's it, and an article comes up how Christy Nome turned ice into the Proud Boys. Seems a little backwards.
You mean Proud Boys into ice? But they said ice into the Proud Boys, so they said it backwards. That's funny.
You're saying that ice has come to resemble the Proud Boys. Well, now I bet you we do a little bit more digging, and it might resemble the Proud Boys for
Because they
more
are the Proud Boys.
of a reason than you think. The resemblance is uncanny.
uh, uncanny. Like, who would have thunk it? Is old man Barker coming back or no?
I don't know. That's all good. All in good time. We got plenty of time today. We're not going anywhere anytime soon.
We're not going
We'll just
anywhere anytime soon.
Gonna have to take a break for something to eat at some point, and unfortunately, my stupid fan is now broken on top of everything else. So I probably have to go outside for my smoke breaks right now because I have no way to circulate. It'll just get all real stinky and
You
smoky in here.
know, instead of a fan, have you ever tried an air filter? So it like sucks.
So like
Yeah, it sucks in the smoke into the filter.
air purifier.
Air purifier, and then you could buy these little it almost looks like those things that you use to clean your face, but you put oil on them and you could put them inside the filter so the smell can like mask the smoke smell. I think that would do better than a fan because all a fan does is just blow the fucking smoke around.
No, I know.
Right.
I open the windows and turn the fan on, but what it does is it spreads it out enough that you get a little bit more oxygen with every breath, I suppose, and like it just helps it disperse a little bit sooner. That's all. But I know it's something I got to stop doing, especially for Bella's sake. It's not good for her. But she bothers. She got the separation anxiety so bad that if I go out for smoke, she gets all anxious. And I gotta take her out with me every time I have a cigarette. It's just frustrating.
I have so I don't smoke in the house. I go outside. Out of respect for my mom, except for this room, and I have 2 air filters in here. So that's why I know how it can actually work effectively without affecting the rest of the house. And I only do it on podcasts. So it's not like I'm doing it every day. I do it like once a week.
Yeah.
So it doesn't get overbearing in the house. You know what I mean?
Some rules are a bit more bendable than others.
Yeah.
They don't bend this one.
I wanted to answer this question for Jacqueline. So if you don't have to, there is a charge if you want a podcast on StreamYard. There isn't a charge if you just want to click that link, that pin, you could just come up. There's no charge for that. That's just you being a guest, our guest, coming to talk to us. And I wish you would. And is it expensive? Like any subscription, there are like different stages. I think it starts at $30. I think $30 a month, and it goes up to maybe 100 or something. So,
Yeah.
but I can't remember.
I always hate how they offer that tier. That's like they offered class prices. There's the
Oh,
low
oh,
class
well,
price.
let me pull this up because Extra Bullet knows more than me. They offer a free tier, he says.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, that's right. You have to have that duck, that StreamYard duck, if you don't pay for it.
It's already lagging enough. You got
Which is their
stream
advertisement.
at the lowest quality. I
Yeah.
feel like it would be too laggy.
Oh, $20. I thought it was 30. Okay. Is it 20? I feel like I paid 30.
Well, those things change too.
I don't know.
If the company's
It's
struggling,
on automatic payment.
yeah. Anyway, we could probably find something more engaging to talk about than StreamYards, whatever politics.
I want to talk about Jake Lang. I want to talk about. Do you know who I'm talking about when I say that?
Jake Lang?
Yeah. Do you know who that is?
I feel like I've heard the name, but why don't you refresh my memory?
Okay, he's Jewish. Okay, he works for Mossad. I can't prove that, but he grew up in Israel. Okay, like with the whole little thing on his head where they put the scriptures inside and stuff, kissing the wall, all that at a very young age. But now he's in America, like stoking all kind of fires, trying to get Christians and Muslims to fight. You know that's their MO. So I'm just going to show you this real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. This is Jake Lang in Minnesota, Minneapolis. Let's see. Wait, hold on.
Go back. That's the building right.
Look at that Hitler salute.
Go back, APAC. Go back. That's the APAC building right there. White Christian men are not going to sit around while you turn our children into a bunch of lovers.
So after
Throwing the
those
N-word
comments
around.
made, this brother is sitting there protecting you. Maybe you should rethink how you feel towards black people and not put everybody in a hole, because not everybody is what you think that they are, Jake.
Okay, first of all, for me, that black man shouldn't even been there, let alone protecting someone like that. This is how I see it, and everybody don't have to agree with me. White people are fighting for the country that they want on both sides. It ain't got nothing to do with us. It really don't have anything to do with us, because until we have like, depending on which side of white people win, then we could fight. If the white people who can't stand Nazis and racists like that, if they win, then we can come up and say, hey, well, you said this is the nation that you want, so let's really make it that kind of nation. If the other people win, well, fuck it, nothing's gonna change for us. we still gonna be in the same goddamn place we've been in since they came here. So why is he there? I don't understand why he's there. Not only are you there, you are protecting your oppressor. Like, that shit is fucking weird to me. I didn't understand it. And they interviewed him, and he sounds like, to me, he sounds like a fool. But you could, do you have opinions on this before I show you this other video?
Well, I need a little bit of clarification as far as who you're saying is defending. Like, who there's a black man who came
that black man, that black man was protecting him.
Because I thought he was criticizing what he was. Okay. Now there's this
No,
thing
no,
where
no,
I have
no.
to press play. I don't know if you have to do it, but whenever you try and call something up, now there's a play button I have to press before it seems to show it. on
Really?
screen properly.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, StreamYard. I don't know if that's we'll have to review the stream after we're done to see what's happening here.
That's really new.
Because from what I saw, you hit play on the last video, and I maybe missed the first few seconds because I didn't press play to let it be seen or something. So
that's new. That's never happened. That's never happened before. You want me to play it again?
The first one, if you don't mind going back to that one.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind.
Maybe because to answer about Jake Wang, I think he is, like you're saying, he's got to be paid to be like, even if he's not paid to do this, it is like stochastic terrorism sort of stuff that he's doing, epistemic violence there. He's going out to provoke a response. It is a kind of psyop sort of thing. So either he's being duped into behaving this way, all of his own volition, but more likely he's paid that $7,000 by Mossad, and who knows how much by American authorities.
So when we finish with all, because there's a few things I want you to see pertaining to this, but when we finish with that, can we go back to that term, stochastic terrorism? Yes, because I'm not sure if everybody knows what that means. I've been looking into that, and I think it's really interesting, and I think it's a term that a lot of people have not heard before, and they should really know it and understand it. So I'm glad you actually even said that. Okay. So you're saying when I hit play, you have to go hit play? That's fucking weird.
I already hit play. So
okay.
I have to hit play so that it shows on screen, and then if you hit play, then it's like that's why add that.
Okay. Yeah, why do that? But okay, here we go.
Go back, AIPAC, go back. That's the AIPAC building right there. White Christian men are not going to sit around while you turn our children into a bunch of lovers.
So after those comments was made, this brother is sitting there protecting you. Maybe you should rethink how you feel towards black people and not put everybody in a hole.
In the crowd.
So this dude right here. Okay, let me show you his face. So everybody's trying to get to him. That black man right there is like hovering over him and not letting people assault him and trying to push people back.
Crowd trying to assault
no,
him.
he's not. He's not, because there's other videos where when he actually got him out of that area, he is like hovering over him through the crowd to get him out of harm's way.
Very strange.
It's very strange. And you know what's even stranger than that? What's even stranger than that is once he got out of the actual crowd, he runs to this car, and these two people, he's like, can I get in? Can I get in? They're trying to attack me. And they let him in their car. And then the mob comes at the car and is like fucking the car up and opening the door, kicking his ass and beating his ass some more. Do you know those two women who let him in their car because they just saw someone in need were trans?
Oh man.
So a black man saved you, and then two trans women saved you. And he's still
on your way to thank him later? Probably not.
No, he still doubled down on his racism after the fact. You can't make this shit up.
Well, I wouldn't know if he's got transphobic takes, but I would imagine most of these right-wing people.
If you're racist, you're misogynist, and you're transphobic, and you're homophobic.
Yeah.
Right.
The theme of the day is probability, I guess. But.
So then I wanted to play this. They interviewed the black man that saved him. I don't know if you want me to show you a video of him actually protecting him through the crowd to get out of the crowd. I could pull it up.
Point. We don't need to belabor it, but okay. I would just comment about. It sounded like he was saying Jake Lang was saying something negative about APAC.
No, he said this is he threw up a Hail Hitler sign. He
Right.
said this is he was
This is the APAC
he was this
building.
is the APAC building.
Right.
So he was like bigging up the APAC building, and he said we're not gonna let these us Christians aren't gonna let these N-words like take
Turn us
over
into
our
N-word
something.
lovers. I think what he's saying.
N-word lovers, yeah, the white
We're not
people,
going to let these Jews turn us into N-word lovers. This is a typical old school anti-Semitism that allegedly the Zionists care about, right? Except that they have this uncomfortable truth of their alliance with the Nazis in Ukraine and whatnot, and around the world actually, you know. Yeah.
Can you see if Morpheus is available? I'd
Well,
love
that's
for
what I
him to
was
come
gonna
on.
say. We should reach. We're gonna try to get him on.
We should have tried to reach out to him before because he said he wanted to do a stream with us.
Right.
I guess we should have done that before.
Anyway, we should set up a stream for him. Maybe do a Thursday show with him. But we should let him know he's always welcome to come on Tuesday if he's got time. So
we haven't done our due diligence, so we apologize for that. But the last time I was on his show, we had talked about doing a dual stream together. And I don't know if I even mentioned that to you, Michael. I apologize.
Right. No.
So this is the guy, and I really want you to hear what he has to say, and for us to come on the other end and talk about it, because it sounds good, I guess, for people, for white Christians. To me, it sounded like some bullshit. But here we go. I shouldn't just say white Christians like well, if I'm not, when I say general stuff, and if I'm not talking about you, don't take offense. It's not about you. I'm talking about the other ones.
What made you get up there and like stand next to Jake Lang after everything that he's done said?
Because hold up. No, I don't need no mask. I gotta put on these.
The sun and shades.
No, yeah, it's not sun and shades. It's more so of a lens, right? It's a lens I see out of that nobody can see. I don't know how, I just can, right? Divine entity. Now, at the end of the day, my job.
Way to be fucking brave and trying to fucking do something.
Yeah, my job, my purpose on earth. And my spirit told me, I'm the son of God, right? A lot of people don't think I'm lying. And I just showed you again. They got Jake. It shows you again that I don't have to lie, but I move off love and unity. And that's how Jesus walked. If y'all Christian, that's how Yahweh walked. If y'all Africans and y'all roots, Yahweh walked and just.
I don't know why it keeps jumping, but he's on this like fake Jesus bullshit. Jesus was flipping tables, okay? Like evangelical Christians, they take things out of the Bible like the eye for an eye. How Jesus was like, kill him, like God killed the firstborn and all this. Black people, for some reason, take you gotta forgive and turn the other cheek. I feel like are you reading the slave Bible? Because what the fuck is going on here?
Seriously delusional kind of. He had to pause, didn't have anything quick to say because he had to spend time to figure out. There is no good answer to the question here. He had to put his shades on because he has to like dissimulate. He's not really going to answer honestly. So he just went on with this bullshit kind of. If you want to believe this nonsense, it's up to you. But that's very, very upsetting to watch, to witness.
To hear that, right?
But you don't have to forgive someone to turn the other cheek. That's not actually about forgiveness. Okay,
right.
It's about not like sinning in response to someone. It's about not two wrongs don't make a right. That's what it's more about.
You should
So
want
the forgiveness
justice.
is for God to do. That's their. That's I'm not believing what they. But from what I understand is it's God's responsibility to decide whether to forgive that person or not.
Right.
Okay.
I
What
want
are you
justice.
wasting your time acting like it? You have any obligation to, like that is doing God's work for God. Whatever. You're not supposed to take whatever. You're supposed to let God do His work, whatever. Not act like you have the right to do God's work for Him. That's a bit megalomaniacal. Okay.
Okay, so then I want to show you this. After he said all of that and tried to sound like he was the son of Jesus, this is what they took this picture and did to him. They want us dead. This is the picture they showed. They want us dead. A picture of him protecting him. They turned it around and made it look like this black man was trying to kill this white man.
And that picture will be far more effective than his
Than what he actually said.
altruism. Right.
Exactly.
The guy definitely was counterproductive in his efforts to spread love and grace and forgiveness. Well, you accomplished the opposite. Good for you.
And thank you, Sean. Look, if all these white people are saying, fuck this, I don't want this racist piece of shit in our town, why is a black man saying, "Wait, hold up, let me help the racist piece of shit. Y'all don't touch him. These are white people's problems. Let them solve it. What are you doing? Take your ass home."
There is no solution there, though. This is the type of problem that this guy has created for himself by acting like such an asshole, by deciding that this is how he wants to use his free speech as a psyop or whatever. Well, that's the fuck around, find out kind of stuff, whatever. Like, really, there is no solution for these people wanting to be Nazis, or whatever. They're not going to. There is no like getting through to them, right? There is no point in having dialogue with them.
No
As the
point.
dialectician who's all about dialogue, there is such a thing as people that you can't talk to anymore.
Why are
You
we
just have to
doing
have
this?
discernment.
Okay, remember last week, NP Mess 96?
Interesting.
Remember
No,
from last week? So I know where he came from. He came from Truth Zone's channel. So shout out to
nice.
NP Mess 96. Shout out to Truth Zone. So he's saying that leader of the Proud Boys I know the leader of the Proud Boys, who is not even white, which is weird as fuck. That's self-hating Latino.
Right. This is
but anyway, 421 of them confirmed as ICE agents. Oh, he said a major leak already came out already. Okay. Interesting. So our speculation, if you have a source and you could drop the link, that'd be great. Or if you want to come up, that'd be great too.
I was gonna say about the thing about the Proud Boy leaders not even being white. It doesn't seem to make much sense when we're considering the traditional behavior of the far right. But there's been a lot of changes happening in the past decade or so, at least. That is kind of relevant. You have to understand in what way they've changed, or some of them anyway. There are some splits, some factions on the far right. And so there is the more technocratic, what we call the NRX, the neo-reactionary movement, the ones like this Curtis Yarvin, and the ones who want to return to monarchy, the kind of thing. Those people are more accepting of race. The ones who want to build a technocracy, they find that the focus on race is a little bit more like self-defeating, counterproductive. But if they want to take their eugenics to a whole new level where they can accept some people of race, but they want to accept only the best top quality of the other races and whatnot. They want the lower classes of any kind of race to be purged or whatever, right? So But then there's the traditional right, the
So
Christo-fascists, who are, and the white supremacists, who that's what really matters to them. And there is reason for them to clash on the far right over what sort of terroristic dictatorship what ideals should the terrorist dictatorship have going forward.
so so we had kind of mentioned that after we did all that Jake Lang stuff, we were going to talk about stochastic terrorism, because I really want people who haven't heard it before to hear it and like understand it, right? So they can use that as a tool when it's happening right in front of their eyes, right? The formal definition seems so fucking like Oxford that I almost don't want to read it. But I'll read it, and then we could break it down and talk about it in a more normal way.
This
Is
is
that
the
okay?
thing, right?
Okay.
But people they get all leery about academic language. This you guys are using fancy words to say things that don't even make any difference. Like, people get this way about communism and fascism, where it's like, why do we have to use these big words? Why can't we just be simple about things? There are some of these big words, they're significant. There's like, it's important to understand, just because it's a big fancy word doesn't mean it isn't a real world thing that we should understand how it works, right?
It's just like a lot of words put together that like when I read it out loud, it's just gonna be like, wait, what the fuck did she just say? I mean, I'm assuming, but we'll see. Because I'm reading it and I'm like, well, shit, I got to sit down and really read this again. But because the way I understand it is way more simplified than this bullshit. But it
There
says,
might be an easier way to say it. That's the thing about
right,
academics. They like to
right,
say things complicated. There's a grain of truth in why people criticize people who use big words. There's
right.
probably
It
an easier way to
says,
say it.
yeah, exactly. It says stochastic terrorism is an analytic description used in scholarship and counterterrorism to describe a mass-mediated process in which hostile public rhetoric, repeated and amplified across communication platforms, elevates the statistical risk of ideologically motivated violence by unknown individuals, even without direct coordination or explicit orders. That's like a lot to say,
Of course.
and we could just break that shit down. Okay.
I could come up with one word to try and explain that.
Stochastic.
Dog whistling.
Okay, and then
Dog whistling. That's all it is.
gaslighting.
No, specifically dog whistling, because when they say something, the politician or whatever, they're trying to get the masses of their particular group to respond. It's called dog whistling because they say like a coded language that only their followers respond to, and the rest of us don't really react to it that way.
So it's like when J.D. Vance said, white people will no longer have to apologize for being white. And we were like, who the fuck? What white people were apologizing for being white? Where the fuck did that come from? But that was a dog whistle to them to say, hey, you could do whatever the fuck you want to do now. And you don't have to apologize for your racist behavior. Basically, that's what he was saying. That's
Right.
stochastic terrorism. That's sending out messages to the masses through media to let them know that it's okay to behave in a certain manner, basically.
So for that example you use, specifically the stochastic terrorism in that example is when they tell like the white wine moms to say there's absolutely nothing wrong with being white, go tell everyone that. And then the reason why they say that is because they know the reaction, the psychological reactions that they will provoke when they convince someone to say that in public.
Yeah. And the reason why, so you said dog whistle, which I totally understand that. I say gaslighting because the dog whistle to the people that they're talking to feels like a gaslight to the people that they aren't talking to. That's why I said
It is both.
Does
They
that make
actually are
sense?
gaslighting their own loyal followers, even if they Their loyal followers are convinced that they're following someone who has their best interests at heart. For the most part, the ruling class doesn't actually respect the lower class right-wing people, that the
At
few
all.
idiots that they
They
make
don't
use
give
of.
a fuck about them.
But those dumbasses are convinced that they have an ally in their white-skinned brother on top of the hill, right?
Mm. So they're saying the term first appeared in the early 2000s. Maybe that term appeared, but not the behavior. You know what I mean? Like they put a official name to it, but that shit's been going on for since people been around. Um,
So there's
there's
two terms there
actually
where
a,
there's
go ahead.
the stochastic terrorism is important, but also I think epistemic violence is just as equally important, because that has been given a lot of like power to do all kinds of damage, but because it's not physical violence, it's a lot harder to recognize as actual violence. But when we say things like the left is dead, it doesn't exist, you're kind of erasing someone's identity in that sense. So when we say that trans people are not really trans people, no matter what they say, that's a form of epistemic violence. You're depriving people the right for them to have their own worldview in a way. So that's equally, both like stochastic terrorism and epistemic violence, they tend to work in tandem. They don't have to, but they are often employed together. So when the guy's saying about with the APAC or whatever, you better not turn us into a bunch of N-word lovers, right? He's kind of doing epistemic violence on the right wingers who have no problems, who have no reason to be racist. You're trying to say you're not right wing if you're not racist, like me, right? If you think that there's reasons to be friendly with those people, you're dead to me, kind of thing, right? Like,
Right, exactly, exactly. That's why they're trying to justify why uh, the Renee Good shooting is okay, because she's just a fucking nigga lover anyway. So who cares, right? They're in the business of dehumanizing white people now, which is very fucking interesting. But anyway, I wanted to bring
very
up this.
necessary when the white people start to stand up against white supremacy, then they have to crack down on us just as much as anyone else
Just
in order to
right,
maintain the dominance that they do have, that people deny its existence of, which is a funny thing. Like the black guy who's acting like we need to turn the other cheek for the white people. Are you disregarding the real existence of the white supremacist dictatorship of the bourgeoisie? Because that is not something that we just use fancy words to describe something that isn't there. We're talking about a real world problem needing a real world solution.
right. So, uh, in the same vein of scholastic, I have a hard time like remembering how to say that word.
It's a tricky word.
Scholastic, right? I know.
I
But some of it stems from this court decision. So I want to bring this up. Brandenburg versus Ohio. This is in 1969. So if you look at the time, think about civil rights movement 1965. It's a landmark decision of the United States Supreme Court interpreting the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. The court held that the government cannot punish inflammatory speech unless that speech is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and is likely to incite or produce such action. Uh, how is that proven? How can you prove that? Specifically, the
Subjectively,
court.
that's the problem with it.
Right,
Right? The
exactly.
government should be punishing Donald Trump for very large amounts of the inflammatory speech that he's been allowed to do publicly for several years now that has been inciting that kind of public violence. Definitely has been inciting that. But if the government does it, it's okay. No. Just because the government wants to make that its legal positivist whatever ruling does not mean that they have resolved the contradiction that is going to continue to antagonize all of us until we resolve the contradiction.
Right. So this is Brandenburg, just so you know who he is. Clarence Brandenburg, a Ku Klux Klan leader in rural Ohio, contacted a reporter at a Cincinnati television station and invited him to cover a KKK rally that would take place in Hamilton County in the summer of 1964. Portions of the rally were filmed, showing several men in robes and hoods, some carrying firearms, first burning a cross and then making speeches. One of the speeches made reference to the possibility of revengeance against Black peoples, Jews, and those who supported them, and also claimed that our president, our Congress, our Supreme Court continues to suppress the white Caucasian race, and announced plans for a march on Congress to take place on the 4th of July. Another speech advocated for the forced expulsion of African Americans to Africa and Jewish Americans to Israel. So that's where that Brandenburg versus Ohio case stemmed from. Do you want me to read more?
Can you imagine being deported to Israel because of white
No.
supremacy? The actual traditional anti-Semitism pushes you in the arms of the people, the most anti-Semitic people in the world, which is Zionists, in fact, not even the Nazis. So.
I mean, I look at the Jewish people in Israel the same way I look at Nigerians, like Stockholm syndrome or something. You've been captured. Something's not
All of them. There's a
right
huge
in
amount
your
of them
brain.
that have avoided the Stockholm syndrome, but there's a lot of that's something we could do like little investigation on is how widespread is the Stockholm syndrome, because there's so many different cultures that have been. It's kind of a consequence of colonialism. That's the reason why we decolonize your mind. We may be talking about heal yourself from the Stockholm syndrome.
Hmm. And that takes a lot to do, by the way. That's really hard to do. So shout out to all these white people that are out there just like, did you see that it was like a football game or something, and this dude threw up a Nazi salute, and the white dude right behind him, immediately punched him in his shit.
Nice. It's kind of important because in that instance, because you know how they do the wave in the stadium, right? That's probably what he was trying to do, is get them.
No,
to
he
do
wasn't
a wave.
he was doing a hail high salute.
But he wants everyone to imitate him, not punch him in the face.
You mean like the woo.
Yeah, he wants the Nazi salute version of the wave.
Oh, that's interesting.
So,
I didn't think
don't let that shit happen. Nip that
I didn't think of that. So, like, and everybody was like, "Hell yeah!" But if a white person calls somebody the N word and calls a black person the N word and they punch them in their shit, here come all these white people. It's just a word. Fuck you. You say it. I'm gonna punch you in your shit too. I got bail money. Like, that's worth going to jail over.
That's something I noticed about Truth Zone streams. Truth Zone's been naming his streams like ready to die for information, or ready to get locked up for information. Like, he's making fun of people who care about information. In some cases, people are caring a little too much about a word here and there. It's just a word.
Not the N word. No, that's not just a word.
What's the power of free speech if you're gonna just say that my words are just words? They're not. We know that they're not.
Right? Exactly. That's not just a word.
Information. Why do they say information is power? Knowledge is power. I guess there's no basis to that whatsoever.
Why do marketing companies spend billions of dollars to get you to buy a product if PR didn't mean anything? So though it's not just words, it's not just visuals, it's like psychological conditioning. So I hate when people say that, like, don't. That's another gaslight. Don't talk to me like I'm stupid.
Is maybe something about there's a thing called the postmodern condition that people only academics talk about, I guess. But I find this very useful in understanding what's happening with society. In that the reason why everyone's gaslighting each other is because we don't really care about grand narratives anymore. We think objective truth as a grand narrative is kind of passe. It's out now. So we're in a post-truth society now. So now everyone gaslights each other because you're not really allowed to. That's just your opinion. Those are just your words. You're not really saying anything there. No one can ever say anything anymore because objective truth is passe. So,
Hmm. Hmm.
so I see this was a good comment to
Well,
Extrabola.
I
There
know
was
if
a
like don't call me the N word because I'm going to jail today. I mean, depends on who you are.
in Minecraft.
Words are swords. Hey, Lance, how you doing, sweetheart?
But that's just to read that comment out loud about that you were mentioning.
I'll put it back. I'll put it back up. This one?
Yeah, you mentioned there's a guy who punched a guy for trying to do a Nazi salute, and then there's this guy, a Houston Texans player who wore "Stop the Genocide" on his face tape and got fined by the NFL. So
and
this is
extra
not okay,
bullet said
right?
extra bullet said twice. It happened twice.
Not okay, right? The whole thing about Colin Kaepernick doing the knee thing, and then they all made it like, oh, you're not allowed to put it like to politicize our game like this. Well, fuck you guys, because FIFA really demonstrates that they're happy to politicize the game all they like with Israel and Russia, right?
Hey,
So,
babe. Hey, babe. Hey, babe.
yeah.
I'm my friend is outside. He made some sea moss for me. It's supposed to be really good for you.
Okay.
I'll be right back. I'm just going to get it.
Sure.
Okay.
So I really have not much. I don't watch football. Never really have. Grew up with my dad and my brother liking to watch it and stuff. I never have the patience for watching a whole game of football. And there've been it's really sad how they use like the halftime shows and everything to propagandize people. There's a whole angle about football is invented by the Freemasons and whatnot. And so I think we're more than justified to criticize football fans for it is more than just a game, right? You are kind of supporting imperialism, soft power when you watch those games, when you buy those tickets. And so I have a right to be offended by the NFL. But go ahead, call me a snowflake or whatever. We're trying to have principles, right? There's too many people who they acknowledge how shitty this world is and who's responsible for why this world is shitty. And they've connected the dots. Then when you point out to them how when you go for your escapism away from that horror and you go use those things for your escape, you are reinforcing the evil, the prison built around you by these people. And I think there's just a kind of exhaustion that sort of leaves us in this state, that, like this psychological state, collective, whatever, mass psychology, because it's not like we're incorrect about our criticisms. They're just not really being taken up by the masses. There's a kind of apathy about responding to our critique. So we have, I guess it's not that our critique is wrong, it's that we don't understand human psychology well enough to understand how to motivate the masses with the truths that we have. So do we tweak the truth around to sell them less of the truth that's a little bit more emotionally impactful? Or do we find a way to get people to grow to accept the truth as it is? I'm not sure if it's the binary fallacy like that, but I think that's kind of where to start. So how's it going, Lance? Good to see you. And baseball for sure is Freemasonic. Yes, I know. Yeah. I should do an investigation into which of all these major sports are Freemasonic. I think maybe golf. I'm not sure. But it is interesting, isn't it? So-called most popular sports are the ones that are reinforcing these ruling class societies. So I don't know, kind of take people seriously who do research instead of calling them conspiracy theorists. It'd be a lot easier to dismiss all these accusations of conspiracy if you stopped letting these groups have so much secret, whatever, like ability, like privacy. That's what I mean. Like you got Freemasons infiltrating the police forces and everything when you've got laws that are you're banned from infiltrating police forces for obvious reasons if you're any kind of other organization, but you make an exception for this kind of no. So well, I don't know if you guys can hear, probably not, but my radiator heaters are coming online.
Sure, I will. As soon as you sign up for that thing. Yep.
Sounds like Abby might be joining us again soon. I can hear a bit in the background. Let's take a look at what you guys are writing here. Poor white people who go along with white supremacy don't get that if, heaven forbid, that the white supremacists achieve their goals, poor white people will be the last people to be thrown under the bus. Well, right, they won't even maybe throw us under the bus. They'll just drive away without us. Exactly what they intend to do. So, I don't see how it's inherently imperialistic to support sports. Reform is needed in many industries. I don't know about inherently, but because what I'm saying, the way that they, like they promote the military and whatnot, they have like these jets fly over the stadium and everything, and in a more fundamental way, like the sports players, they sort of like represent the military, and they're like a metaphor for them. So they're like the soldiers dying on the field when they get injured, you know. And every military needs to obtain an objective when they're on the battlefield. So when they score a touchdown, you know, it's like when the military achieves their bombing runs successfully without getting blown out of the sky, they just scored a touchdown, right? So it is a kind of way to get people subconsciously invested in the like state violence, state sanctioned violence. So the sports, like if you just let it like be on the free market, suffer the consequences of its dwindling popularity, if when such a thing occurs, these sports games may not have the amount of power that they have. I wouldn't have much of a complaint. But the state props them up. We use taxpayer dollars to build these stadiums and whatnot. And then they fill the stadiums with all this corporate, whatever, advertisements. So I'm not sure if you look into it, how many of those advertisements are connected to the defense industry and whatnot, but the more you look at it, the easier it is to see the imperialistic element to these sports specifically, like football and soccer and baseball. Because FIFA, that's why I mentioned the other thing besides the NHL, they could, if they don't politicize their sports, you could make the claim that they're not inherently imperialistic. But when they associate themselves with the empire, it makes it a lot harder for me to agree with you that they should be treated as separate. So, and the soccer hooligans are how the fascists recruit. So there's too much evidence for me to ignore. There's too many red flags.
2 to 3 days.
No, you didn't.
Lance, the sum of all the revenues for professional sports, ticket sales, TV broadcasting revenue, merchandise is eclipsed by gambling. That's the other thing. So much of the economy is built on this gambling on these goddamn sports. Really bad for people. Gambling is understood to be a mental disease, mental disorder. Should be whatever, something that qualifies you for disability, just like alcoholism and stuff like that, right? But what is it treated like in society? It is considered a positive thing because it drives all this economic activity. So can you come down hard and crack down on gambling? No. You have to promote it without really saying it out loud that that's what you're doing. So I really don't like gambling. Especially people who treat life like it's a game. Because that's what you end up reason why you can convince yourself why gambling with money is such a good idea is because you ultimately come to the conclusion that all of life itself is a game anyways. So you might as well play to win instead of be a fucking loser, right? Welcome back.
God damn. What did I walk into? Look. I don't know what y'all talking. Remember we were talking about Kashi.
Yeah,
That
I don't
app.
know how you pronounce that. Yeah.
That app where you don't. They gamble on all kind of things, not just sports. They also gamble on people's lives. Yeah, they gamble on what's gonna happen in humanity.
You talking to me?
Did I just do that?
You talking to me, April?
No, I'm on the
What's
podcast.
going on? Why are you little? Here we go.
Did that talk about Nigeria?
No,
It's not.
it's live. What is happening?
I don't know.
Okay. I didn't know if I was doing that. Okay. The name of the app is called. Oh, you know what it is? I'm trying to use the. It don't matter. I know what's happening. Okay, so. But you have to step out. You have to step out to watch. Because
Yeah, right. The interference.
Yeah, the interference. It's called Kashi, Kalshi. We talked about this before. So it's not just about predicting sports. They predict things like that are going to happen to people in agriculture, with diseases, all this stuff. You can make money by gambling on people's lives. It's basically what's happening. It's really pathetic. It's like late stage capitalism.
The law is pretty broken right now, and not that anyone, some people want a lawless society, but for the most part, people want there to be some kind of law and order, but they're a little slow to react to the fact that when the law is broken, it doesn't work. So when you got people like Trump and them controlling the legal system, or at least interfering it to such a degree that there is no functioning legal system, you have to act in the real world on that conclusion. But we aren't getting to that point. There's still this grasping for a legal system as if it works. So of course they can bet on people dying because the law is broken. Until you fix that, but part of the reason why we can't fix it is in order to fix the law, we need to have some kind of consensus on what the law should be, and we don't really have that consensus. The consensus has been mutilated and manipulated to such a degree that people have kind of lost their will to participate. Because the thing about a democracy, it really only works if it's participatory democracy. So the people have kind of shirked their duty there. We've abandoned our responsibility of, and so now we complain that we're being oppressed when we fail to do the most important thing, our most important civic responsibility. And this is the problem in the West for the most part. It's a little bit wrong for us to blame a lot of the nations in the global South and in the East for failing to uphold their civic duty when, because we failed to uphold our civic duty, our nations went in and did a terroristic invasion of these countries and destroyed their civil systems and then recreated them in the corrupt image of the imperialist West there. So it's very disingenuous for us to criticize a lot of different people around the world for failing to hold their government accountable, when the reason why they can't do that is because we refuse to do that. We refuse to risk our own lives to hold our government accountable because they are blackmailing the shit out of us. We usually know that, most of us. but we're a little bit weak in what you do to a blackmailer. We have the right to do something to them that we're not doing. We act like they're not breaking the law when they're blackmailing us. So there's no recourse that we have to deal with them. The recourse is we take our action and then we defend our action, legally speaking, after the fact, not before. Okay? You're muted there? Or?
Yeah, this is just me showing you some, like, okay, will Trump make IVF free? So people are betting on this.
Yeah.
It's
That's where I was
like
saying,
up to $20,000.
it's not
This is
always
just one U.S. test scores in math this year. Like, what are we doing? What U.S. test scores in reading this year? It's like, why are we betting on this to be?
there's one that looks like, will a
Like,
humanoid
what is the purpose?
human? Is that what? Because I think some
Oh
of
wait,
these
what?
are
Which one?
testing the populace for eugenics. On the right-hand side in the middle, you probably have to click on it to see what it says. But I
Oh,
bet you it
will a
says, will
humanoid
robots
robot
walk
walk
on
on Mars?
Mars?
Mars before? I wonder if I could.
Right. I think
Let me see if I can click on them. Yeah, you can.
some of it's harmless fun. Some of it is
Let's see what they
um,
say.
it's propaganda. Some of this is actually trying to predispose people towards eugenics. That's maybe a conspiracy theory type of analysis, whatever. But I think some of these are for a transhumanist technocrat. They fully believe that technocracy is going to save the human race, and we're going to leave behind the inferiors on purpose. And so they obviously will think that we'll be robots first. But more of a humanist, someone who's not a eugenicist, would say it's better for humans to get there first, right? We shouldn't be developing this tech. We shouldn't invest so heavily in tech that we're stop investing in people. That's what's happening.
So look, if you are betting on gas prices in the U.S. this month, it's already at 565,000. Do you think they wouldn't make the gas prices like what you want or not what you want? You think they're not gonna get in on this? And
Right.
you can't bet on boxing, on basketball, on football, because they are throwing those games too. So you think they're not gonna throw this shit? If the numbers get high enough, like this one, how much government spending will Trump cut? This one's up to 7,814,726. You think the government don't want in on this?
That's where he's
I don't know. Some of these are in the millions.
He's saying he's seen insider trading happen in these prediction markets, but that's the only red flag. I would add that there's at least a second red flag that we can see. If there's insider trading happening, there's also social engineering that is taking place, because now government knows which policy they're more likely to get a backlash from. So they know which policy they can get away with in the moment, which is very important for the government to know what policy they can't put that will cause a government collapse, right? So then they know exactly how far they can push people. And then they can manipulate what people are willing to accept based on slow walking the, what do you call it? The totalitarian tiptoe. So they increasingly take away our freedoms and then convince us why we need to give away our freedoms using psychological manipulation like that. Big data.
I want you to see this one. It's up to 8 million. 360,000.
Well, he's definitely out as head chair.
By 2026 is before May 2026. That is the prediction. That is the prediction that people are betting on.
I
This
was
one is almost up to $9 million.
pretty sure that it will be before May. I think they're already in the process of. I was looking into that the other day. I don't know if they know exactly who they're going with, but they're looking into who will replace him already. The Trump administration.
NP Ness. NP Ness. Excuse me. So that's easy money.
Where a lot of people, if I'm so ideologically against gambling, what am I doing? Passing up a whole lot of easy money. Yeah, maybe. But I think it's important sometimes.
Well, if you didn't, but there is like they also bet on like human life, which is like getting real crazy to me. But I just
There's a
want y'all
conflict
to
of
see.
interest issue there. When you're betting on human life, when you let it be legal to bet on human life, eventually you're going to run into the problem where someone wants to tip the scales in their favor by ensuring that that life gets extinguished, which is the obvious reason why we should never allow that kind of thing. But we got anarcho-capitalism.
I'm trying to see if I can find one. I'm trying to see if I can find one for you where they're actually betting on human life.
Lance says, I just bet on Polymarket that Abby's mood will be better by the end of the show. Good bet, usually.
Is my mood bad? Well, I told you at the beginning I wasn't in a good mood, but y'all make it all better.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I've been pretty jovial so far.
We tend to make each other feel better.
Yeah, we do. My co-host husband. Black Light is here, by the way. She's the one that gave you that title, so I don't feel bad using it.
No worries. Lance says the odds aren't good enough to tell shit like that. You're right. I take care of her well enough. Make sure she shits outside so she got nothing to shit.
What legislation did Richie Torres introduce? RP. Rondo's here. You better peace, fam.
Peace.
You better hit us with a peace, fam. Oh, here it goes.
Yeah, anarcho-capitalism.
Measles.
I agree.
Hold on. Let me change the layout. Measles cases this year. Why are we betting on measles? Like, shouldn't we?
Why not? Is the retort. Because we can.
Should we not want measles to happen? That's up to almost 202,000.
There's no reason why you can't bet. Like, without betting money on this, this is something we always ask ourselves anyway. Is there going to be, like, when they claim that there's going to be a measles outbreak this year, are they really onto something or are they wrong? When they claim the flu, you need to get that flu shot this year. We have to kind of gamble in a sense. This is where there is some gambling involved. There is some risk involved in making decisions in real life that gets conflated into thinking that life is a game. So it's a problem of money, though. A lot of people are not really.
Black Light Taurus is here. Say goodbye to the.
Goodbye, you guys.
Goodbye. That? Hello. Goodbye.
He said hello. Goodbye. It's a good friend of mine. He came to bring me some sea moss for my health. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No worries.
So, so two things. Rondo didn't hit us with peace, 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 fam yet, so I feel
Yeah, he
offended.
did. It's
And
somewhere.
oh, he did. Oh, okay, my bad,
There it is.
Rondo. And then there we go. Okay, and then MP Mess. Do you mind coming up so you could like explain what you're talking about, because I'm a little confused. One, I've never heard of Poly Market. I could try to look it up. So if I've never heard of it, I obviously don't know the things that are being
We had
done on it
mentioned it.
that you're talking about here. Yeah.
We had mentioned Polymarket a couple streams ago, because Golden Monarch, I didn't know what Polymarket was at all. But then Golden Monarch mentioned when the Maduro thing happened, the kidnapping,
It went over
that's
my
on
head.
this Polymarket website. Yeah, on this Polymarket website, they were betting on whether Maduro would be kidnapped before it happened. So someone had inside knowledge. And now, I guess, in response to this suspicious Polymarket trade, Richie Torres introduces legislation to crack down on insider trading on prediction markets. If you're not going to crack down on crypto at the same time,
that went
you're
over
not
my head.
Yeah. That's interesting, though, that Richie Torres caught on to that. I
We
guess
should
that made
look
a big
that up.
splash on social media.
You do. You can go look at it. Sorry. I was saying bye to my friend. Love you too, baby. And lock the door, please. Okay. Sorry. Um, I want to look that up about Poly Market and see if we could find this and talk about it. And MP Mess, if you want to come up,
It's worth looking into that.
Yeah, I think it is. That's why I want to look it
Richie
up.
Torres is no trustworthy actor. So what kind of, this is not him about actually addressing the problem. This is the way that they get out in front of the people trying to fix the problem by making the problem worse. So
he is not. He is not a good actor. I don't like him at all. Yeah. He is bought and paid for by Israel. So for him to bring this up, I'm actually kind of shocked.
I'm immediately.
But I guess a broken clock is right twice a day. I guess.
No, I think that's the thing we need to avoid. That's like a path of least resistance type of thinking. Well, at least Richie Torres is doing the right thing this time. At least Thomas Massey is actually saying the right thing, even though he's still whatever as bad as all the rest of them. Kind of like, no, stop letting the controlled opposition be right twice a day. They're not right ever.
That
they're pretending
that's
to
really
not.
interesting. It's really interesting that you say that, because there is this thought that, okay, when you can work with people who agree with you on something you agree with, work with them, right? Like
that's how we get pulled to
you
the
hear
right.
this a lot on like Jimmy Dore and
the pragmatist argument.
Or like, okay, Marjorie Taylor Greene, like when she was like, abolish the FBI, I was like, yes, bitch, let's do it. But on so many other things, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I actually agree with her on more stuff than, surprisingly, than I thought I would. I mean, she's still a piece of shit, but she's a piece of shit that has some beliefs that I have on certain things. Like as far as it's unreal, APAC, abolishing the FBI, but she's not gonna go that far, right? So do you not work with people that will do the things that you are looking to do? You just even though just because they don't agree with other things, like she's still anti-black, but
Right.
she's also anti uh, big government. And big government in a way, I don't agree with government not being big because I think government should take care of social programs. Like, why the fuck do we have a government if you're not taking care of people? Like, why are you here? If you're not gonna take care of the people, then abolish the goddamn government and let communities do their own goddamn thing. You know what I mean? Like, uh,
But this is talking about the people as if
I
we
don't
have
know.
some kind of cohesive, disciplined, organized ability to abolish the government if we feel it's not doing its job. We don't have that unity, which is why the government, even though it's completely corrupt and inefficient and violent and harmful to everyone, it's allowed to continue because we can't agree on what to replace it with.
Mm.
So look, we have
Here we
someone hopping in.
go.
Although I think we might be, hopefully, it seems we might be having problems with people trying to join because I just see a white uh, instead of your face popping up, we can't see you. So
No, because he has an avatar, and that's okay.
Mic check, mic check.
okay, I just maybe
Yep,
because he's added. Oh wait, there we go. I had to hit play to see his screen. That's so weird. What the hell is this
that's
new
so
thing?
weird. I don't know why. That's new. That's something happening to you that's new because you never talked about that before today.
Yeah, but sorry about all
Hi,
that.
how you doing?
Welcome.
Welcome.
How you guys doing? How y'all doing?
Pretty
Very
good.
well, very well.
Thanks for
Yeah, I
hopping
just
on.
wanted to touch base on, like I said, the Richie Torres situation with predictive markets. It was some insider trading that was alleged to have been taking place. Has been going along with the Trump administration. Really, the past 6 months they've been alleging it, but after the Maduro situation, it was so egregious. I think somebody ended up making like $400,000 on a bet they placed like 30 minutes before the
Hmm.
Maduro news broke, and what I'm saying, it made the round. So I guess 30 different members of Congress ended up signing, like I said, what Richie Torres brought to the floor for the
Uh,
legislation to try to regulate it.
can I ask you? Okay, so I find this quite interesting because I can't remember which administration this was under, and it could have even been a Democrat. It really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what administration because when you're on that committee, then you have information. Certain committees you have different information. And even if you don't do the trading yourself, you can call up your cousin and them and have them do it and get a slice of the pie. You know what I mean? Um, there was this dude who was caught insider trading. He was like on the phone. They caught him on video, like outside the White House. It was like some event that was happening, and some shit went down behind the scenes. And he was on his phone, and then all of a sudden, he had bought a bunch of stocks. Does anybody remember what I'm talking about? It was this
I didn't
white
hear
dude,
it.
and I don't know if he was a Republican or a Democrat. I think it was just really funny as hell. They've been insider trading for the longest, so I don't think Richard Torres is being. Um, I don't think he's being genuine. I think he
Well,
just
I
don't
think
want the regular person to get a piece of the pie. If you know
now
what I mean.
that's interesting too, Abby. Dude, that's what I felt with this the previous administration with its legislation towards crypto. But I know you guys don't feel the same way that I do about the blockchain. You know what I mean? So I could table that one for another day. But I think the predictive markets do need
Oh,
to be regulated.
you were like Yeah, everybody was saying crypto is a scam, and you were backing up blockchain. Blockchain and crypto is different though. In blockchain, the way that they make sure crypto is like uh, I forget.
You can't
Blockchain is
have
like
crypto without blockchain,
yeah, you can't have crypto without blockchain because blockchain is
but
the
you
way
can
you
have
make it
blockchain
secure.
without crypto. You can have blockchain without crypto, but you can't have crypto without blockchain.
Correct. I,
Yeah,
I think
technically.
so.
I mean,
Yes. Right.
and there's even some people that argue that if you use a digital wallet like Google Pay, Apple Wallet, or Cash App, that you've already tokenized your assets on the Swift network. So there's even people that are saying that. I mean, there's all types of angles when people get to getting into their so-called bags or whatever. But to each his own.
Well,
Like I said, I
well,
understand the
look,
pros and the cons.
look. I would love for you to come on with our we call him our crypto expert, Golden Monarch. I don't know if you're in our Discord, but and he has a Substack and everything that he writes about and stuff like is all crypto. So I think y'all would have an interesting conversation, and a more in depth conversation than Michael and I could ever have with you guys because we aren't crypto
Not savvy with the blockchain.
savvy. Yeah, yeah, we're not savvy in crypto, and I'm really not trying to fucking learn. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, I felt the
I'm
same
trying to
way.
keep.
I felt the same way once upon a time for sure. So I understand. That's why I don't really try to push it on nobody because I understand the the pros and I understand where people have their pushback with it, and what I mean. It's understandable. It's completely understandable.
Well, I would ask
Yeah,
you.
but Golden Monarch would be a really good person for you to come on this show and talk to about it, and to give people who watch better information than Michael and I could ever give.
Yeah, I would just ask. Is it NPM stay Swift, or you want to just call you Swift or what? Um, I would just ask
Uh,
you if. Oh, go ahead.
no, I was about to say, yeah, you can call me NPM Swift. You can call me Swift, but I go. My
I
my
like
name.
it.
My
Oh,
name
what's
people
your
call me
name?
around is Lucky though. That's kind of like my coming up name is Lucky.
Cool. So I would just ask
Lucky.
if you think that my problem with crypto is it's getting farther away from real world value, where fiat currency is kind of divorces like real value from like the exchange value of money is what is considered to more important than the real value of a product or a person or service is not really valuated properly because the speculative financialization of crypto and fiat makes it so that we don't really need to be anchored to real world value anymore. So do you think that crypto gets us farther away from real value or gets us closer to a real valuation?
Hmm.
I think if we don't participate, then in the long run, the potential of what I mean, the decoupling of real value assets and what we got is what we call fiat is going to be inevitable. But I don't the type of crypto or the type of digital assets that I support are ones that have use case, ones that are. I mean, if it's going to be a security, it has to have some type of product, some type of service. It has to have a real use case, or it has to be a real world asset. You know what I mean? I'm behind, and I approve of all of those things. Tethering your currency to stocks, or tethering it to gold or silver reserves. All those type of things to me is the future of keeping a one to one. If that makes sense.
Okay, but
Yeah,
then so that gets us
okay.
into the topic of CBD, the central digital bank currency. So you think that the government should control and regulate current cryptocurrency, or should it be let the free market decide?
Yeah, no, I don't think I'm not a supporter of CBDCs at all. So I feel like stable coins already do what the central bank currency is trying to do. With the blockchain already being a public ledger, you don't need to over analyze or make a new system so that you can track even more. Just run with the stable coins. Like Wyoming has a stable coin that they're launching. Like if each state has its own stable coin, that to me is a far less dangerous scenario than a central bank currency where they're controlling and determining
Okay.
what's getting issued.
And that state coin is backed by what? State resources? What is it
The
backed by?
CBDC, the central digital bank currency, would be, but stable coins aren't necessarily backed by, like, I feel I have to question. They call it a stable coin, but how fair is it to
Like
say that just
our
because
own
they
money is
say it's stable that it
right.
is? Like, it's just as vulnerable.
Oh, he muted himself. I don't know what happened. So my question, okay, you're back. Like fiat currency isn't backed by anything. So we're gonna add digital currency. I I feel like, is it a ruse? Because our fiat currency is being undermined and broken down because now the petro 1 might take over the petrodollar. Like, is this just a is it a fake it till we make it type of situation? Does that make sense? What I'm asking?
No, I hear what you said, and my answer to that would be no, because again, these things got to be factored around real use cases. If we're spinning up coins, and we're just printing tokens and it's all speculation, then that's no different than the predictive markets we was just watching, and that's also unregistered security that someone we would be potentially selling. I don't advocate for being allowed to sell unregistered securities. I think we need legislation around these things because like they're not even current. Most of the stuff is not a currency. Like a Bitcoin is not a currency. Ethereum is not a currency. Ethereum is a blockchain technology that people are building on top of. So if
Yes,
someone's to purchase
exactly.
Ethereum, if someone's purchasing Ethereum, they're not purchasing, you know what I mean, like a pie in the sky. They're basically purchasing a share of a computer language.
Mm.
And yet it's marketed as currency. This is where I feel there's like a bait and switch going on that shouldn't be permitted. I think it's a bit of a dream that you can have regulations for these stable coins without turning them into central digital bank currencies. I'm pretty sure if you want there to be regulation in the crypto industry, the only way to get that is to have the government issued cryptocurrency that is regulated, and that all the rest are buyer beware, Ponzi scheme, shouldn't really be allowed at all.
So stable coins are kind of like to do transactions on or to it's kind of like how we get in and out, you know what I mean, into the dollar with everything else. It's just an exchange. So that's why it's important for the stable coins to have an actual one-to-one reserve. And that's what the government should be in charge of, making sure that you have what you say you have if you're gonna get a license to be a market. You know what I mean? Because a lot of these things it's just about markets and free trade. And so if you're gonna be a crypto exchange and hold a token, you're gonna have to follow regulations. That's just how it goes.
I just want to say
Right,
to
but it's not
Jacqueline.
regulated right now.
Oh, sorry. I
Well,
just
that's
want
only
to say to
because
Jacqueline.
okay.
May I just speak to Jacqueline real quick? Even if you did have money, sweetheart, it's okay if your eyes glaze over when people start talking about crypto. It's a whole nother world, and you don't have to feel bad about that. But just keep listening, because the more you listen, the more you'll start to understand. I'm glazing my eyes over too, but I'm listening. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, y'all. I didn't want her to feel bad about. I mean, it sounds really fucking complex.
It is complex, but this is some part of the some of the complexity is if you want to run a con game on somebody, you need some complexity in order to hide the scheme, right? If it's too simple, then people would know they're being conned. So you need to make it all kinds of confusion, whatever, all kinds of confusing for people to not understand that they're actually like they're buying into something that is just like a multi-level marketing thing.
It's
So
literally tokenized. We were talking about cryptos, and I don't even like using the term crypto. I use digital assets. You're literally talking about tokenized stocks, tokenized assets. I looked in. There's something coming up with the timber industry. They're tokenizing over there. They're tokenizing real estate. There's all these different things, like in the music industry. They're tokenizing um, intellectual property and mechanical royalties and stuff like that for streaming. So like the use case of the technology is definitely not going anywhere. But I would say that where I think people get confused is thinking that it is a currency, or people making currencies or trying to advertise it as a currency. I think it's easy grounds for grifting because we don't have the regulatory framework. We had
Wait, so it's
administration
not currency?
previous.
no, it's not.
No, it's not.
This is the big
But
problem. Like that people
What
don't
the
yeah,
fuck
they
is
treat
it?
it like
It's
it's
not
currency.
currency?
Even legally, it's not currency. This is even stable coins. I think we need to maybe look up right now, but if you know the
Wait,
answer, you could tell
I
me.
can
But
cash
stable coins are not
out
legal
the
tender.
crypto that I've purchased for currency.
But it's legal tender is maybe the distinction instead of just currency, because currency is currency because it is legal tender, but crypto is not legal tender. So this is where I would make the argument that stable coins are not stable because they're not regulated, because they're not legal tender. So they're not actually currency, but they're treated as such in a way that should have already been determined illegal, because you're not allowed to pretend like Canadian Tire money. You guys don't have that, whatever, is real money. Like
I
Robux.
don't
You
even,
can't
I
pretend
don't,
Robux is real money. You would get legally fined for something like that, right?
and that's where I agree
like
with you with the
robot.
language,
Oh, so when you said like
because
Roblox, then what the fuck? Hold on. Before we continue, I just want to say, Lucky, your friend is in the comments saying peace.
what's up? What's up with you?
Good to see you.
I was saying,
and just so you know, Michael, these are people coming from Truth Zone's channel.
I appreciate
So
you guys.
thank you for showing up. We appreciate you. And yeah, I was on Truth Zone last night. So
yeah. Once you
And
told me that that you were a socialist and that you running
yeah,
your little show over here, I said, okay, I'm gonna pull up on Abby. I'm gonna see what she over there talking about.
yeah, I'm a socialist. He's a communist.
Yeah. Once you told me that, that made sense.
calling
I mean,
yourself
I
a
see that.
communist when there's no communism wherever people, but the point is to offer the distinction between self-described socialists and self-described communists, because we are talking about different things. We have
Absolutely, and
different end results in mind.
I get into conversations with people a lot. It happens to be Black Maggers, but like it's usually everything they're labeling as like a Black liberator or anything on the left. They're just slapping the communist label on it, and I'm almost like McCarthyist type. You know what I mean? It really has no meaning at this point. They're kind of just a smear campaign, and then it gets frustrating because then I sound like I'm talking down communism when really I'm just trying to explain away why you shouldn't be labeling communism on everything that's to the left of your politics.
That's
So
exactly why they do it. So if you even
Yeah,
try to explain that what is completely
anything they don't
illogical and
understand.
inconsistent about just branding everyone with this false label, whatever, you're not trying to associate with ourselves, but they're trying to get the guilt of association fallacy or whatever activated
Mhm.
there. So
If you don't like it, it's communist. It's like define communism, and then they're like,
I just
right,
think
then
maybe if
they're
these
they're
vicious
they're
are making communism sound so awful and horrible, maybe there's a reason why they're like they're trying to make it sound worse than it is. Like maybe you should give it a little bit more thought because all the bad people say it's bad.
Give it a
And
little,
most of the
a
time, they're
little
just
bit more respect.
describing. Most of the time, they're not even describing communism. They're describing like authoritarian state
There's
capitalism. Like
fascism or
they
something, or
still don't even know. Right?
authoritarianism, or dictatorism.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like they don't even
Exactly.
know what they're looking. They don't
They
even know what
don't
they're
even know
looking
what
at.
they're looking for.
But they don't have to. If people are uneducated and just distracted enough, they really don't have to make a real argument, which is that's where we've been kind of slow to figure out tactically how to respond to. I think communism has the stronger arguments and the superior economic system, but they're more about they're not about winning the argument like a lawyer arguing in good faith. They're like the sophist who is trying to win by lying, and they're better at that.
Lance wants a crash course on the difference between communism and socialism. They're similar, but they are different. So, do you guys want to get into that right now?
The tricky
Or
part is
you
how communists
or we
disagree
can.
about communist. Like everyone has their own opinion.
I mean, we could finish what we're talking about, and then we could delve into it. What would y'all like to do? Because I mean, this is why
it doesn't really.
we're
It doesn't.
here,
It's
right?
you guys' show. Yeah, it's you guys' show. So I mean,
No, I
I
mean,
just
are
stand up
y'all
to support.
finished with the crypto shit?
Oh, y'all can tell me if you want.
Okay.
I can talk about that for hours. So y'all
We
gotta
can talk about that for hours.
I
I
can
don't
literally
have
talk about
enough.
it for hours.
I don't have enough knowledge to talk about that for hours.
Well, since Lance is just looking for a crash course, I would just say the simple heuristic that everyone sort of leans on is communism is a moneyless, stateless, and classless system. You don't have communism unless you have all three of those things. And that is such a difficult objective to achieve that most people are rightfully so consider it too difficult to achieve, so we're not going to be communists. I think it's achievable, but not without the mass support needed, the critical mass needed for people to achieve the change. And that's where it's a ironic thing, because communists are all about dialectical materialism. We're about seeing the world in a materialist kind of way, but there's a kind of idealistic hope for people to be able to agree on such a massive scale for us to be able to implement a system like that.
Well,
But
let
I
me
think
ask you this.
it is the right thing to do, because it would be if you're looking at what would provide the most benefit to society, it would be if we could have successfully accomplished the abolishment of money, the state, and class, because the state is one of the things that people complain about the most. But if you really want to get rid of the state, you actually have to address the contradictions of class and of money. But we can't really get around to dealing with the state that oppresses all of us, because we can't agree about the problem of class and the problem of money, if they are problems or not.
So let me ask you this. They call China a communist country, right? But the government has its hand in a lot of things in the country. So if it's a classist government, like, how could it be communist? So why do they call it?
Is a complicated case. There's too many disagreements about China. I think that we're being too kind to China when we allow it to claim like it is the strongest upholding of the communist legacy. They're the most Marxist Leninist country. I think that when you observe their behavior on the geopolitical stage, and when you observe the way that they have fine-tuned their domestic economics and everything, there is enough examples of turning away from a Marxist Leninist kind of way of running the country. They have opened themselves up to the global capitalist system, liberalized themselves a little too much. They are falling under the category of authoritarian state capitalism a little too much for people to dismiss outright. But that is what the most diehard loyalist communists who want to be cheerleaders for the Chinese communist system, they will not really allow us to be dialectical when we talk about China. So This is a big thing about
So
Western
what?
leftists don't know what they're talking about. Go ahead.
So we never actually had this discussion, so this is very interesting. Lance just ripped the fucking Band-Aid off. When I think communist, I think of communities taking care of themselves, growing their own food, um, uh, bartering and trading amongst themselves, and taking care of their community. Tribalism is what I think when I think communist. Like, there is no government. We don't. Why the fuck do we need somebody to manage us when we can manage ourselves and figure it out for ourselves? In specific communities, like, we got this community here, you got that community there. Do you have a rebuttal about that, or how do you feel about what I'm saying?
My rebuttal is about imperialism. So I would say socialism could work without a need to transition to communism if we didn't have that really nasty little issue of imperialism. Kind of what Lenin called the final stage of capitalism, which is what we've entered in. The whole distinction about late stage capitalism is about imperialism. So the reason why we can't have socialism is because the empire will not allow us to develop it, even if it is in our own interest, if it's what we as a community democratically choose to pursue. This fascistic, terroristic, whatever dictatorship will intervene in our free will in order to construct the best solution in society for us, right?
So this is
we have to
great,
find a way to respond to imperialism, and that is what communism.
This is a great point. What you're saying, this is a great point, because I feel like the reason I am socialist is because there is no way you're going to go from a capitalistic system to straight up communist. Like, you gotta have a transition,
right?
And that transition is socialism. And then maybe after socialism, we can go back to communism. You know what I'm saying? Right. But you're like, fuck it, we doing communism right now.
I'd say the way you just described that, you are the same kind of communist that I am. Any communist who understands what communism is well enough understands that you need that transitionary period of socialism. But Marx and Engels themselves were very, they objected really strongly to a lot of the socialists in their own time as being insufficiently radical. And so that's what we call being a communist now, is being a radical socialist, where if you're a socialist from back in Marx's day that didn't believe that Marx and them were correct, you would have an argument about socialism as if it's not a transitionary stage, as if it's something that's just like a free market competition, like a competition of ideas between socialistic policies and capitalistic policies. And there is no abolishing of the government, no getting rid of state of money, state or class. There is just trying to manage capitalism as cleanly as possible.
And I see, Lucky, you unmuted, so I know you want to say something. I'm just going to jump in real quick, and then I'm going to give it to you, okay? The thing about Marxism is all he did was document what he saw in African tribal communities. That wasn't his own idea. He was documenting the behaviors that he saw in Africa, which was a communist society. So Swift, Lucky, I'm gonna give it to you, and then Michael, you go next.
Yeah, I appreciate the collectivism principles that you're speaking on from the African tribe perspective. How do y'all feel about market socialism? I mean, you kind of just described it a little bit. Ideal market in a socialist economy, but so are you pro or against market socialism in itself?
That's a good question. It's kind of a necessary phase, like the socialist transition period. We're not really able to do that without having a type of market socialism. So this is where you can be as critical of China as you like, but there is some method to their madness about you have to sort of beat the capitalists at their own game, which is not the simplest thing to do. So when you want to talk about socialism in one country and trying to just make your market and your country socialist and not really try to interfere, interfere with the sovereignty of other nations in order to impose your ideology on them is not acceptable or recommended. Based on history, that doesn't really work very well. But the problem is with the global economy being interconnected. So as much as you want to strictly for your own people create your own little socialist system isolated from the world, what you need to do is have a system that's integrated with the global economy. And if you do that, then you're suffering the pressures of the American dollar hegemony that controls the global economy. They have this exorbitant privilege of being the world reserve currency. They get this ability to print however much dollars they want. So if you're going to try and have a socialist market system, you have to find a way. You're going to have to compete with this American dollar that is dominating the markets of the world. This is why China is doing this whole BRICS initiative about de-dollarization, because in order for their market to successfully deliver socialism, they have to actively compete with American capitalism that is designed to oppress people. And what they're trying to do is the opposite, which is liberate people with economics.
So for those who, okay, I'm going to say what I understand market socialism to be. I could be wrong, I could be right. Just so the people who are watching have an understanding, because that's a new term that we're throwing out there, right? I understand market socialism to be like a corporate a B corporation, where the people who work there have like own stock in the company and can make decisions for the company. Is that what you guys understand it to be, or am I off base?
It's actually interesting that you bring that up, because I would say that's kind of like a neoliberal imitation of socialism that they've kind of used to dupe some workers.
He said market socialism.
Right, but I'm saying a more accurate thing for market socialism is not owning a percentage of stock in the company, but owning an actual piece of the company, having the actual shareholder authority that stockholders have, because they make you think that you own part of the company, but we really only own the stock, which is susceptible to the fluctuations of the stock market. So that way, they actually externalizing some of the risk of being the business owner onto the workers. So they're
wait. Okay. I'm hearing you. So you're saying the workers own stock, but the owners own what?
Ownership of the company. Rights.
Oh, like they own they own like a percentage of the company.
It's like voting power. It's like voting
power. Yeah. Okay. I got you.
And that's another angle that I think that crypto and blockchain technology can really help out in. With not just tokenizing the stocks, but at the same time having what as people are labeling as DAOs, but they're just decentralized organizations where depending on how many tokens you hold depends on how much voting power you have in which way the company goes or which way the whatever you're working with goes, right? So I feel like you can't really have one without the other, or you will suffer the same thing that we deal with in the traditional finance system with the centralization aspect and the monopolies and all of that type of stuff. It's just going to recreate itself if we don't set it up.
Basically, you're saying that like a B corporation is just like throwing crumbs at the worker. More crumbs than they would usually have.
Yeah.
Is what
and they turn around and buy it back.
Would be actually giving them like a cookie kind of thing.
Yeah. Instead of giving them crumbs, they gave them a cookie.
but it would still
Oh
be,
shit.
you still have to be kind of like operating under the laws of capitalism in a market socialist. That's where it gets really confusing for people who are kind of rightfully frustrated about how these terms are being used and how they change over time. And because this thing about like capitalists are trying to, like, capitalism is failing. Its contradictions are like encumbering it so much that it's starting to collapse in on itself. So what do to save it? They have to rebrand it. And that's why I'm very suspicious and leery of crypto as capitalism's rebranding. And if people are silly
Mm,
enough,
mm,
the next generation falls for it and we go through this cycle all over again. But there's also
mm,
interesting thing about the socialists are just as interested in crypto as the capitalists, and because they see it as the way out. So who is right?
mm. So there's another question on the floor. Are we done? Have we
I
wrapped
think
this
we've come
piece
full
up?
circle on that.
Okay. So
Yeah.
there's another question on the floor from Lance. Lance is really testing us today.
These are good questions, though. So,
Really good questions because he's making me question myself.
but these are also questions that we don't quite have consensus on as communists or anarchists. So, as me, I'm what you would maybe be most accurately described as anarcho-communist instead of anarcho-capitalist. So, in my understanding, anarchism is the end stage that we're looking for after we achieve communism. Then we have abolished, if we've abolished money, state, and class, we no longer need the state, we no longer need a government. So, according to Lenin's own words, the state should wither away when it, in a libertarian kind of sense, if we effectively administer the redistribution of wealth properly, and then we take care of the means of production and services of products and services and stuff without regulation from a government, if we are managing society effectively enough collectively, the need for the state becomes uh, obsolete. So it really does. It will. There is an idea that it will make sense for us to just not go through the motions of having a state if it becomes unnecessary. And then when that situation occurs, then you have the problem of communism overliving its use. So what you should have, in my opinion, is an encouragement of adoption of anarchism. So anarchism uh, is mostly concerned about hierarchical structural power. So they're looking for a horizontal society where power is
Yeah,
shared
a
equally.
stateless
Right.
society,
But
right?
communism understands that you're not, like you're saying, we're not going to be able to go from capitalism to communism with the push of a button. There is a kind of, you can't build the road to Rome in a day or whatever, right? So there's a work that
Right.
needs to be done.
So we have
So
to go
in
to
order
socialism first.
to get to communism. Then we need communism to get to anarchism, which is what we're really looking for. Because if you want to actually abolish the most amount of oppression and corruption and whatnot, then you need to distribute power equally, just like you need to redistribute wealth properly. So when the problem
I
with
would
hierarchy is that it creates oppression, it creates inequality, it creates
I
like
would much prefer living in a tribe where I go hunt my own food and like and I have all day to create and think and live and
but you're
not
not
just
allowed to do that because
work for a
imperialism doesn't let
motherfucker.
you. Yeah. So my point is that
Right.
communism is about using hierarchy to dismantle hierarchy, to smash it eventually. But anarchists, the reason why anarchists distinguish themselves from communists, like today, these days, and historically, they think that communism is doomed to fail because it reinforces hierarchy, thinking that it will eventually abolish it, but by reinforcing it and making use of it, it will become corrupted by hierarchy and find it has a conflict of interest. Once we control the state, we won't really want to abolish it. But I think that anarchists have us wrong. They're placing us they're in the category of fascists who think we are communists because we think that we have the power to smash the state once we control it. And people like the Soviet Union maybe have demonstrated that there is a concern there. The anarchists have a right to be concerned about that. I still think that if we do control the state, the problem of capitalism incentivizes us to abolish the state, because if we fail to use the state to destroy it, then we are going to backslide right back into capitalism. So it is not in our best interest to hoard power for ourselves. It is in our best interest to create the conditions for anarchism to thrive.
You know what I want to know? If Lance is all asking all these fucking hard questions, why he ain't pull up? That's what I want to know.
Last week. You gotta.
Why you ain't pull up yet?
Don't cajole him now.
Where you at?
Gotta give him time to come to him. Give him time to come freely of their own will.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, okay. But still,
I've been talking a lot, I feel like, so I'm gonna go have a toke here. Stay Swift. You got any comments about?
Take a break, Michael. You could take a break.
I'll be right back.
Okay. So Lucky, it's me and you. Just me and you. Oh, baby. Oh, damn. Well, it's just me. All right, so I'm going to show some other stuff that I want to talk about, because we haven't got around to it yet. I just have to look for myself and see where it is. I'm trying to figure out, do y'all think we are like in a civil war right now? And we just don't know it? I think that's a good question to ask. Are we in a civil war right now and we just don't know it? Because shit ain't looking right. Oh, I'm going to play this. Well, I don't even remember what she's saying. So apparently some people got shot in Portland. Nobody's even talking about that. Have y'all heard about that? It's not looking good, folks. But I'm going to pull up something. I'm going to pull up this real quick. I don't even want to see his face. That's Trump. I don't even want to pull him up. He getting on my nerves. Fucking. I'm getting there, y'all. I'm getting there. I don't want to be too divisive either, so. All right. You know what else I want to talk about? The fake Black Panthers that they are pushing on the American people. These fucking Latinos cosplaying as Black Americans, acting like they the Black Panthers. They do this every time. I want to talk about that too, but right now, I don't know what this is. What is cajoling? I don't even know what that word means. Okay, let me know in the comments. But here we go.
If you comply, you will not die. That's it. Just comply. If you comply, you will not die.
Hi, I am calling because I'm trying to explain to some lib friends what's going on, and I'm trying to tell them if you comply, you will not die, just like the representative said. And so right now I'm looking through the Constitution, and I'm wondering, I'm struggling to find that. Can you tell me what section of the Constitution says if you comply, you will not die?
I can't speak on that personally, man.
Because I'm seeing that you have a right to not be searched unlawfully. You have a right to speech. Lots of stuff that is counter to if you comply, you will not die, and very little to back up if you comply, you will not die. So I'm wondering, is he against the Constitution, or is it in there somewhere and I just can't find it?
Again, ma'am, I can't speak personally on it, and I can't speak on his behalf either.
Are you embarrassed working for a congressman who's blatantly going against everything our Constitution stands for, telling people they're going to die if they don't follow unlawful orders?
Again, ma'am, I can't personally comment.
Well, saying I'm just a messenger is like for non-fascist times. When we have a fascist regime saying it's okay for them to kill us if we don't follow unlawful orders, that's when being complicit comes in. That's when you're part of a fascist regime. So saying I can't speak on behalf of him, I'm just the messenger, isn't really a valid thing to say given the circumstances.
I can take a comment down for you, man.
Yeah, let him know. We'd like him to quote where in the Constitution backs, if you comply, you will not die. And also, you should quit. You're working for a fascist regime and betraying your country.
Look,
Okay,
look,
thanks
look,
for your
look,
time, lady. Are you done now? Can I go home?
look. She thought she ate with that.
Yeah,
You know
she
how
thought
long?
yeah.
She thought she ate. You know how long Black people in America have been complying and dying? Girl, get out my face.
I mean, good on her.
I am not playing with you.
Good on her for taking the step towards we're in a fascist regime, right? Because there's a lot of people who would just say, this is against the Constitution, right? But they wouldn't connect the dot to the fascism there. But do you know what you're dealing with as far as imperialism, right? So they wrote the laws corrupt to begin with. Whatever legal system that you think, like people, oh no, Trump ruined everything, as if we're in some kind of crazy emergency compared to the emergency we're already in before all of that. Same thing in, ironically, in Canada, they do the same thing with Trudeau, where we had all these fuck Trudeau flags everywhere. People acting like he destroyed the country, kind of like how Trump is to the U.S. forever. But he is just one.
It's like y'all been this way.
He was just like one the latest in a long string of many bad, terrible prime ministers that have been betraying the people and making a country a joke from its inception. And yet, now we have a whatever. Are you gonna quit your job? Are you gonna quit your job because you're in a fascist regime or whatever? He would have never, if he was gonna listen to you, he would have never accepted the job in the first place. So you just wasted that guy. Like, that reason why the guy had no response. He had no emotional reaction to her whatsoever. He was just like, okay, and because he knows that what she just did was ultimately a waste of time. You might get a few views on likes on social media, but you aren't achieving a revolutionary change. Sorry.
Does that kill you? No, don't say I'm sorry. Does that kill your egg?
No, it's Eggs D from the Canadian Commie channel.
Oh, so that's somebody different. Okay, well, welcome. And you can come up if you like.
I haven't been able to catch I haven't been able to catch John's stream lately, just with timing, and
I just saw.
I'm not sure if he's been missing a few streams lately, but yeah, go ahead, check out the Canadian Commie if you've never heard of him.
Is that
another
him?
communist in Canada?
Is that him?
That's not him. That is one of his viewers, supporters. So I appreciate
because I do watch that. I do watch that show.
because the only couple of people
I
I
like
see
it.
from his channel over here is Eggsy and Fiddleford. So for
Oh, and
whatever
Pinford,
reason,
okay.
nobody else is interested in what I have to say. I get it. Whatever I can be, some of my takes are whatever, maybe wrong or ignorant or whatever. So hopefully I can grow and
Aw,
maybe some of the
thank you,
things,
Eggs.
yeah, maybe some things that people criticize me for, they're wrong about, and they'll grow. Who knows? Anyway,
And if you want to come on, this is an open discussion. There's a pin in the chat, and you're more than welcome. Or you could just hang back and chill.
yeah,
It's whatever you want to do.
That's what you just want, something to listen to. I get that way too. I can't really be wanting to talk with everybody in every chat every day. Sometimes I appreciate seeing you guys up there, but I just want to sit back and listen to whoever podcast I'm watching, you know. So
Oh, what? Hold on, I gotta. What? Oh, hi, Doshi. Hold on, I gotta say this first. Hi, Doshi. She's from True Song Channel too. She is my sister from another mister. And if you want to come up, you can come on up. But if you want to chill, you can do that too. But I like her a lot. She has really good positive energy. So
good.
you probably heard her too, because you've been on True Song.
Yeah, I might have. I haven't been
He
on there
said
so
he was
much
gonna come up
lately.
here and troll you.
Yeah.
I said you better not.
No, do whatever he wants. You know, he's welcome. I'd rather talk with people more, like, honestly to them as people. I feel trolling people is kind of a dehumanizing thing. It's like objectifying people in a way. Treat them like a podcaster, not as a person, right? But trolling is fun. I can't deny people; they're fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to this because I'm trying to figure out. So she was talking to an opportunistic social climber who probably doesn't even view her as a person. You get those types, a dime for a baker's dozen in the DMV. I'm not really sure what he's talking about, but
He's talking about
he's
the
talking about
lady
that lady
on the phone and the guy that she was talking to, who was just like, she was telling him to go quit his job because he works for a fast regime, and he just didn't really have any kind of, okay, sure, whatever. Have a nice day. I don't give a fuck about what you're saying.
Yeah,
you know?
and like she's posting it like she's really doing something. Girl, go sit your white ass down somewhere. I'm sorry. If I'm not talking about you, don't take offense. Though she's almost off work, the convo is about whatever we talking about, baby.
It's been about a few different
It's
things
an
already.
open. We're doing like a Truth Zone open discussion. So when you get home, pull up.
Yeah, if anyone wants to join us and share their thoughts, we do like a call-in show kind of thing. If you want to call in, and you don't have to show your face or anything, but it's nice to get to know people and actually talk to them. I think it's a good way to like organize. Like the initial phase of organizing is to getting to know people, and then once you know people, then you can start to work together more behind the scenes and then publicly, right? But you got to kind of start at the beginning. So anybody?
It's a lot of Truth Zone people in the house today.
Yeah, cool.
I
Well, Truth
appreciate
Zone's
that.
typically going all day, so it's like you can drop out for a while when it gets boring, find something else to do, drop out of here when it gets boring, and do that all day. So
Oh, what's going on with this little connection between Lucky and Jacqueline? What y'all talking about? I'm gonna leave it alone.
So this is the thing about people are busy too. Life takes precedence. So But this is what we do. We all have free time. So if those of you who have any free time, maybe not this week, but next week, right? We'll catch you when we have a chance. As long as we provide the opportunity, or if you build it, they will come, right? So.
Well, on Thursday, we're not opening it up to discussion. We talk about topics. So this is the day to open it up to discussion. So, and shout out to Truth Zone for giving us the idea.
I appreciate you, Dulcie, saying make sure y'all like the stream too. Yep. Like, share, and subscribe if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't like, don't like. If you don't want to subscribe, don't, and such, so on and so forth.
We will survive either way. Okay, I'm gonna show you something that I thought was interesting, and I want to see what you have to say about this.
Sure.
Bitch, I'm so sick of you and Fox. Jesse Waters, I'm so sick of you, you caterpillar eyebrow, greasy haired bitch. I'm so sick of you and Fox Entertainment, because Fox Entertainment is not news. Y'all have admitted this in so many lawsuits that you're not news, which is why you make up bullshit like this.
I have to pause it for a second to just be fair that MSNBC has had the same lawsuits, and the courts decided they weren't news either. They were entertainment, and therefore the lawsuit couldn't stand.
Right.
So
well,
I'm not
this
trying to. I don't care about any of them.
Even that ruling is significant, but the courts have proven time and time again ad nauseum how they are opportunistic about the way that they make their rulings too. They could have been much more punishing in so many ways of all these corporations, but they make these rulings that are all like 99.99% of the time a slap on the wrist, nothing to see here. So stop fucking, you can't call yourselves objective or impartial justice if every time you have the chance, you keep helping the capitalists maintain their dominance over people. This problem would have disappeared a long time ago if the fucking judges side with the socialists, but they keep punishing us, right? So.
Money, 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 money.
They still let them, like, an example, they still like to call them, they're allowed to call themselves Fox News. You see that brand right there? What kind of a judge let that happen where they let the world know that they're not news, legally speaking, they're entertainers, but they went around and said it's okay to continue to pretend that you're news.
Yeah, and they call themselves news channels, but I'm gonna start
and people
over
still believe that they're news channels.
And they do. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna start it over. I just thought she was hilarious.
Sick of you, you caterpillar eyebrow, greasy haired bitch. I'm so sick of you and Fox Entertainment, because Fox Entertainment is not news. Y'all have admitted this in so many lawsuits that you're not news, which is why you make up bullshit like this.
2 babies were hospitalized yesterday after being exposed to tear gas. How were they exposed? Their crazy moms brought them to a riot.
A mother didn't bring her baby to a riot, you lying fuckface. A family with a mom, a dad, and 6 children were riding in a minivan through a public neighborhood to get home.
So you know this story? Oh, you're on mute. Sorry. Okay, well, I'll just keep going. So the story is this Black family, it's a mother and father with 6 children in a van, were like just trying to get back into their neighborhood, and ICE threw a like this tear gas bomb or something under their car, and it blew up. It was horrific. But anyway,
home from their son's basketball game, and then ICE lost its fucking mind, didn't give a shit about who got hurt on this neighborhood street in this neighborhood that is residential where families and children are living, and then they bombed out this minivan, blew out the windows, blew out the airbags, and they tear gassed all of the people inside, including a 6-month-old baby, and that baby's mother had to give it CPR. So why the fuck are you lying? Because here's the thing. If y'all actually thought what ICE was doing was okay, if you actually thought that this shit was okay, you wouldn't make up shit. Like saying that that woman was taking her baby to a riot, especially when the local news already reported on it here.
Destiny and Sean Jackson, along with their 6 kids, had just left a nearby grocery store after the game when they turned onto Lindale.
There's nothing we can do if it's blocked off.
All we heard was boom, and every airbag deployed.
They say a flashbang went off near their car as tear gas enveloped them. Their 6-month-old child was still in the car.
He was just like lifeless. I was giving him mouth to mouth, and I remember stopping and I said, I will give you all my breath till you get yours back, because
y'all know good and well that ICE going across this country and snatching up babies and children and families and shooting people in the face and detaining U.S. citizens unlawfully and terrorizing the streets of America is not right. But you've already aligned yourself with modern day slave catchers and fucking Nazis. So what do people like you do, Jesse Waters? You have to fucking lie, even though we already can disprove the shit that you're putting out there. And unfortunately, the millions of people who watch you are fucking stupid and they're falling for the shit. And we know that's how authoritarianism works. And we know that George W. Bush already set this in motion by leaving all of the fucking children behind, even though he claimed he wasn't. Because we know that America is operating on an average 3rd grade reading level, and y'all are taking it.
It's actually 6th grade. Like, I'm not going to let her do that to us. It's actually a 6th grade reading level, okay? Not that that's great, but I need to correct that.
That's a well-known
advantage of
problem.
how ignorant people are, so you can push hate. But I'm going to tell you right now, Jesse Waters, there's motherfuckers like me who is just a bitch with a phone, who's getting millions of views all the fucking time on social media, and your comeuppance is going to come because we are watching you, and we have voices and platforms, and we will keep exposing your shit.
Okay,
That's
this
not
has
how you
nothing
come
to
up
do with
with
anything, but she's really pretty. I mean, that has nothing to do with anything. I just want to give her a prop. She's a beautiful woman.
Yeah.
But
I was just
anyway.
going to say,
Driver
the way
Miss
that she
Macy
ended
is
it,
here.
was, hey, driving Macy, what's up? She's saying like, we're going to expose you. We got voices and platforms, but we're at that, like they turn the key to tyranny. We're in the fascist state, whatever. It's not pre-fascism, whatever. So we don't really have the voices. We don't really have the platforms. They haven't suppressed her yet, so it makes me wonder why. So because their comeuppance will come when we think, when we learn that platforms and voices are not enough, and we need action on you know what, revolutionary stuff. So
they say, look at Bella back there, straight chilling.
she is now. We gotta feed her some supper soon.
Jacqueline said, and you can leave, baby, it's okay. Jacqueline said something interesting. I don't know who Joey
Peltier.
Petier?
I know he's a well-known voice. He's a Native American. I forget which tribe he's from. He was not sure if it was him or his family member. I think there was a political prisoner for a long time. So
I would love to talk to JB. JB, like when we went through that whole RBN thing, JB was the only one that stayed in contact with me. He came on our show.
Well, we have been, I think, we probably have more of an opportunity to speak with them, have them on our show, not just JB, but the rest of them too. But we have been a little bit keeping to ourselves and not exactly been reaching out to certain.
I'm just cool with JB.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not.
So if
I'm
we're
not
just
really.
cool with that, then
Well, you said and everyone else. I was
it's
like,
not just RBN. There's also maybe some people are more like I'm a little bit more reserved instead of outspoken. Like I'm whatever you call it, introspective instead of extrospective. Like I'm not the people person, so it's kind of out of my comfort zone to be reaching out to people, but it would be good to grow in that sense, to not be limiting ourselves by trying to be shy. So
yeah, whose uncle is a legend? I don't know what's going on. What's happening?
Joey Peltier's uncle, I think, is a legend.
Oh.
So
Should we look that up now?
he's the political prisoner. I forget the story, but
A
he
Black
was innocent. He was
Panther?
arrested. No, I think he's a Native man who was arrested for like a murder, and he was innocent. And they held him for like decades. I think they've released him finally, but they ruined his
I'd
life.
love to talk to him. And
Yeah.
and I know some of the original Black Panthers that lives got ruined and had to go to prison for 20 years in New York City. That would be interesting for them to have a conversation together. We'll see.
Yeah, sounds good. So what are we going to move on to?
You said you were going to take Bella out.
I'm not out.
But,
I need to feed her supper in a little bit. But she's
okay,
sleeping now,
but,
so I'll just leave her alone.
Oh, okay.
Obviously,
but
she's not hungry.
you know when she wakes up, you know what I want to do.
You want
to know what I want to do. Hey,
say hi?
Yeah, I love how excited she gets when I say it, because she knows
it's like a
that
blind person though, because she's like, "What is this voice?" She doesn't quite attach it until she gets to meet you and smell you and knows your voice comes out of you.
Right. But she hears my voice and she's so excited, and I just love it.
You know, some dogs and cats, like, they watch TV, they kind of seem to understand that what they're watching is like a TV almost, but other dogs, they don't understand what it is. Or like, she doesn't really look at the TV when I have it on, and I have it on a lot. So
Cats are well cats, because of the way their eyes are made, they can see like specks. Like if you think your cat is just staring into nothing, they're not, because their eyes are way more acute than ours. They can see specks falling down. They can see little bugs flying. Like they can see all kind of shit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that they're just staring into space. They are actually paying attention to a lot of things.
That's right. Yeah, Leonard Peltier. I couldn't remember the name, but check Google Leonard Peltier. Check him out, and you'll see what we're. I'm pretty sure I got the story right. Rhonda, wanna fact check me if I got the gist of it wrong? That he was arrested falsely for murder and held for decades, just because it was just racism against Native Americans. I think he was maybe protesting. There was some kind of there's usually some kind of a like activism going on, and someone gets caught up. Like there's an event that happens, and then shortly after or during the event, a person gets kind of caught up in it. So I maybe just trying to like guess a little too much. I need to look it up myself, because it just like what's his name, Abu Jamal. There's lots and lots and lots of political prisoners. And it gets pretty depressing.
I know exactly
feel
who
like
you're talking
what can
about.
you do?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
So he like when
It's
they're
not
doing the whole
Abu Jamal.
free Assange, whatever. Yes, of course, but it makes me frustrated about this hierarchy of attention that people get, depending on there's some, you know, you could do all the analysis there, whatever, about racism and ableism and whatnot. Like who gets like the one Julian Assange, the most affluent white kind of man, of course he gets all that attention, right? But is that Mumia Jamal? He's like been in prison much longer. Like
Julian Assange should get a lot of attention from what he like. I feel like he should get attention too. But you're talking about Mumia Abu Jamal.
Mumia Abu Jamal, yeah.
Yeah,
so I'm
he
saying,
had a radio station from prison.
Where did all the Assange people go? Why didn't we all
they
then
didn't give a fuck.
go to make sure that we got him out, right? So this is what I'm saying about and there's a pragmatist argument, maybe that's a cloak for some racism there. So they say what would be the literal response would be, well, we wouldn't stand a chance getting Mumia out. We wouldn't stand a chance getting Leonard out. So let's put our efforts where we would actually accomplish something. Let's get Assange out. And sadly enough, there's probably a kernel of truth there because of the racism, the structural racism that people deny, and the implicit racism that people have, where part of the reason why they believe it's more possible is because the implicit bias they have, wherever a lot of us being white, thinking it's easier to save a white person, wherever, not really taking seriously that if you smash the racism, it's just as easy to save anybody. If you stop dithering and acting like you need to whatever, respect the racism that cannot be overcome.
Yeah. I mean, I respect Julian Assange. I respect.
I appreciate that we freed him. I'm just saying, right? As an aside.
I mean, there are people in history that we should pay homage to that fight for freedom, not just Black. There are some white people too. There are some natives. And when I say Black, I'm talking about American Indians. Because people don't want to talk about that, but we're going to talk about it. There are some Asians that are fighting, but for the most part, they lost in the fucking sauce. They lost in the goddamn sauce. I don't know why this girl is saying this. Said I look mad.
Black life. See, you noticed my fan, but it just broke like yesterday. Stupid thing. So now I need to go get a new one.
We already talked about that. I already talked to him about the air purifier. The fan is for the smoke. I was like, you got the wrong idea.
Not anymore.
But why I still look mad? She know I've been mad.
Yeah.
Do I still look mad? I feel like I've been doing good.
I don't feel nearly as mad as I was. I think I got some of my frustrations out just talking about the stuff that generally frustrates me.
Me and you felt mad in the beginning, but then we calmed down and got happy, right?
For the most part. I mean, so a lot of the stuff that frustrates me never goes away, so I can kind of blow off some steam about it, but it's only going to reaccumulate because this nonsense is bullshit, and it's just ever present. The enshittification of everything, right?
Can we talk about this for a second? Read that out loud.
It's also because of the conservatism that has infiltrated the independent media space. Yeah. There's this thing.
It's not just conservatism. It's neoliberalism. It's like all these people who were in mainstream media that got fired. Now they're in independent media. Why do you think that is? Do you think it's because they've been liberated from the media and now they want to speak truth? Or is it because they are moving into a space that they saw was a thriving space for independent media and they had to infiltrate it? What y'all think? That's just.
Well, I think there's also there's a backlash long been in the works against liberalism, kind of justified because of liberalism's like false promises and failures to live up to them. So the people get frustrated with liberalism and they reject it, and they get kind of naturally gravitate towards conservatism as a result. And so you can kind of see that with some of the Marxists, in the independent media. They can be very harsh against liberals and have kind of a bias towards conservatives, as if they're not as bad. They see things a little bit more of reality.
I do not like liberals.
No,
Michael, do you like liberals?
no, not particularly. I don't like being mistaken
we never
for
really
one.
discussed this. Yeah, we never really asked ourselves that. Do you like liberals? You said no, not particularly.
No,
I can't stand
I didn't even
liberal.
vote for them.
I think
there's
Martin
more
Luther
socialists.
King and Malcolm X told Black people about the liberal. I want them to stay as far away from me as possible. I can't stand a fucking liberal. Okay, I'm sorry.
Delay.
Go ahead.
No, it's
I
the
think
delay.
it's the delay,
I have
right?
a hard time jumping in. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the delay. I'm sorry. So let me shut up. Go ahead.
I'm just saying there's more like Canadian socialist commies in the independent media who have more of a history of, I voted for the Liberal Party until I finally realized I had to wake up, or the NDP. Okay, I didn't have that history. I was more awake to like sooner, where I was, no, there's these, I'm not voting for these liberals or these NDP because they don't actually represent people's interests. I didn't need to go waste my time thinking that we could hold a Democratic Party left, the Canadian version of that. All right. But I also was privileged enough to be like born late enough that I get to see all these failures. Like I've learned about them because they've happened, as opposed if I was born a little bit more in the 80s or 70s or whatever, I would have had to be the one making the mistake of probably putting my faith in the NDP or something. But they've turned their back on socialism and stuff. So I don't understand why people still try and act like they can be the working class party. I did vote for the Green Party once, but that's all that ever, I think I could have voted twice since then. I've only had 3 opportunities to vote, but I had an idealistic whatever first time vote when I was 18 or whatever for the Green Party, but that was knowing that was a throwaway vote. It's not going to achieve anything because of the same problem you guys have with the third party issue. Why vote for the third party if you know they can't win? You know you're just wasting your time voting for them. It's more a vote for in principle than a practical use of time, right? So people try and vote more strategically, which is why they're voting for NDP. They're doing the game theory stuff. They're gambling, right? You got to recognize that you can't gamble in a rigged game. You have to stop playing. That's why I never voted for the Green Party again after I had that initial moment of
This is
hope.
very interesting what you're saying. Okay. I'm trying to deconstruct what you just said. Okay. So you were voting for Green Party as third party for some type of change, but you feel like it's not constructive?
It was never going to work. It was just a waste
okay.
of time.
So then who would you vote for?
That's my point. There is no point in voting in Canada right now. If you understand, like as a Marxist, I could vote for the Communist Party.
Look at this. I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry.
No, go ahead. No vote, no president. That would
I
be an
just thought that was
improvement.
funny.
Vote Yard Rock 2028. It is now. You guys remember Yard Rock from Lee Camp show? Shout out to Lee Camp.
But please finish your statement because I really didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
I should maybe start voting for the Communist Party. There's just the issue about the Green Party gets like 1% of the vote sort of thing. The Communist Party gets like 0.001% of the vote, if that. So again, it would not really be, we need to find a way to increase the popularity of the Communist Party of Canada for it to be a viable option for voting. But there is the tide of public opinion is viciously against putting, like, this is why people would say it makes no sense for you to be a communist in Canada right now, because nobody's going to support you, even if you're right. So why? It's like, if you're right, that's what you should do. And this is where it might be the very bad conditions to be a communist right now, but if that's the right thing to do, that's what we should be doing. If that's the change that we need, sugarcoating it and trying to accomplish some kind of secondary objective instead of addressing the primary contradiction, I think that's not going to accomplish the being pragmatic thing, right? People think they're being pragmatic by voting for the Democratic Party or the DSA, whatever it is they think that they're doing. Organizing, but not really doing the right thing with that organizing, So it's important to figure out, we only have our how many years we have to live our life. So if we're spending 10, 20 years on a failed project, it will be good to have the insight to learn how to avoid that. So I don't see the Communist Party of Canada being able to do anything right now, but maybe I haven't given enough of a chance. If there's any Canadians watching, wherever, let me know what you think about the Communist Party of Canada. But within the States, there's sort of a similar recognition about the Communist Party of the CPUSA has been defunct, infiltrated basically by the CIA. So that's the main reason. Why join a party so that you can be spied on and controlled by your opposition, right? So we need to establish probably a new Communist Party of Canada that we can hopefully maintain operational integrity, whatever, without being infiltrated. Because one of the reasons why the Communist Party of Canada, I think, is not being a viable option in people's eyes is because they must have failed in some way as far as having the right plan of action. Because on some fundamental level, I think people support ideas if they're good, and if they are not grounded enough in reality, that is the main reason why your ideas are failing, as opposed to, you can blame it on your enemies all you like. Capitalism's too strong, but we need to find a way to overcome that strategically. And if we have yet to find that strategy, it makes sense why people aren't giving us their allegiance. So, but in the States, they recognize the need to dump the CPUSA. Some people online that I was witnessing, anyways, in trying to create this ACP, the American Communist Party, trying to overcome the infiltration by the CIA of the old party and maintain an actual revolutionary. The working class needs a revolutionary party because they don't have any political party that represents their interests. So first and foremost, we need to create that. And then but the problem is that people misunderstand how much 3D chess this is, right? Because we need to create a party that's not actually trying to win electoral politics. And people, why would you support a party that's not trying to win? What a waste of time and money and energy. Because we need a place to organize the people and get them serious about class consciousness, whatever. That the education of the Marxist education, whatever, must be kind of done in that party environment, right? Because it's official politics business that would be more effective if it wasn't fucking banned by the state. So we have to kind of carve back our political rights from the state, whatever, even though they're going to try and abuse us every step of the way. We kind of have to fight the fight, and then once we're organized within the party, then we can kind of do extra party activities as far as union organizing and whatnot that helps change things, because there's the legal grounds that the capitalists fight us on, which is they win the political game above the league in technically legal means they challenge us publicly, but then they also fight us in illegal means. So they lobby the government to call the strike illegal, but they also pay strike breakers to violently intimidate and coerce workers, right? So the capitalists and the government themselves, frankly, if you want to make a distinction between the government and capitalists, wherever, they do illegal stuff to us all the time. So when you think that we're going to defeat them by only the legal means of electoral politics, you're not acknowledging the reality that the government and the capitalists are not trying to beat us with only legal means. So we need to fight them on both fronts. So you're muted, Abby. Go ahead.
Yeah, hold on. I want to stop you for a second, because you're talking about this comment about the electoral college, like
right. That's a whole
so
issue that I don't have to deal with in Canada, but we have all other challenges. Yeah.
Right. So we can't go from this government straight to communism, right? We have to break down systems. The electoral college is one of those systems. It's a racist fucking system. It has been and it always will be. So when they're saying like reform that, it's not just reforming that, it's also reforming the gerrymandering issue. Like there's so many things that need to be broken down out of the system. The delegates, the fucking super delegates, nobody even knew super delegates exist. They just pulled them motherfuckers out of their ass. We didn't even know we had a fucking parliamentarian. They pulled that shit out of their ass. It's like they keep changing the goalposts, and we just supposed to be okay with it.
Well, that's where.
But like I said, this is their nation. This is their country. Unless they fight to change their country, ain't no way we gonna be able to do it. We as in black people, brown people, they don't give a fuck about us here. This is a country for white people to fight for. So y'all go fight and have at it.
Well, don't worry.
That's
It's happening. It's coming, right? The more that Trump does all the stuff that he's doing, the more that this is where it's fun to watch what's happening to MAGA. I've been seeing a lot of commentators. They kind of follow MAGA, and I follow them. So MAGA is all fracturing apart. They're pulling each other's hair out because of who told you to trust in Trump or whatever. I'm telling you to still trust in Trump or whatever. This is all going to work. America's going to be so great. Just trust the boss, whatever. It's all fucking falling to shit. And they gaslight the shit out of each other. It's pretty amazing. So,
I mean, you have a point. I don't know why you left, but okay. But you have a point. It is our land, but it isn't our laws. All that was stripped away from us a long time ago. So they got to decide what they want to do. And it's not our job to jump in there and help them.
I think at this
tired
point,
of helping.
we're just all kind of watching and waiting to see what happens with this de-dollarization stuff. If the U.S. dollar does finally stop being the world reserve currency, and they have to actually pay all that debt that they're building up, it becomes pretty like the course of events will determine what will happen, regardless of what people want on the left or the right, in a sense, because all the debt, whatever's already been accumulated, whatever, all like all the bills where the chickens have to go home to roost where they belong, right? And it will all happen. So.
I just want to tell Lucky be safe on the road. He had to jump off because he's on the road. So be safe.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Good luck on with all your endeavors today. So take care.
I mean, he's still listening and still fucking with us.
He's on the road. He's probably on the way to do something or whatever. So
probably a truck driver or something, or a dump truck, medical transport. You never know.
Anyway, not to be too weirdly curious about someone's life. What to move on to?
Well, let's move on to something else. Look, everything I'm moving on to, I'm
letting you kind of do the.
Happy.
I don't really have anything to. Like, I didn't do any domestic research. I've been.
I was telling you, I've been on
a kick about geopolitics.
I feel like I looked at all the stuff I pulled up, and it felt like nihilism. Like none of it was happy. Like none of it was. I don't know.
Yeah, this is where we're caught in the gravity well. We're descending. We let them establish a dystopia, and then anyone surprised why everyone's fucking miserable, and there's no stopping hate speech, whatever. When you keep letting the economy fall apart, you're just breeding hate, let alone hate speech, right?
I can move on to something else. Let me look this up and make sure it's accurate. While I'm doing that, I could play something, but it's nefarious.
Yeah, if you want to find something to play, I was going to be taking a moment. I have to go outside for a smoke. Once I do that, I'll feed Bella. So
go ahead, baby. Go ahead, baby. I'm waiting for Black Life. Black Life, can I get my cigarettes, please? I don't even want to smoke cigarettes anymore. Like I never smoked cigarettes until I moved back to Baton Rouge, Louisiana. That's just the stress of it all.
I was kind of looking to quit drinking and smoking again.
Like that shit.
I don't mind it when I feel good, whatever. But there's always a time where you got to pay the piper or whatever. Where you wake up in the morning and you feel the pain from all that you've been doing yourself, right? So I'm ready to kind of hopefully quit the smoking and the drinking, but not quite, because I'm in a little bit too of a stressful time with the court case and being fired, and like things are so stressful that to try and quit right now, or whatever, the stress of withdrawal on top of the life stress is just very like it's like the rubber. You could bend the rubber, or whatever, you're just gonna snap right back, or whatever. It's like I feel like I can't exactly do it even if I wanted to right now, right? So I have to buy my time when I can actually whatever summon the willpower to make it happen. So maybe that's weak of me, but you go ahead and live through some of this shit. Why don't you?
Wait! Before you take Bella, she has to hear my voice. You got me on mute.
Just going out.
Hey, Bella. Bella's
And
asleep.
like go out.
Oh, she jumped up. Bella.
Bella.
Hey, Bella. Bella loves me. She knows when she hears, "Hey, Bella," she's going outside. That's so cute. She is like focused on my voice. That's so cute. Rondo. So I don't know who you're asking that to, but for me personally, I cannot. Hi, Cowboy Kitty. I personally cannot smoke. Well, I was told that it's maybe I'm smoking a sativa that's a downer, and I could be smoking an upper, but every time I smoke it, it makes me stupid, and I just don't like that feeling. But they say there's some cannabis that you can smoke that brings you up, but I guess I never paid enough attention. I don't know. I'm gonna take him off for a second. He could bring himself back on. He comes back. Ooh, my face to be. Oh, I gotta get some great sativa. Okay. Yeah, it always makes me feel stupid, and I don't like feeling stupid. Like I can't figure out my words and stuff like that. But I know some people say there's some marijuana that makes you very engaged and involved. But unfortunately, I haven't had any of that. So if somebody could send me some, lock it. You love the stupidity. I don't like it. I don't like feeling. I would love it if I was alone by myself. But when I'm in a crowd, not a crowd, but like a group of people, and they're all engaged, and I'm the only one dumbfounded, it feels fucking awkward. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Anyway, to change that subject, but y'all don't have to. Y'all can keep going. The Tivas and more uppers. Yeah, maybe I probably don't even. I don't understand. And it might be a conspiracy to sell more downers in the community. I don't know. Anything's possible. Uh-oh. Somebody just showed up. Black Life is here. I'm going to play this video. I'm not actually even sure what this video is about. But I saved it, so we're both going to be surprised. I've seen it before, but I have no idea what it is. We'll both be surprised together, and then we could discuss it. Okay, Rondo, when Mike gets back, we will revisit that, okay? Because I think that's important for him. Y'all funny. Here I am with some serious shit. I mean, I think it's serious. I'm not sure. Let me see what she's saying. I have no idea what she's about to fucking say. Okay.
One of my friends, Ryan, said something, and when she did, I was like, you know what? You're right. The same people who back a few years ago were so distrustful of anyone in government, thinking that COVID was a hoax, thinking that January 6th was actually Antifa. So why would Trump pardon Antifa? I don't know. Thinking that the ice crystals that form from the vapor of the exhaust as a plane flies in the cold air above are really
Oh Lord, she's
chemicals
talking
to
about
poison us,
chemtrails.
put there by the government. But now everything that the government tells them is their new talking point, even if it goes against what their eyes see. How do you do that? How do you go from thinking that there's this deep state conspiracy that traffics children and that there's this list that could tell us who is doing that so we could prosecute them and get them out of society? And then when we have the actual ability to do that, now it's a Democrat hoax because your Lord and Savior Donald Trump said so. And then when an American citizen is shot 3 times in the face by an unchecked federal police force, and you watch the video and she's literally waving the agents through. A car just went around her. There was room to get through, and she goes to leave, and one of those unchecked federal officers shoots her 3 times in the face. There's stuffed animals hanging out of her glove box. The widow of a veteran. You go with the talking point that the government gives you, that woman is a domestic terrorist. How are y'all the same people?
I see why I thought that was interesting. Okay. Okay, I know why I thought that was interesting. What do you think? Like, the cognitive dissonance is astounding. And it's not just on their side, it's on the Democratic side too. I'm just sick of all of these motherfuckers. Yeah, can we get rid of all these motherfuckers? Like, I just want to abolish the government. I sound like Michael now. I just know it's not plausible. So there's steps and stages to this. Ah, y'all still want to talk about weed? Ah, y'all funny to me. I kind of want to talk about weed too. If I had weed right now, I'd probably smoke it. No, I wouldn't. But I sure think about it. I would sure consider it. So I have this other video I want you to see. Here we go.
Too much time talking about
shit.
the tweet.
Y'all can't see it. Not fucking bad. There we go.
Folks, let's stop dancing around the truth, okay? We spend too much time talking about the tweets, the rallies, the personality clashes, but we don't spend enough time looking at the architecture. We miss the entire blueprint. Donald Trump represents a governing ideology rooted in 3 things, which is Christian nationalism, racial hierarchy, and raw, unfiltered power. And you don't have to call them names to prove it. You don't have to reach for insults. All you have to do is just look at the pattern. Have you noticed the language? The way people are described in this administration when black and brown communities here at home resist injustice, right? They're labeled disorderly. They're labeled thugs. They're labeled threats. But when black and brown countries abroad sit on valuable land, they're labeled corrupt. They're labeled failed states. They're labeled incapable.
I apologize. I don't know why.
And suddenly, when those same lands.
I apologize. I don't know why it's like jumping that way. Or if y'all see it jumping. I'm going to start it over. It's only like 2 minutes. We'll be fine. Maybe I need to just play it over.
Folks, let's stop dancing around the truth, okay? We spend too much time talking about the tweets, the rallies, the personality clashes, but we don't spend enough time looking at the architecture. We miss the entire blueprint. Donald Trump represents a governing ideology rooted in 3 things, which is Christian nationalism, racial hierarchy, and raw, unfiltered power. And you don't have to call them names to prove it. You don't have to reach for insults. All you have to do is just look at the pattern. Have you noticed the language? The certain way people are described in this administration? When black and brown communities here at home resist injustice, right? They're labeled disorderly. They're labeled thugs. They're labeled threats. But when black and brown countries abroad sit on valuable land, they're labeled corrupt. They're labeled failed states. They're labeled incapable. And suddenly, when those same lands hold the oil that the world craves, the mineral.
Okay, I don't know what's going on with the video, but basically he's saying that the same thing that they do to black and brown people in America, they exemplify that to black and brown people across the country. This is the colonizer's playbook. It's basically what is happening. We can't be okay with that. We can't act like it's not happening. Like we don't see it, like it doesn't exist. I don't know why this video isn't playing. I really wish I could play it to the end because it was very interesting. But whatever. Mm. And then I have we still talking about smoking. Okay, Jacqueline. Talking about smoking, I'll be having a cigarette before I get. Girl, I want a cigarette right now. I'm waiting for it. And that is so bad. I wasn't a smoker. But now, unfortunately, I have developed an addiction to smoking. And I want to quit. I really want to quit. So these eyeglasses, I bought them from an antique store. And then I got the lens that I needed put in the eyeglasses. But these are actually from the 1930s or 40s or something. They're like glasses from back in the cut. They had this really cute antique store on like 8th Avenue No, 8th Street and First Avenue in New York City. I think that's where it was. All kind of cute glasses. But these are the ones I came up with as the ones I wanted. I think I paid $50 for these frames. Just for the aesthetic of it all. Very cute. Who does this anymore? Like with the little flip and flop. I lived in Manhattan. No, okay, so I lived in when I moved there, I moved to Brooklyn. They fashioned it as pro crow, which was really I didn't understand at the time talking to the real estate agent. But pro crow was actually a gentrification term that I didn't even understand at the time. So it was like a mix between Crown Heights and Prospect Park. Prospect Park was where the black people lived, and Crown Heights was where the white people lived, and they were trying to gentrify the area. So it was like a dog whistle that I didn't even understand. I left Brooklyn. I moved to Astoria, which is like northeast of Manhattan, like when you first move into Queens. That was interesting because there was a lot of Africans that lived, West Africans that lived in Astoria. Italians, a lot of Italians, and then further into Astoria were a lot of West Africans. And then I ended up settling in Manhattan, East Village, actually. So that would be like First Avenue area, if you guys know what I'm talking about. So if you know, let me see what's going on. Sorry. Oh, y'all still talking about weed. Okay, well, I answered the question. And here he comes. They talking about weed. Lance, I can answer this one. Spliff or blunt. I feel like a blunt is a waste of weed. I feel like you can get the same high from a spliff. Like, start going blunt territory. You're just fucking doing too much. Like, how high can one person get? I always thought that was confusing.
I don't usually smoke joints, so if I were to mix my cannabis and tobacco, I would put it in the bong, and that's what my college roommates used to do. I found that's a way to be more addicted to addict yourself more to nicotine. I just smoke the cannabis, the green bowl. I still do that because I prefer it that way.
Do you like hookah?
Hookah, I've
Yeah.
smoked it a while ago. I enjoy it, but I don't have one of my own.
I
Seem
have
like a bitch to
one.
clean.
I have one. It's gorgeous.
It's nice, the flavored tobacco.
Yeah, I love smoking hookah. I ain't gonna lie. That shit is delicious. I shouldn't be
That's the
talking
problem with
about
that
I
is
like
it
to smoke.
makes you more addicted to the tobacco. Is if it's easier to smoke, it means you can smoke more of it. Or even if it's less, it's not about the addiction. It's you do more damage if you can smoke it. Whatever. Like part of the bad taste of the cigarettes is maybe not a bad thing. That's what I'm saying. That's what you see. These people, these vapes now, right? All these flavored vapes. And the
Oh, I don't do vapes.
I think that people smoke a
Maybe
lot
because I'm just
more
still
with the
old
vape.
school.
Because the cigarette, when it's over, you put it out, you go do something else. But with the vape, you can just smoke it until the cartridge is empty.
Mm. Your MAGA hat is in the post. What is happening? They just playing in the chat. It's fine. You know what, Lance? I've never smoked hash. I opportunity to smoke hash. My one opportunity, I didn't take it because I was about to take this job, and I didn't know if they were going to drug test me. Which they didn't because it was a corporate job, which is classist as fuck. Because why do they drug test people for regular ass jobs, but they don't drug test corporate jobs?
Yeah.
That is fucked up. I learned that early on in life.
Makes no
Oh,
sense.
oh, y'all different from us. Okay.
Yeah, I smoked some hash before, but it's kind of harder to get your hands on, or there's weed is all over the place. It's legal now, so it's a little doesn't. I don't feel the high is all that different from weed. So if you're
Oh, it's not.
if you're kind of worried that it's gonna be so, I don't know if I can handle it. Just smoke a little bit, just like weed. If you're worried about getting too high, just don't
That's
get carried away.
hilarious. That's hilarious. You see that?
Yeah, you can only be a CEO if you use cocaine. Yes, there's definitely a
Look,
failing
the,
upwards problem we have.
the funniest movie was like The Wolf of Wall Street. That shit was hilarious. Them motherfuckers was out of their fucking mind.
It's a little bit too funny. It's like this is a little too close to home. If only it's kind of sad because this is how it is. That's a little too real of a movie, you know.
I don't know.
But it's funny always saying that. You shouldn't try and say that reality is too much of a movie, because then you're just that guy who thinks that this is like life is Star Wars or something. You know, like no, like it's a good analogy to say it's like like the Empire is like the Death Star kind of thing, but then people don't take you seriously because you're like the way that you reference things is through the lens of entertainment.
Lance says Hitler was a coke and meth head. You know, like those Japanese for Pearl Harbor, they gave them drugs, right? They knew they were going to their death, and they just got fucking high.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a long time.
How
That's one of
many
the things I
military
learned.
people do that?
Yeah, well, I was researching about the history of cocaine when we were talking about Venezuela. One thing I forgot to mention was because I think I mentioned how the Inca, the area that they lived in was where like today you find all the cocaine, like the triangle between Peru and Bolivia and Colombia. That's the historic area of the Incas. And what they used to do, the state controlled cocaine supply and gave it to their workers as a staple to help them work. And they also gave it to their sacrifices, like the child sacrifices and stuff. They would dope them up with ayahuasca and cocaine and other things on there as a way to send them to their afterlife, whatever, to justify their sacrifice, kind of. Not to be like making like what the right wing would do is you guys are all in love with the indigenous. You ever see how barbaric they are? Or whatever. No, it's like the West has some more barbaric practices, at the very least, just as right. There's been child sacrifice all over the world. My point is that if they are modern use, like given the soldiers like Captagon, have you ever heard of that? Like it's like the
No,
modern.
I haven't.
Do you think like the reason why Hitler made meth and stuff was to create a super soldier? It's the eugenics, right? So they're creating drugs to try and help soldiers win on the battlefield. So if you think like meth was created in the 40s or whatever, or before, I don't know, probably before then. Just imagine how much time they've had to develop an actual super drug for an actual super soldier, right? So nowadays they have like meth in a pill kind of thing that's like way worse than meth. It's called Captagon, and they give it to soldiers, like people in Ukraine and Syria and stuff, so that they will
feel like
go
ayahuasca is something
sacrifice
different
their
though.
life, their mind. Yeah, but you know
Mousie's
what I'm saying.
here. Mousie's here, and he says, when it comes to drugs, I say do your own research.
Well said.
That's funny as fuck. I ain't
The
gonna lie.
problem with drugs is the state's used to try and control people, right? If we didn't have a coercive state trying to prohibit drug research or only accelerate the types of drugs that they want to see, like the drugs could be used like any kind of technology, kind of neutral, could be used to liberate us or enslave us. And right now it's more enslavement.
I feel like it's a good time to remind people join us for an open conversation, a discussion. The chat is, you can click the link. Don't be shy. Come talk to us.
Yep,
So
give us
there's
something more
that.
to talk about. One thing I was thinking while I was outside, we haven't talked about yet, is the fucking weather. Because god damn, is it cold out there right now.
They said it was supposed to snow in Baton Rouge, and I was like, no, you fucking lying.
No, I believe
It
it.
hasn't yet, but they say it's supposed to come.
Would not be surprised if it happens this year. It's one of those years, one of the once in a century kind of. We're gonna see snow in Florida. I heard there was iguanas falling off the trees the other day.
It already snowed here like 2 years ago. We made snowmen. We were out there throwing snow. We had snow fights. We made snow angels. We did all the fucking snow things because there's never snow here.
How common is it? Right. If we look that up,
And
I'll
it
bet
was
you.
inches. It was like thick inches.
Oh,
And
lots of snow.
I couldn't believe it. I was like, there is no way we not going outside and doing whatever they fucking do in the snow.
I went tobogganing with my kids the other day. It was fun. You know what tobogganing
Lance
is?
says, no, I don't know what that is.
I don't
Lance
even know
says
what
when
tobogganing is. Oh no.
Lance
Sorry.
says when you say it's cold, like, we know you're not getting.
Well, Windsor is the nicest, warmest climate in Canada, but it's like gotta be like minus whatever 20, minus 30 kind of thing lately.
Holy
Celsius.
shit, that's cold.
Yeah.
Oh, Celsius, not Fahrenheit.
Fahrenheit, though, I saw.
We don't know what the
Detroit.
fuck Celsius means. This is
I
America.
saw on a radar forecast the other day that the Detroit Windsor area is going to drop to 0 Fahrenheit. So that's got to be like minus 30, minus 40, whatever, with the wind chill, sort of.
So what is this thing you were saying that y'all did? That I never heard of?
What?
That thing that you said y'all did?
Tobogganing? Oh.
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
It's like taking a sled and riding down the hill when it's covered with snow.
Oh, I just didn't know the name of it.
Yeah.
And yes, Lance, I know what curling is. I just think it's fucking funny. Like, what?
Many kids are getting injured with the tobogganing, though. A bit of a be careful. You know.
Oh, before we move on, let's say goodnight to James.
Oh, good night, Jack. Thanks for tuning in.
Oh, I said Jazz, didn't I? My bad.
Oh, no worries.
Jacqueline. Have a good night, sweetheart. One day she's going to come up and let us hear her sweet voice. One day. Or she might not even have a sweet voice. She might have a voice of a cigarette smoker. Who knows?
Sandpaper voice. Let us know.
We just want to know what the voice sounds like.
Let's do the big reveal. of Jackson's voice.
The big reveal. One day. All right. Lance said, what the fuck is tobogganing?
Lance knows. He's just joking. He's in Barrie, Ontario. They get more snow than we do, pretty much every year. So, but this year has been one hell of a year. It's because of that polar vortex collapse thing. That's what I was saying. No one's talking about the climate change stuff anymore, and it's hard to on years like this when we're all freezing. So, yeah. It is funny how the whole world got the metric system because it's superior, apparently. But America's America.
We measure temperature in freedom units. The F stands for freedom. You know what? Y'all are fucking funny.
I do find it just confusing the way that we calculate the temperature either way. I feel like even the Celsius is maybe not the best.
You guys use the metric system?
Yeah, you guys use imperial system. Such a nice name for a measurement system.
Do they call it imperial system?
I think so, yeah.
Are you sure?
Anyone want to correct me if I'm wrong?
Okay.
I'm not sure even why they call it that.
I don't think it's called metric versus imperial. You're right. Damn. You know what we were taught? It was a standard system.
Imperial standard. Maybe it's like from
so they told us
ancient
it was
Rome, the Roman measurement system, and then like the calendar. If there's a better system, some nations refuse to adapt out of nostalgia or whatever.
But you see this, right? They told us this was the standard system, but they're teaching you this is the imperial system.
Which is weird because the metric system was the system of the British Empire, right? So anyway, yeah, I think it's just called imperial because it's the Roman, like its origins are maybe in the Roman measurement system. We got to look that up, I guess, if you want to have accurate information. But
and like Rondo said, when in Rome, do what the fucking Romans do, I guess.
I think it's like measured. Yours is like foot and inches, right? So how did the Romans get it? I think they had a different word. It was like called the stead or something, STEDE, or something like that. And then, but it's basically the average length of a step was how they measured distances until they came up with a more accurate method.
But whose step?
Exactly. Who's got the average foot? Whose foot's the right foot to measure a foot with? But it's called a foot for a reason.
You know what, Rondo? You're doing too much.
We can't fathom
and
that.
I'm just playing when I say that because I looked it up. Because what the fuck is a fathom? So apparently 1 fathom equals 2 yards. What the fuck is a fathom?
How do you get a yard? You add up your feet. I'm pretty sure they measured back in the day with you'd put your like how you do it roughly without a measure. Like if you don't have a meter stick is what we use, then you have to use your feet to gauge out how roughly 1 meter would be, whatever. If you know how many steps go into a meter. So in order to get a yard, you know how many feet go into a yard. And that's accomplished just by stepping on the ground 1 foot after the other with no spaces in between your toes and your heel. So
I don't know what's going on anymore, but okay. A fathom is a unit of length 1.883 meters, used primarily for measuring the depth of water in nautical context, originating from the span of a person's outstretched arm.
Exactly. They use the human body. And the reason why they feel, because man is the measure of all things. So this is where I appreciate Lance. The measurements are also based on Freemasonry. So probably one of the reasons why they refused to give
was
up
Rondo.
the imperial system. But
That was Rondo. And then also, I learned that your foot is like from here to here. Damn, I got a big ass foot, and I do. And then like here to here is the same measurement from here to there. And then when you pull it
And there's
all out,
kind of
like
a
your
universality.
whole arm out, that is the height of your body.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's weird how that is the truth for like everybody. There's a uniqueness to the size of your body, but the measurement, like the rule, kind of holds true for the most part.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm
I wear a
saying.
9.5 to a 10. By the way, you could tell by my long ass fucking.
But it's
I got
interesting
guns.
how.
I got guns though.
Oh yeah, you do. It's interesting when you like apply these measurements in space and stuff, though. How like with the planetary movements, whatever, if you measure distance differently, that's why the Freemasons have some kind of. There's like I've noticed a weird thing about how when you're trying to, because my calendar research, when you're trying to measure out the great year, which is like a 26,000 long cycle that it takes for the procession of the equinoxes to complete its cycle all the way through. So the going from the zodiac signs, the sun in the sky will spend like thousands of years in each zodiac sign. That's the whole New Age, Age of Aquarius stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, but what's funny is the imperial system seems to have some kind of like the numbers seem to have like a more aesthetic quality in the imperial system than they do in the metric system. Like there's a pattern that emerges more, and in the metric system it's more confused. Like there's no pattern really that you can tell. So I don't understand. Maybe there is some reason to keep the imperial system around, but it's not the best measurement thing for like.
Yeah, because who decided whose foot made the foot? Like what the fuck? But whatever. I want to bring this up from Rondo. I thought this was very interesting because I looked up the definition of fathom. Because when I think of fathom, I think of I can't fathom that, right? But I never knew fathom was a point of measurement. So when I look up in a dictionary, it says number one. Hi, Black Light.
She brought more stuff for me, see?
No.
Now she bought a blue four-wheeler. The fuck? And she left the door open, you know?
Okay, well,
Both doors.
I love my
the car
mama.
door and the house door.
Okay, well, I love her. my mama doing crazy shit. Mm-hmm. She drove today. She doesn't drive anymore, but she gets to drive around the corner. And
yeah, you haven't told me about
whatever the fuck she did was. I guess we can't fathom that. So I'm going back to. So there's 3 definitions of the word fathom. One is the first one is the one we were talking about. Can you make me please? Thank you. The first definition is a unit of length equal to 6 feet. So we already discussed that, right? That's a noun. The next 2 are verbs. The first one is understand after much thought, which is what we were talking about. I can't fathom that, right? And then the second one, which is also a verb, is really interesting. Measure the depth of water, which we kind of talked about that too. But how is that a verb? Measure the depth of water. Is that a verb?
I don't know. This is where
a verb is an action. Well, I guess is that an action?
Measure is.
Okay, but if measuring is an action, then why is the unit equal to 6 feet a noun? Because a noun is a person, place, or thing. Mm-hmm. So they're saying that measurement is a thing, but measuring the depth of water isn't a thing.
This is how language rules kind of
is happening.
Their language is a social construct. So as much as we try to be a little too analytical with the ultimate meaning of this word, like their objective reality is a little too slippery for language to describe it with a perfect precision. So yeah, language is just funny like that. So
But you understand? Was I saying something crazy or?
you were pointing out something that makes sense, or about how things don't make sense, right?
Okay.
And
I just want to make sure. Like, am I the only one that's thinking this way?
I just forget about, like, they teach you way back in school what the difference between a verb and an adverb and an adjective and a noun. I don't feel like once you learn how to use the language,
I
you
know. I
don't need to
remember
remember
all of
what these
them.
things mean. So
I remember all of them.
that,
Lance says her lack of understanding on this issue is unfathomable. I love it.
that's why puns will always reign supreme.
I actually don't remember all of them because I don't remember like participles, and I don't remember those. But
Yeah.
if I look them up, and it would come back to me, you know what I mean? But there are basics like noun, verb, adverb, adjective. Those are fucking basic. But then when you get to like present participle and all that stuff, now we on some other shit.
Well, that's where there's people neglect the utility of grammar studies kind of thing, where like one thing I've kind of come across lately is the difference between descriptive and prescriptive, and they're subtle, kind of sounding like they sound almost the same, but profoundly different depending on how you're which one you're trying to apply. So as far as like politics and stuff, a lot of people have like a descriptive understanding or presentation of their politics, but sometimes like a descriptive thing is more like description, telling you what it is based on observation, but prescriptive is like telling you what it does. So to make a claim, a prescriptive claim is a little bit stronger than like a descriptive claim. So like when we say China is communist, is that a descriptive or a prescriptive claim? Sounds like annoying academia, but there's actually maybe in significance to what the answer is, right? Annoying academia, but there's actually maybe.
Sorry, I find that interesting. Rondo says we've kind of talked about this before. I don't know if you remember how, and Rondo, if you could pull up, because I'm not as versed on this as I should be, but they talk about how they trick us into casting spells on ourselves. And you might not believe it or whatever, like good morning. Like we shouldn't say good morning because really the root of the word is mourning. I don't know if y'all are feeling or picking up what I'm putting down. That's why a lot of people who are like in conscious blackness say grand rising. They refuse to say good morning.
Right, because you're invoking. I think about that from time to time. About every time we say morning, we kind of subconsciously invoke the concept of mourning, like
for the rest of your fucking day, you know.
But every time people talk about rising, I don't know. I get that Christian preacher kind of like, I don't know, like Jesus rising, wherever, blessed be.
And then I want to look that up real quick. I was like watching someone was saying like bless. Let me just look it up first, and let me see if it's real.
Yeah. Well, since you're looking it up.
So the word bless, from Old English, meaning is to consecrate with blood or sprinkle with blood. So it's like a blood sacrifice. So when when people say bless you, they are like
They're
basically
talking about blood.
saying
Yeah.
blood sacrifice. So you shouldn't tell people bless you because words have meaning, right?
I stop saying bless you when people sneeze. I say excuse you because
I say congratulations, and let me tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why, Michael, because because they say when you sneeze, you have a small orgasm.
mm-hmm.
So
I don't know about that.
that's why I say congratulations. Well, we can look it up. You want to look it up?
That's not how I feel when I sneeze. You know, wouldn't it be nice? Or maybe not. I'd
Let's
rather
look it
not
up.
change my underwear so often.
No, not like that kind of
Mini
orgasm.
orgasm. Whatever. So how small? How many is it? Whatever. Imperceptibly mini. Yeah, because I don't
Well, let's look
perceive.
it up.
I don't
Oh, some
perceive any
people.
good feelings inside me. Every time I sneeze, it's like a uncomfortable feeling. So if you're telling me that
I want to show you. I want to show you
orgasm's
this.
uncomfortable experience, I think you maybe need some
Well, I
new
want to show.
partner.
I want.
Maybe.
Yeah, I want to show you this because when I started looking up sneeze is a mini, I want to show you what came up: heart attack, seizure, stroke. So
Yeah.
maybe all this shit is fucking fake. I don't know.
A lot
But
of
I
people
was,
say stuff just because they hear stuff, and it's like, who started this? This is nonsense.
well, we could look up like, so I can look up orgasm, and then I'll go to like Science magazine.
Yeah, because otherwise, there's no. This is where.
And then we can put this to bed. Oh shit! Yeah, Science magazine.
Oh, this is where people say we have a religion of science now, where we can only put something to bed if the science says so. So it's.
So
But I get
with
what you're
the
saying.
idea that a sneeze is a mini orgasm is a popular myth, science suggests they share some similarities in mechanisms, but are fundamentally different experiences. Okay,
There's probably
so
some kind of brain
I'm talking shit,
area that's
and I don't
activated.
even
This is the thing
right. So
about science. They often dispel the myth, but the myth is has more power than the corrected, whatever, less
so
exciting
let's look at
explanation.
the similarities. I should make this bigger, right? I should make this bigger.
Mm.
So the similarities are a release of tension. Both a sneeze and an orgasm involve a buildup of tension followed by a sudden release. Sneeze causes abdominal and chest muscles to contract, while an orgasm involves muscle tension. Okay. Endorphin release. Both reflexes release endorphins, which can cause a feeling of pleasure or release. I feel pleasure when I sneeze. That shit feels good to me. I don't know about y'all. The mini claim. The idea that a sneeze equals a specific fraction, like 1/7 or 1/10% of an orgasm, is not rooted in fact. Okay.
Funny
While
I
both
mentioned
produce endorphins, the amount of release in a sneeze is specifically less than in an orgasm. Well, we already know that. We already, like, who thinks a sneeze and an orgasm can be on the same fucking level?
it is funny
Nobody.
though that they probably could have. They say that it is significantly less, and they mention the 1/7, 1/10 is not rooted in fact. But you could actually root that in fact. Technically, if they've done a study to determine that there is amount of endorphins released, but they also know that it's a significant. Then they could literally tell you what they measured, and they would have a fraction that they could tell you based on what the measure. But then maybe they haven't done enough measurements to get the, because you know how the sample size, if it's too small, it's not accurate, right?
Can you sneeze with your eyes open? Have you ever done that?
I'm not sure. I haven't tried it with my eyes, or I haven't focused on. But what I've often, because I work in the restaurant industry, I'll sneeze with my mouth closed without actually sneezing out of my
Oh,
nose.
I do that too.
I'll cancel it out. right? People will say that's bad for your heart and stuff. I'm pretty sure makes sense why you'd say that.
Or you could do this. You could sneeze into your elbow.
Yeah.
So, if it's a big sneeze, I'll do that.
Yeah. I'm just saying I learned how to do it. Sometimes my sleeves get all messy and stuff or comes on quick enough. I just learned how to shut my eyes and shut everything, not let any of it out wherever. Then I got to go blow my nose eventually, but it does completely stop the thing that people are worried about, that massive, how they do studies on how powerful your sneeze is. It's like a shotgun or whatever.
I have to read this last one. Erectile tissue. The myth likely stems from the fact that the nose contains erectile tissue. Did you know that? That relaxes after a sneeze, similar to how genital erectile tissue behaves, but the tissues are not the same. I didn't know I had erectile tissue in my nose. Did you?
It's not so surprising because I don't know if anyone noticed when you're taking a shit and you have to blow your nose, how that sort of loosens some stuff up. There seems to be a connection between your nose
done that.
And yeah, I bet you looking it up, you find exactly what we just found, right?
Hi Cobra. I've sneezed before and had sex. We're not saying they're the same. They're saying it's the sneeze is like a small, minute way of an orgasm than the actual orgasm. And look, we've all had orgasms. We know a sneeze ain't the same.
It's just a little fun topic to pass some time with. But the rest of his comment's funny. Though in junior high, you'd climb the gym rope to the ceiling in PE.
Can everybody go have an orgasm tonight?
A little oversharing.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's all right. I'm just... Yeah, why don't we all go have an orgasm tonight? Good idea.
Yeah, it's the delay. I don't mean no harm. It's the delay. But we should all go have an orgasm tonight. Too. It's a good idea. Whether you do it with somebody or by yourself, just do it.
So I guess that's stroke them if you got them.
And we all got them. Cobra said he already did.
Yeah, now we're at the
Black Life just sneezed out there. I think she's watching the show. She said.
Lance says cajoling for orgasms now, eh? Left out the A.
What does cajoling mean? I don't know what that means. I'm gonna look it up.
It's not a familiar word, so
He's
I kind of already
been talking
forget
about it a lot, and we just got off topic. I mean, not off topic, but we were just talking, and I don't know what that means, so I'm gonna.
It's kind of like lightheartedly pressuring somebody, I think, is the gist of what I got. Whatever.
Cajole. It's a verb. I don't know why it keeps jumping. Okay, persuade someone to do something by sustaining, coaxing, or flattery.
Coaxing.
No,
so yeah, coaxing someone to do something is maybe a good.
How do you spell coaxing?
COAXING.
COAXO.
Yeah.
I said coaxing.
Yeah, that's where I was pretty sure there must be coaxing you're talking about. Yeah.
Thanks.
But to convince someone, it's not so much like coercing.
I used the word and I never knew how to spell it.
Because this is where I like to notice the distinction between persuading someone and coercing someone. So cajoling is on the side of persuasion, not on the side of coercion. But it's like there's honorable ways to persuade people and dishonorable ways. You know what I mean? So coercing is a dishonorable.
Okay, coercing is a dishonorable way, and
coaxing is not so much dishonorable. It's just like like maybe bribing someone would be considered coaxing, but it doesn't necessarily, it's not inherently ethical, I guess. It's not inherently unethical, maybe. Maybe that would be an argument for bribery or whatever, but if you bribe someone to save someone's life, is it wrong? You know, you can make arguments, morally speaking, all day long. So
it says if someone is to persuade them by using insincere compliments or promises, like a narcissist.
I don't know.
I don't know.
This is where there's a subjective element to the ways that we define words, and that's what maybe I think causes them to change meaning over time. Where maybe the original meaning of cajoling is a little bit
Interesting. I feel like words have meaning, and we should. If you don't know what a word means, you need to look that shit up.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've read it before, but I never. Sometimes you get a general sense of the way a word is used, but you don't take the time to look it up, and that might be a bit on the intellectual lazy side.
Mm-hmm.
There's tons of things to look up all day long, so I understand. You know, take whatever, pick your battles.
I feel like the chat is blowing up, but nobody ain't coming up.
So what you're trying to do is gently persuade people to come on up, which is exactly what we should be trying to do. But it's up to them to decide if they want to come up or not.
So am I coaxing or am I persuading? What am I doing?
You're doing all the coaxing, persuading. So this is where another thing I find interesting is to analyze the difference between a suggestion, advice, and a recommendation. Because recommendation kind of comes from more of an authoritative
and a demand.
Right. It's more of a recommendation is often treated.
It sounds like I'm demanding, right?
A recommendation is more like demanding from someone who you expect is supposed to follow your orders. Advice is more something that you give to like an ally or somebody who takes your like you're a counselor to them. But suggestions is more like you don't give that to an like you just tell. That's like the lowest of the three, right? You give a suggestion when you have the least amount of power. So, yeah.
My bad, like everybody. I'm not trying to coerce, coax, or cajole. I kind of was, though, wasn't I? I was kind of trying to demand.
Kind of a little bit, but this is where it's good to to have other people see you from the outside looking in instead of the inside looking out, and then we can learn a bit about how we are, how we're perceived,
who we are, and what we do, right?
All that fun stuff.
All that fun stuff. Why are we pissing you off, man? What the fuck did we do? What the fuck did we do?
Huh? That's where if you're joking, please put something like a sarcastic looking smiley so that we don't miss.
You're supposed to put the slash and then slash and an S for sarcasm. Yeah, that's like text language or something.
Because I don't understand why you get angry there either. So, but yeah, maybe we did something offensive, or if you can tell us. It is a thing when people get offended, you kind of have to explain reasonably or why it was reasonable for you to be offended, and often just because you got offended doesn't mean you were right to do so. You know what I mean? So
Cooper says, then there are as he said, he corrected himself. Then there are demands, and they only work with threats, and the threat only works when they are credible.
Yeah, below suggestions are demands, and this is where you have to go from persuasion, like recommendations and advice and suggestions. Maybe those are on the side of persuasion, but once you cross the line into demands, you are moving into coercion. So.
Lance was just fucking with us. He said, "Insert emoji."
And commands are a different category beyond demands. This is one of the things I say about people who demand things is when you're demanding, you're trying to coerce, but you are from a powerless position, because the one with power will grant you your demand, because demand is the root word is hand. So D, whatever, without means you have no hands. You're asking the person with hands to use their hands to do something. But command is when you tell someone to do something and they will listen to you or else. So you have the authority to do something. You're telling someone else to do something with their hands, not asking someone to do something with you with their hands. So
Can I change the subject for a bit?
yeah. Sorry, weird
You were,
kind of place to take it.
I mean, you were talking about using your hands. I've been learning sign language lately, or I've been trying to. Only because I have that the little baby that comes and he doesn't talk, and I try to like use sign language because he can't really speak yet. So I'm like showing him signs so he could tell me what the fuck he's talking about. Because I'm like, what the fuck do you want? And I'm like, do you want milk? You want a cookie? You want a cracker?
Yeah, that's where sign language only works.
You need help?
The kids are old enough. And some of the sign language, like I tried to pick up a little bit because my daughter has a hearing disability. She's only partially deaf. And the way that we deal with it, me and her, we are loud, both me and her. So she hears me. But so I don't have to learn sign language. But it would have been better had I been able to, because then we would have had a little secret language we could use.
It's not that hard.
But some of them don't make sense. That's why I couldn't pick it up, because how does this mean that? Where if the sign was more like phonetic or whatever, like visually, I don't know how to describe it. If the symbol that you made with your hands reflected more in reality what you're talking about, I would pick it up easier. But sometimes it's probably impossible.
Some of them do, but some of them you can't like the word need.
How do you connect?
You know that means need unless somebody taught you.
It. It's all memorized, and I don't have the.
But this means love. Okay. How do you know this means baby?
It's arbitrary.
Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother. Like how do you have to be taught it to understand it, like any other language, just like English. How the fuck you know what you're saying in English unless you start realizing what the fuck people are trying to say to you?
This is
you know
where
what I'm saying? It's the same shit.
This is why I understand that postmodern impulse that people have, where because everything is arbitrary like that, there really is no reason why. I use this as my example. The only reason why we call red and not blue, it could be anything. It could be black, could be red, green could be, but I use blue as the example, is because throughout history we decided to use the sound red. We use the sound red to associate with that particular color. We just picked that. Somebody just decided arbitrarily. But it could have just as easily been that we call what we think of as blue as red. We could have called that blue. And had we taught everyone that red is blue, we would all call red blue. And so there is we can make things mean whatever we want them to, but at the same time, that's too postmodernist to take it to that extreme. There's a flexibility.
I don't really think that's fair for ASL, because any fucking word could mean any fucking thing. So if we're in the English language using words to mean shit, okay, why can't they use symbols to mean shit? Why does it have to look a certain way to the average person? Learn that just like people learn English, just like people learn Spanish, just like people learn French, or just like people learn Igbo or whatever.
This is what I was thinking about this a couple of weeks ago. It was really interesting about people don't really think about how language is both a medium and a mode. So if you treat it as too much of one or the other, you kind of misunderstand how language works, like how sophisticated it is. So we said Nilo needs to understand the algorithm of ASL, the logic behind it. I mean, it all kind of looks like jazz hands to me also, so I get it. What do you mean by ASL? Sign language,
American Sign Language.
I
So
can't
like you could say,
algorithm.
stop that, stop that. Okay.
But the thing is, it can mean
you
whatever
would
we
know
want.
that means that unless you know, but you didn't know the word that meant that unless you learned it. It's the same shit.
Yeah, so this is where I think it makes sense to talk about the languages as a mode and a medium, because it can mean whatever we want it to mean before we decide what we want it to mean. But once we set down the rules for what it's supposed to mean, that is what it has to mean, or else we have no meaning in language. The language is too flexible. It's too postmodern kind of thing. Like you can't have any objective truth where you like the purpose of language is to make things understood. You can't understand things if the rules of language are too fluid. So we decide what it means, then that's the same thing with like communism, fascism. What's so frustrating about it, we decide what it means, that's what it means, and then when people go around saying we can change it to whatever we want it to mean, you're treating language too much like a medium and as if it has no role as a mode to try and say it, I hope, in a way that makes sense, right?
I like this. I like this comment, and I'll tell you why. Hey, hi, Cobra. Old man Barker's back, and you did want to come up, so are you coming up? Here I go, cajoling and coercing. Here I go again. But anyway, the problem is you get more grounded as you get older, why kids and younger generations are easier to learn. So children are sponges, which is why I don't understand why we don't teach children to be bilingual or trilingual at a young age. And when I say, like, it could be 3 different languages, or it could be like hearing languages, or it could be 2 languages and sign language. Like, why aren't we doing more of that? Because scientifically, when you open up that part of your brain to understand more language than one, it is easier for you to understand multiple languages because that part of your brain is stimulated to take a word and reinterpret it into something else, or take a sign and reinterpret it into something else. You see what I'm saying? We are doing our children a disservice by not allowing them to thrive as children in learning multiple languages. That's just my opinion.
I think you're spot on with that. Anyone who disagrees you doesn't know the science. But I just see Mouse telling me that's not true, that colors are based on frequency of wavelengths of light. It's an erroneous argument. Red is always 660. He meant nanohertz, for example. So I'm not, I don't know if you get what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing that red is always red at that frequency. What I'm saying is, who decided that the sound red that we make with our mouth is the sound that represents the color that we see with our eyes at 660 nanohertz? There is no reason why it has to be the sound red, except for now, after the fact, thousands of years later, we've taught everybody that's what that sound means when we're talking about that color that we look at, kind of thing. But had they used a different sound to call it that, then that's what we would teach everyone. And the way that I think bolsters my argument is you see that reflected in different languages, have all these different words for, like, different languages have different words for different colors, but they all are referring to the same thing, whatever that we see with our eyes. We know when we translate their words that they're referring to red, because when you compare like language with other senses, whatever, the way that we use our other senses, but there is a kind of arbitrariness to whatever language. Language is more of like a soft science compared to some of the other ones for a reason. So
Jacqueline's back. She said she couldn't sleep.
exactly,
Jack.
making a linguistic argument, not the actual. Exactly. So yeah.
There's so much things going on in the chat that I want to talk about. I think so. Can we take them one by one? I think for Old Man Barker, I really like the German language. I love German opera, so I've been to Vienna and stuff. I really like the German language. I like it because it's so, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like it's so straightforward. Like, whatever the fuck it is what the fuck they're saying. Then English language has so many variations of shit to say the same thing. And Germans are like, this is what the fuck we doing right now. Like grocery shopping is like I think in literal terms it's like getting sustenance. Nipples are called breastwarts. And also, Old Man Barker, I do realize there is a guttural German language, like more in the mountains, and then there is like a city German language. I like the guttural German language better because they don't fuck around. Like, what we mean to say is what we say. So that's my speak on that. And I'll wait for you to come back and say something. But there was Cobra, what you're saying, that ain't nothing but code switching, baby. That ain't nothing but code switching. Like, if I go to corporate America, you best believe my noun and verb association is going to be correct. The way I am going to speak will be, I'm going to sound like a white woman. When I hang around like my dudes, it's a totally different dialect.
Yeah, but you could argue
like everybody does that.
Our accents are maybe a little harder coded in than code switching is more like a soft code switch, where because you could see some people, especially like I don't know if it's more foreign is like a probably politically incorrect term, but certain like Indian accents are extremely heavy, and if they want to code switch and try and sound like an English speaking Canadian, they are not pulling it off because they're or like some Hispanic accents. They're so thick that you can't really like code switch it away. You can do your best. You can do a good amount of it, but
yeah, some of them, yeah.
But a lot of people, like you're saying,
I'm American, so I can do it. I can do it better.
Suck at code switching, maybe, right? And those are the people who.
But I can pull off an Irish accent.
Because I don't like doing impressions either. I feel like people who are good at impressions are better at picking up or imitating accents, and maybe they're better at code switching. Something worth looking into.
So Rondo says, and I think I'm missing some of these comments. Y'all going so fast. So he's saying the Romance languages are dialects of Latin. I thought the English language was dialects of Latin. I thought the Romance languages.
French and Spanish and Italian.
And Portuguese.
Those are different in a different family than, because English is more derived from German, actually. A mix of German and Norse and French. But French was added in later. So, but I thought it was interesting. Lance said about the Hungarian, what do you say, is the highest Is that true? Linguists say that Hungarian is the highest form of language. I didn't know that, but I find it curious because Hungarian has a like Finnish is one of the only languages that's not part of the Indo-European, the Proto-Indo-European (PIE), the Pi language. So the Proto-Indo-European language is the massive one where the vast majority of languages derive from. But for some reason, Finnish and Hungarian are like off in their own little family tree, and that has to do with population migrations way back in the day, or whatever, that kind of thing. So that's one of the things that really interesting about language is the language that our ancestors speak really tells an incredible story about like what part of the human history you actually belong to. So
Sean said German and French. I never heard such a thing. Jacqueline, I don't care what what you sound like. I want to hear your voice, girl.
So it's funny though to say that Finno-Ugric is the highest form of language. If you've ever heard them speaking Finnish, it's a tricky language to learn. But I wish I'd learned it. My mom. This is what you're saying about people teaching their kids 3 languages when they're young. I always regret that my mom didn't teach me how to speak Finnish when I was a kid, because now I can't. It's too complex. I can't figure it out.
I find it interesting that people who like have a child and they are in a English speaking country and they know a different language, they don't take the time to teach their children their mother tongue. Why the fuck would you not? I just find that crazy.
It's maybe part of like
trying to indoctrinate your child to fit in or something.
Thinking it's to their benefit to cut off access to their old heritage so that they are kind of like culturally I can't be Finnish. I am inevitably Canadian because I never had access to my linguistic heritage properly. That is one of the big things that defines these cultures. Is the language is one of the bigger things that defines a nation above and beyond some of the other qualifiers.
Interesting.
But it's a bit, you could argue, contest that, because there's a lot of nations have many different languages, and what caused the one to dominate over the other has a historical, often grounded in imperial or whatever kind of reasons.
I wanted to comment on this from Lance. Some immigrants are ashamed of their accents and language. I just want to mention that, like, when you're us as Americans, I'm not even talking about immigrants. I'm talking about Americans who are bullied about things. I was bullied about my hair. I was bullied about like certain things that weren't common to everybody else. The things that I was bullied about, the things that most people were bullied about when they became adults, those are the same things that people would point out and admire. So immigrants ashamed of their accents and language. Once they become, well, the adults might have felt that way from insecurity, but if they would have taught that to their children, that would be the same shit that people would admire about them. That's just my thought.
Yeah, good point.
Somebody asked if your mom is Finnish.
Yeah, my mom. Yeah, my dad is English. Yeah, because were you got some Finnish in you, Lance? I thought we talked about that one day. Way back in the day, I kind of forget. But I was seeing Rhonda was talking about how the language of math and science is Arabic, which I don't contest. I just kind of find it interesting how like
everybody knows that.
But the fancier math like is they use like the Greek symbols, you know, for like physics. They talk about like epsilon and beta. I'm wondering, are those Greek symbols also ultimately Arabic? Because this is what I find, the whole Western obsession with Greek is ironic as fuck, because the Greeks stole everything from the East, from what I can tell, or at least borrowed heavily, plagiarized, you might say. And now we're obsessed with the Greeks as the epitome of whiteness or whatever, historically, and whatever. They're the creators of civilization and democracy or whatever, but really, what did they get their ideas from? All those brown people in Persia. Fuck Iran, by the way, right?
If we could just get over all that stuff, we would be such a better society if we could just like call a thing and just be done with it. Just be done with it. And then we could live in whatever. I'm sorry, that's my sob story.
Wouldn't it be nice?
I wouldn't it be nice? I just want peace. Like it's not in our nature to be this way.
Yeah.
But I feel like why do we have to fight so hard?
It is a hard thing to. It's not anyone thinks that's a simple answer. I don't know. I got a bridge to sell you. I see.
Chat is going.
Thanks for coming back with some comments. For me, my parents faced material restrictions. All they thought about were money and work. When we moved here to Canada, no time to teach me my mother tongue. That's the thing, right? We can be hostile or critical. Why didn't you do this for me? Well, maybe there are material conditions that constrain our ability to do more or to fulfill our potential like we could have. We can only judge our parents so much.
No, Mouse, this is not a blunt. I already said I don't smoke weed. I can't because it makes me like get like curl back into myself and in my thoughts, and then I can't contribute to a conversation. So no, I don't smoke. I wish I could. I just can't. This is a clove cigarette.
Is that like a cigarello, or what? Those things are interesting.
No, it's a clove cigarette.
Okay. I just buy those natives. Can't beat the price. I see.
They're almost they're like the cigars of cigarettes.
Right. Yeah, I don't have
them. I'm ashamed of it, but I do it.
No worries.
And I didn't do it until I came back home, and it's a lot of stress here. Okay.
Yeah.
So
no worries. No need to explain anything to us. So I see Lance.
I just want to say it.
No worries. Yeah. Lance telling us about his experience. He said he went to Finland for like a month. Spend a month in Finland. That would be nice. I went when I was a kid. Whoops. I think I clicked too fast.
What was that experience like?
He said it was awesome. Whatever. From what I remember, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a nice place, but cold, obviously. But I just wish I could go back because I went when I was 6 and I didn't really get to develop strong memories of the place. Mostly just visited family. I got a bunch of cousins over there, so I should make.
You said a lot of drinking was involved.
Yeah, we're a bunch of crazy alcoholics, you know. And let me try to pronounce those. This is where I was talking about. He met a guy, Yuri, Paavo, and Petri, and then we met in Budapest. He kept in touch, and a few years later, he traveled to Helsinki, Joensuu, and Turku. Those the pronunciation is the hardest part. Perkele, yeah. The words are pretty fun to say, but it's hard to get the pronunciation down. You're supposed to apparently pronounce like every syllable. But
and then in France, it's like you don't pronounce the consonant like if there's an E at the end, then you pronounce the consonant. But if there's no E at the end, you don't pronounce it. Like all of this kind of bullshit. France is a very the French language is a very classist fucking language. If they even count the way they would say how you numbers was to make sure the lower class people, because they didn't have access to education, so that was the way they separated themselves from them. So the in the French language you would say like 40 would be 20, I forget. You have to multiply in French for a number, and that's the way you would keep the lower classes out of the discussions.
Oh, you mean like?
Oh, they are
80?
real fucked up. They real fucked up.
Like 80 for 80.
Yeah, 80 for 80. Thank you.
And that's how they taught the lower class how to speak, because it's like, but the upper class you're saying as a
that's how they kept them out of the discussion, because they because they didn't have reading and math.
Yeah, that's one thing that I have a big axe to grind about education, that to this day they still have this tiered approach about who deserves to have access to certain knowledge. And that's the thing that you're touching on with, it's baked into language all like we talk about High German and Low German. Well, that's because there's the priests have a language. They always, for thousands of years, they taught the priests this high language, and then they taught the low people the low language, and that the low people aren't really allowed to speak the language of the gods. And this kind of eugenic kind of classism, whatever, has been, it needs to be eradicated, but it's
that's
like
why
part of our culture. Sorry.
Like even no, don't say it. Sorry, you will find. It's the delay. So if I jumped over you, I apologize. So even in America, how the enslaved weren't allowed to read, and half of them motherfuckers couldn't read either. That's the crazy part.
Yeah.
They couldn't read either, but they want to make sure that the enslaved couldn't read, to keep their access cut off from the hierarchy, to keep them low. It's the same shit in every country, right?
Yeah.
It sounds like it.
Well, that's the thing, that the ruling class, there's a certain group of families have been ruling over the human population for quite some time. It wasn't always that way, but it's something that gets neglected in the like class consciousness and in a kind of historical analysis. They treat it like a simple like footnote, that there's these powerful ruling families that all their bloodlines are crossed all over the place, and they all happen to still be associated with power to some degree today. Just nothing to see here. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? These people they've demonstrated about how you can create a two-tiered society by withholding technology for thousands of years. And language being an example of a technology, even if you think about it, right? And math and money, right? These are technologies that we don't understand of as technology, right?
That's crazy.
Because there was a group of people who came up with the concept of money, and there was the rest of people. And then there was a certain group telling you we need to use it for these reasons. And then there was everyone else saying, not exactly having a say in the matter. The whole thing about anarchism is hilarious, whatever, to talk about the historical materialism of it, because we've kind of come full circle in modern times, or it reveals that this conversation has not gone away since it started thousands of years ago, whatever. When we talk about like Socrates and them, there's the cynics, or they're like the original anarchists, right? And then there's the stoics and whatnot. They're like the right wingers. And then there's the hedonists. They're like the left wingers. And we're just haven't changed that much since then. Nobody listened to the anarchists back then. They treated them like a bunch of dogs, like idiots. They didn't understand what the fuck they're talking about. But we've seen the trajectory of power or whatever go unchecked, and how the threat to humanity is significant now, because you continuously disregard the cynics maybe was saying we should live in tune with nature, and just be like as natural as possible, not seek money as a kind of way to build like this reverence for technology kind of stuff. Like, they made some extremely solid points back in the day that have just been neglected, and we suffered the consequence. So weird little rant for me.
No, it's not a weird little rant. I just find it interesting that we still held like Socrates and all these people as the philosophers, and all they did was regurgitate the shit that they learned.
Yeah. This is why when you can do I stopped doing this research, but you can look into the Persian philosophers that had this stuff that was saying the same kind of stuff that the Greek philosophers were. And this is where you really learn a lot about history that's not taught anymore. But then you're learning on your own, and you need a teacher is helpful in this kind of stuff.
This isn't a shameless plug. This is a community plug. If you guys have not checked out Mousie's Bandcamp, please check it out.
And I'm sure it's not crappy. Thank you for giving me.
I know. He just did it to be funny, and put it in the Discord too, Mousie.
I always appreciate your guys' music shares in the Discord. You guys got some definitely good music taste. As far as anyone who's shared so far, I'm sure there's plenty of you that have yet to share your musical inclinations, which is your right, your prerogative. But I am curious as to learn new music. You know,
I'm gonna leave it up for a little bit so people could get it. There's a new word in the chat.
Do we want to know what it means?
I'm trying to pull it up. What the fuck? It sounds creepy as hell. Let me see. Proctophilia.
I'm sure it doesn't have something to do with erections. That's just a coincidence.
What the fuck does that mean? I've never heard that word.
Means the love of rock hard erections.
You look it up?
No, I'm just saying, just as a phonetic decoding.
Man said love of farts. It means
the love of farts. This must be what it means. Remember?
No, it's not. Okay, a paraphilia characterized by sexual arousal from flatulence. Oh my gosh!
Literally get
the chat is always undefeated.
So now I know why my dog likes the smell of my farts.
The chat is always undefeated. Bad Cookies is here.
They're an accompanying. Oh, what's up? There's probably an accompanying love of the taste of
fart sniffers.
Butt lickers and fart sniffers. I bet you there's a Latin term for both.
Oh my gosh. You know what that makes me think of? Now this may be a bridge too far. What was his name? What was that senator? His last name was
Scalia. Scrotum.
Something.
Senator Scrotum.
And this gay man, like it's in Urban Dictionary. This gay man made a definition of the word from his last name, and it was like the frothy. Maybe if I look up the definition, I could find the word.
I think Mouse is saying he's not in our Discord. He's asking for an invite, so I'm gonna track that down for you. We got this permanent link on the screen, but if you want, I'll just find a whatever 24-hour link, an expiring link, and put it in the chat. Because we haven't had too much growth
I can't find
in our
it.
Discord lately. We haven't marketed ourselves enough.
I can't find it. Y'all know that Senator, it's like Scrothium, something. What's his name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. And this gay man like repurposed his name, like the frothy brown cum that comes out of the anus after anal sex.
Yeah.
Y'all know who I'm talking about. Somebody knows who I'm talking about.
Truffle butter.
Maybe I should put Senator. I think he was a senator.
This is where
Santorum. His name is Santorum.
Oh. This is the best part of
His name is Okay.
When it gets dirty.
So I'm gonna share it and we can look at it real quick.
So I love how people's creativity is reflected in slang terms, because there's the comedians of history.
Shout out to Urban Dictionary,
who have blessed us, or graced us with these, or I guess we're putting a religious tone to their ability to create hilarious words. Memes before memes were memes was words.
It's the Senator Rick Santorum. Thank you, Lance. So Santorum, a foul-smelling, frothy mixture of fecal matter and semen that dribbles from a male partner's raw, massive anus after sodomy. He was like very anti-gay.
Good. Welcome.
And his last name was just like, mwah.
How is Santorum of all things saint like sanctity like? Okay, what a weirdness.
What a weirdness. Dribbles down his testicles like so much chocolate syrup and mayonnaise. Not mayonnaise. Oh my God. Urban Dictionary is undefeated. All right. I'm done. I thought it was funny.
That was fun. Yeah. Nice little detour and some fart and butt jokes and dick jokes for the daily laugh.
Rick Santorum, that was his name. Oh hell, the
neologism.
I don't know what this means.
That's a new word I've heard it before, but I haven't familiarized myself enough with it. This is where I like.
Well, we're gonna do it right now.
Our chat, where you learn stuff like this.
Wait,
a lot of people aren't interested in this kind of stuff, maybe. I think it's neo for new, so try and break it down like a new way of describing things, like a modern language.
It's very
like
Latin,
slang term,
isn't it? It's very Latin, isn't it?
Logis, because in Latin there's ethos, logos, I forget mythos. So they have a very important, it's important to understand the way that those concepts have shaped our philosophy, our metaphysics, our language, So
Just, that's fucking weird. Okay.
Oh, pathos too. Yeah.
Hold on, Rondo. I'm coming. I'm coming.
The suffix jism is
Wait,
problematic.
wait. Should
But when you separate
the
it from
fact
everything else,
that I
sounds
said I'm coming, said I'm coming.
coming and going to the jism. I gotta take a trip to the jism.
Neoliberalism, a newly coined word or expression. Oh, okay. So he wasn't being naughty.
I think I
He
decoded
was
it or
just
whatever.
saying,
I broke it down correctly. A new expression, whatever. A new
yeah,
logic.
a new expression. That's Latin. If you know Latin, you know words. Well, depending on what language you're speaking.
Well, it's underrated field of study is philology or whatever. I feel like there's no school course teaching you how to be a philologist anymore. But if you know how to be a philologist, you can learn how to look at words and you can decode the meaning. You can like reverse engineer what the meaning of a term is if you know how language is designed. Basically, it's like the study of language is philology. So the
So,
origin of terms.
I want to go back to when we were talking about languages and stuff. Can I go back to that for a second? Because I think it's super interesting that some, like we were talking about how you could learn new languages or like understand new concepts. And it made me think of synesthesia. That's you know
Synesthesia, what
that
does that mean again?
synesthesia is when a person their five senses is fucked up.
Oh, right.
So
Their senses like they taste
so
colors
they
or
taste
whatever, or they can
colors or they'll
that kind of
hear
thing. Yeah.
colors or like sound like colors or taste or smells to them. Yeah.
You see sounds as colors. Yeah, that'd be so bizarre. But wouldn't
Well,
awesome
it's not just seeing sounds as
like
colors. It's there's it's, it comes in
there's a
all of the
variety, there's
five
a whole
senses. It's a
spectrum.
whole spectrum of senses where they feel, hear, see, taste, or look at things in a very different way from everybody else.
And that sort of thing that vindicates like stuff like telepathy for me, whatever. Just how do you know that maybe is not a rare ability that some people possess that the rest of us don't? Like Cobra was talking about how some people don't have an inner dialogue. That blows my mind. I maybe talk to myself. Maybe that's why crazy people talk to themselves too much. Without myself to talk to, who the fuck would I talk to? But some people can't
Sean
talk
says
to
so.
themselves. Sorry.
Sean says so. So me on LSD. That's funny.
I've never done that before, but maybe I should.
Never
No,
in your life.
no, not like that's a little bit surprising for me, I guess. Like people might think, but because LSD is more of the synthetic chemical derived. I'm more of the natural. If it comes from the earth, it's okay. Even though I don't never done the coke either, just because I felt that's a little too expensive and possibly destabilizing when things are already hard enough.
I never did coke, but I did acid for sure.
I've done ecstasy before. And one thing I wanted to
that too.
talk about ecstasy, I meant to say when we were talking about Venezuela, I found out a fun fact that 75% of the world's ecstasy comes from, guess, Israel. Of course. Right? It just fits too much.
I like LSD a lot, like way too much. But then when I learned that you can go on a bad trip and never come back, I stopped using it. But shrooms, I like shrooms.
I've done a little bit of the shrooms, but only like the microdosing. I kind of chickened out. I got the shrooms one day, and then because I didn't want to do them by myself and have a bad.
No, don't do it by yourself.
Exactly,
That's
and I
dumb.
couldn't find the right person to do it with, which is weird. Just because that's what happens when you, in certain parts of your life, if you lose all your friends, not a good thing. You might have a hard time getting new friends to do stuff like shrooms with. So take care of your friends now, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I never did coke because the people that were around me when I was doing acid, they did coke, and they were like high school dropouts.
You see it destroy some lives, and it makes you take a pause. It's not a bad thing, you know.
And they told me, they said, like, as this dude was like sniffing lines, he told me, don't ever do this shit. Once you do it, you're gonna keep chasing the first high, and you'll never get it again. And then he snorted a line, and I was like, oh okay, all right.
It's fun when it's not like the addiction is a problem because it enslaves you mentally speaking, right? So the idea of it from the outside looking in, it looks like fun when you can't understand that it's putting a shackle on yourself. So it, even if it is pleasurable in the moment, the fact that it's an inescapable pleasure becomes a torture, not a pleasure. So that's where it doesn't even matter what drug it is. This is where the language, the science around addiction has a lot of weight that's been kind of dismissed by the public to their own detriment. So
Interesting. Yeah, I'm a lightweight. I can tell you what I've done. I drink. I've smoked marijuana before. I don't do it anymore. I wish I could find the marijuana that would make me happy and not make me all down, but I haven't found it. But I've done LSD. I don't do that anymore. Shrooms, I'm cool with. That's it. Oh, and X. I do like X.
American tradition.
But I don't even do X anymore because
you could have done far more.
You don't know if it's fentanyl in there. I just fuck it.
The coming down from the X is really, I only did it the one time, but it was very viciously uncomfortable experience. So like the high
that's the thing about X. When you come down the first time, you get really sick. Then after that, you could just do it.
But what does that mean? you're priming your body.
You don't get sick anymore. You don't get sick. It's like
because
your body like, what the fuck is this?
Becomes like permanently altered by the drug use. But that's what makes it possible to use it again. You know, it's.
I really wanted to do our ayahuasca, but I never got the chance. But I really wanted to do it. I was in there are places in New York City where they have like these yoga places where you can buy in to go in there and do ayahuasca, and there's people in there that will take care of you during your ayahuasca experience, because a lot of people throw up doing ayahuasca, by the way. Just so you know.
I think they also shit themselves a lot too. Yeah.
I don't know if anybody's done it, but yeah. But then I chicken out because I started like reading, like, how do you prepare? And they're like, oh, you can't eat avocados. I said, shit, I had an avocado today. Like, you can't have an avocado for like first 2 weeks or something. It was like all these restrictions, and
because stuff hangs around in your body for quite some time.
And I just got too scared and I chickened out.
No worries. That's a bit of a serious undertaking. That's like certain, like the ayahuasca, the DMT. Some of these like send you on a hardcore trip. That's like question.
Isn't DMT ayahuasca though?
Right, but it's like the synthesized. It's like the dream, the chemical that your brain uses to dream. So when we're like playing around with that synthetically, I think we should always advise caution. No, never do this kind of stuff if you're not ready, because it's going to potentially radically change your perception of yourself forever. And if you're not ready for that, don't do it. Like it might send you into psychosis. There's a thing that's the people like to talk about the fun side, but the risk is actual loss of your grounding in reality, not being able to get back to a centered understanding of yourself. It'd be like taking yourself, dropping it in the river, and watching it disappear and never come back. And now who you are? Whoa! Now you're left wandering in reality, not knowing who the fuck you are anymore. Drugs can do that to you.
Okay, bad cookies. Yes, I've done whippets. So you know I've been around a lot of white people. I've done whippets too. Lucky said, I've never heard of this term, RSO, or Rick Simpson oil, is a potent, dark, full-spectrum cannabis extract named after its creator, Rick Simpson, who developed it to treat his own skin cancer, claiming it helped him heal. Made from the whole cannabis plant using a solvent like ethanol, RSO retains all cannabinoids and plant compounds for strong therapeutic effects, typically high in THC. I never heard that before.
Was that some
That's
kind
interesting.
of cancer curing super cannabis or whatever?
Well, he just said he only sticks with natural stuff, and he said he's only done cannabis, and he said RSO, and I was like, what the fuck is RSO?
Now cannabis.
So I looked it up.
I have not been following the scientific developments in the cannabis production, whatever, cultivation, but they are taking it to some kind of next level. That's pretty impressive, I guess I have to say. Maybe a little bit dangerous. They're taking what is kind of like, you know, all these dabs, like these fancy dab rigs and everything. Like they're crystallizing, making THC super high potent, whatever. Like maybe they're actually pushing it into a territory where it's a little bit more dangerous than it historically. Weed's the safe drug, but now they've kind of like they've unleashed its potential with scientific engineering, you know.
That's very interesting. Rondo was saying RSO stops Parkinson tremors. It's like 35 plus years old, and I've never heard of it. And
Nice.
if you never heard of it and it's natural, that means they want you to take their drugs.
It also means you don't necessarily have Parkinson's in your family, and so it hasn't come up as because it's a cure. Medical cures are typically only useful for the particular illness. So if you try to use it for something else, it's not going to work because that's specifically designed for that reason.
Interesting.
Well, good for you, Jacqueline. Gave up drinking alcohol as soon as she was legally old enough to drink it. We'll see if I've encouraged my kids to be wiser than me. Speaking of which, I feel like maybe I'd like to go have a beer now. I'm waiting. Getting late. I don't want to. The later you start drinking, the more it fucks with your sleep. So, but also want to make some food too. So I'm wondering how much later you want to go. If I'm thinking if you want to keep going and I want to hop off, that's cool with me. But
well, nobody's coming up, so
right. So maybe we'll reiterate one more call.
Here comes Golden Monarch.
If anyone wants to pop on up,
Golden. Golden, you missed the crypto convo, and Mike and I were just inequipped at. I mean, we tried as best we could, but
Yeah. It's good to
roll it back.
I appreciate doing the longer streams. On Thursday, we don't necessarily always get to see you, but if we do a long enough show, it seems like we get to see everybody we know. So appreciate you guys.
Yeah, shout out to the chat. We really appreciate you for hanging out with us. Y'all are very loyal. Look, we know when you can't be here, you can't be here. And when you can, you are. And we appreciate that.
So
the chat is flying. I can't even see it.
Well,
right
whenever
now.
the subject of drugs come up, I've noticed that the chat tends to get a little bit like, "Oh, I love this time." Here we go.
This is the only one I caught. Thank you, Mousy. I appreciate it. Look, I'm the only one that calls him Mousy. That's my Mousy.
Cookie said he just doesn't want to plug in his webcam. That's all good.
No, you don't have to.
Happy for that. Or
you don't have to plug in.
If you don't feel like coming
webcam.
up, that's fine too. Don't feel like you have to be cajoled up here.
I don't want to cajole you, coerce you. We talk about that too.
But
Mousy said
anyway,
he just finished a beer, so go get you a beer, Mike. I'm gonna show another video so we can talk about that too, because I don't know. I feel like there's too much going on around these parts. I'm just trying to find it. If you would give me some grace, okay? This is a Trump video. I really don't want to. I'm so sick of him. I don't want to play him. What happened? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see. Hi, Mousy. I'm trying to get you on. Wait, hold on.
Can you hear me?
I can
I
hear
don't know
you.
if I'm.
Hi, Mousy.
Hi.
How you doing
Cookie
tonight?
said come talk about my stupid album, so.
Please do. You want to play some?
No, I put the link in the Discord, but I don't know if I can play it on the phone while I you know what I mean?
If you have a link, you could put it because you're on now. You could put it in the private chat, and I could play it.
I put it in your Discord.
Okay.
Yeah.
You making me work for a Mousy.
That's right. I make the ladies work for it. That's how I do it.
That's how you do. Okay. All right. Hold on. God damn it. Well, what you been up to lately?
I just finished doing what's called Dante training. It's all about porting audio and video over internet protocols. So I finished the course today. I'm ready to take the test for it. It'll make me more valuable as a human entrepreneur.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good for you.
I've been running a lighting department at an audiovisual company for about
Okay.
6 months. So I'm learning a lot of new cool stuff.
Okay, so you do lighting.
I do lighting. I do
Lighting
music.
is very important.
Yeah, it's really fun too. You know, you go into a bare room and then you kind of turn it into an environment. It's fun.
That's cool.
So
Yeah,
this So this
I've
new
done a lot
record of
of
mine.
videography and stuff, and I learned about lighting.
Sorry, delay's tough. Go ahead.
Sorry.
What?
Yeah,
I'm
this
not there. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet.
that's okay.
I
I'll
gotta
just
pull
tell
up the
people about
Discord
it because
first.
it's funny. So this is
Okay.
this is a record we recorded like onto a cassette in 1991, and the cassette got lost, but a bunch of those songs, changed and came out later. But then a few of them never came out at all. But my friend found this tape like in his closet in December and sent it to us, and we just decided, what the hell, we'll just put it out. It's just from an analog cassette, you know. It wasn't. It was just in our home studio. So, but we thought it was kind of cool and retro, early '90s sound. And for us, it was transitioning from a time when we're an electronic music act. We're from Iowa, right? And then we moved to California, and moving changed our sound. And so this is kind of in the middle of when we had our Midwestern sound and when we developed our California sound. So this is kind of seated in a place there. You know, I don't know. It's
That's
a
cool.
moment in time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, my frustration is I don't know what the fuck is going on. Like everything my phone updated, I didn't ask it to. My computer updated, and now everything is so fucking different, and I don't like it. Like, leave me alone.
I can't wait till I'm old because I already have a problem with technology. I'm just gonna be so much worse.
Oh, it keeps getting better.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to get in there, but okay, let me see. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm in.
Hey, you guys are the first dummies to have me on your
I got to
show.
the first step.
Oh yeah.
I can feel the power of podcasting now. Oh no! Look
Nice.
out! Oh
Wow, we coaxed him on. Nice, good for us. Thank you.
no!
Do we
I feel
cajole
honored
him?
to have you as our guest. I
I'm
appreciate
glad
you
I
guys.
have my nice green jacket and hat on.
Where did you put it? Let me see.
Oh, I thought I put it in your Discord. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I just put it in the HLM one.
Because it's showing me all the new stuff, but I don't see your name.
Oh darn it! Let me go do it right now.
Let me see.
You can probably still see
Where?
me. Can you see me on the internet right now? I'm on the internet. Oh yeah, I just posted it. It's on there.
Mm.
Yeah, I put it under videos.
Oh.
I'll put it under music. Oh.
It's
Hold
okay. You
on.
put it on the videos. You should put it on music, but is it a video?
No, it's just audio. But I accidentally put it in your videos tab.
Yeah,
That's just where
put
it
it on
took me.
music, but
Yeah.
okay. But here we
You don't
go.
listen. We can move it. We can move.
So I'm about to share this,
Readers.
and then we can listen together. Together.
This is good old 90s.
But I appreciate you guys. Yeah, you guys in the chat are like you've been following a lot of the podcasts that taught me a lot about like my political views. They helped me figure out where I'm at. But you guys have been doing it longer than I have, and I just kind of joined the crew. So I'm happy to be aboard.
Woo! Okay, so do you want me to start with the? Is there a specific song you want me to
Just play
start
that first
with?
one. It's short.
Okay.
The first one is nice and short.
Oh, here we go again. I have to press play on it. There we go.
Hey, that's it.
Uh-oh. You get to say goodbye? I don't know if he was dropping out on purpose.
Oh no, that was my fault. Go on.
Well, thanks for coming on, Mouse. I don't know if you're coming back.
Oh, he dropped off?
Okay, good to see you, though. I appreciate you hopping on because we've been looking for guests. So thank you for making our discussion actual mini panel instead of just me and Ashley doing our thing. Anyone else want to join? Yeah, welcome. Yeah, good. There we go.
This reminds me of my rave days.
This is some good dishwashing music.
When I had so many rave days.
Oh, he's got to go now. Well, thanks for stopping by as always, for supporting us, and we will do what we can to support you too. I'm going to be listening to your music. Maybe I'll try to remember to send you a whatever value for value kind of thing. Buy one of your albums or something on your Bandcamp. Managed to secure some employment. So send Mouse some love. Check out his work. Appreciate you. And that bad cookie's joining us. What's up, man? Not sure if you're muted or.
Hey, what's up, you guys?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, okay. I'm
Can you
sorry.
hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Look, that song reminded me of my rave days. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, Sean says a road trip music for me. There's a lot of good times for that. Like there's different times for different music, and there's plenty of ways to apply that song to your life.
I was trying to. I think he's already in our banners with his Bandcamp, so I'm gonna look for it because I know we got it. Cause we bigged him up before.
Yeah, sorry. We're just trying to say hello to Cookies. So what's up?
I know.
Cookie?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cookies. Hey, bad Cookies. Look, I miss you and your conspiracy theories.
No worries. Do your thing.
I miss
What's
your old.
going on, bad Cookies?
I feel like Chank is a step down from that funny cookie you used to have with a face on it.
Oh, my StreamYard got reset and I didn't have that picture anymore, so I grabbed this as off the internet.
All right, we forgive you.
Not Chank. Cookies, what you talking about?
The main reason I wanted to talk to you guys about how do you guys feel about this Greenland situation?
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned it. I think it's a distraction. I think it's part of the purpose of the chaos, so we don't pay attention to what they are really doing. And I also think this motherfucker might really be that crazy. I don't know what to think. What do you? He might be really that fucking crazy. Like we already, when he says we need to own Greenland, Greenland is a part of NATO. You already in some aspect fucking own Greenland. And then he says, okay, we have to take control of it. So Russia and China aren't like adversaries to us. But then you invite Russia to be a part of your peace team for Gaza. it's not making sense.
Right. There's
So
some
what do you think?
there's some like back deals between Russia and the US and like US and China and stuff that doesn't seem to make much sense. Like, but that's I kind of want to come back to that because as far as what do I think about this whole Greenland stuff, as a Canadian, I feel like maybe I need to take it more seriously. The whole thing that people have been saying lately, in order to get to
I
Greenland,
don't
he's
think it's
got to go
serious.
through Canada first. So, but he's also been making threats about going after Canada. So, and I think that you could take him seriously in that with the decline of the American empire, the desperate times call for desperate measures with competition with China. Um, with this trade war, that's the biggest leverage China has is the rare earth metals. So America is doing everything they can to get away from this kind of leverage that they will force their hand.
Before we go further, can we say hello to and welcome someone that is new here? Like I've never seen this person.
This is once
That's
again
Cowboy
you've been
Kitty.
tricked by Cowboy Kitties.
Oh,
Thanks.
that
What's up,
motherfucker
though, Cowboy
stayed.
Kitties? I don't think I got to say hey to you. So
How do y'all know that?
welcome, Cowboy.
How do y'all know that? I'm such a goofball.
Just been around long enough in the other capacity that he wears the disguise in. So
Okay.
you brought that out specifically because of the Chank face, because Chank the reference is Chank's the joke about Chank's fucking a horse and shit. If you missed all that, it's an inside joke that you don't.
I did miss it. I
Yeah.
remember what's his name? That Jew the Jewish dude on a small horse. His name starts with a B.
What?
Yeah, I don't know who I'm talking about. That boy on the no, not BB.
Yeah.
The one with the one nobody likes anymore. Who went to the what's his name? Never mind. I'll tell you when I remember.
All
It's
right.
gonna come to me.
Sure.
Ben Shapiro
Oh, right. Shapipi.
on the small horse. That's what I was thinking of.
What's the small horse? Oh, that's so when you see this is Ben Shapiro's what comes to mind. That's ironic.
On like a short donkey or something.
Nobody
Y'all
ever
haven't
knows
seen that one?
what's going on in that picture.
Fuck. Look. I'm just trying to keep up. But anyway, y'all go ahead.
All right. So the reason I ask you about Greenland is because I think a lot of this stuff is a major distraction from the Epstein files, but it's also a major. Yeah, it's just meant to really distract the common populace, also from the political issues that we're having globally. It's not meant. First of all, Trump is serious about getting Greenland, which is unfortunate for Greenland because as soon as we get Greenland, they're going to lose their insurance, which sucks for them. But I think the main issue here is that what Trump wants to eventually do is make the West Hemisphere versus the Eastern Hemisphere kind of situation, where it's like Europe and the Americas, quote unquote, united against China, Russia, and most of the Middle East.
Yes.
And I think that's a scary situation. I think we're in a really difficult spot where us as citizens, we don't get a say-so in it. And it's eventually going to get us into a lot of trouble. There's going to be a lot of us that are going to be casualties to this situation. And we don't even realize it yet because we don't grasp the reality of the situation.
I believe everything that you're saying, but I think he's trying to create a greater America, like they're trying to create a greater Israel and a greater India and a greater Russia, and I don't believe that all these people who like oh, NATO is coming they're bringing their forces to Greenland. I think they didn't already talk to each other. I think it's all a fucking ruse. Because the only way you could be in power like that, to that extent, in those certain spaces, they're all pedophiles. They're all like sadistic. And they're all covering up each other's crimes. So yeah, they're going over there to play WWF wrestling to make us feel like, oh, we got to be scared. Scared of what?
Well, that's the interesting thing about NATO, though. That has serious implications for if U.S. decides to take Greenland by force, then they are kind of finding probably the terms of the agreement that they've signed on to with NATO to be undesirable. With the Article 5 thing, if Europe is attacked by Russia at this point, after seeing what Russia can do in Ukraine, maybe the U.S. has decided that NATO is more of a liability than an asset to them. So this would be their way of trying to find a way out of the agreement without, like, you know how you can't legally break your agreement, whatever, so you have to find some bullshit excuse out of it. So there's that. Plus, there's the Arctic is opening up as like for trade and stuff. There's the Arctic is the future for business in a big way. With the climate change stuff that they don't really want to stop because maybe they see more money to be made in watching everything, all the northern passages melt and open up so they can do a lot of trade. So they want, in order to maintain the global hegemony and beat China, they need control over the northern sea lanes as they open up.
Well, Bad Cookies, you have a message on the chat.
No, I saw that. I was asking Bullet to hop on because.
Okay, I just really don't believe it. I believe all these colonizers got on the phone and decided that this is what we need to do to make shock and awe for the little people so they could be scared and fussy and not know what's going to happen next. That's what I believe. I don't think these people are real.
I think we've been living in a very long period of peace, though, that might kind of bias, give us a normalcy bias, where we're not really, we've grown so accustomed to this game that they're playing with us, and so we are kind of caught with our pants down when it comes to things have changed in a fundamental way, and they can't keep up the charade that they've been doing for all this time. So that it's time for a real
It's time for a new charade
of modus operandi of the American empire if it really wants to survive. So this is, I think, do it what we can while we still can before we lose the capability to do it, which is as soon as the US dollar collapses, how are they going to afford paying for the corrupt military when they actually have to pay their debt, when they can't just print money whenever they want? So they need to use the military before they lose it.
If all the sorry, go ahead.
No, you please go ahead. No, it's your show.
No, but we've been talking a bit.
I know. We want to give everybody a chance. I can respond after you.
Okay. All I was gonna say is, Nicolo, doesn't that lead more into the theory of the New World Order? Seeing as how the situation is all collapsing here for the U.S., part of the New World Order theory is that they will transcend into a more of a global network, and that's literally what they're trying to set up, is what Trump is calling the America's network. And I think it's just a setup. If you believe in the New World Order theory, is that that's what they're trying to set up, is that they're trying to create a conglomerate of countries, almost like a group of corporations that don't actually really answer to anyone.
So this is the
And
new version.
I'm glad. Wait,
Yeah.
I was next. I'm glad you went before me, because this is ultimately what I was about to say. All these countries that hold treasury bonds could just demand their money back and bankrupt America like that. But they don't. What they're doing is doing this, like, they're all this shit for show. So they fucking fake and phony, just like America is. These people are globalists, and they don't give a goddamn about the rest of us. They are trying to create homogeny and rule over everybody. That's all I got to say about
it's
Greenland.
Yeah. It could be like, I think this is like very possible that, like, it seems more on the probable side of, if you see how crazy things are and unsustainable with this American experiment, at some point it has to be hitting the ground hard and not getting back up again. So they have to have some kind of plan B. But are they actually at that moment? If we misjudge that, then this theory makes sense, but maybe this is not the time where they're going to deploy that. But then if China's been very successful at creating conditions that are unstoppable, and then they really can't save the US, then maybe this stuff about Greenland is more of a feint that the US empire is going to expand even further when it's not really able to do that anymore. So then they're going to convince the world that America is about to go be more dominant than ever. And then as soon as when everyone's distracted by the spectacular collapse, they're in the process of setting up in their new locations. Is that kind of what the theory is?
So when all this stuff was happening with Venezuela, and they were like, oh, Russia is sending tanks and China is sending tanks. What transpired? Nothing. Did they do anything?
I think they're making a whole big show of we're about to be in World War III, but then behind the scenes they seem to be quite made up their minds already that they're basically just going to do what needs to be done to preserve the peace, which is work together, whether we the people actually want that or not. Ideology aside, we have like this hyper realist, like this neocon kind of way that seems like China and the US and Russia have all come to an agreement on the way to see the world. So
now you two bring up some very good points. Thank you for your feedback. That gives me something to think on. But I'd hate to like take a 180 on this one, but how do you guys feel about these AI centers going up everywhere? Do you know about the AI centers coming up everywhere?
Yes, we do. We've talked about it extensively. Yes.
But is there more something specific about like AI? I know there's data centers, but is that what you mean by AI centers?
Yes.
That's what data centers are.
Supposedly Trump and, well, not just Trump, but the government itself has already said that AI is too big to fail. So the whole AI bubble with microprocessors and everything that is skyrocketing prices on everything, it's not going to fail because the government has guaranteed that if they happen to fail, the U.S. government is gonna bail them out, basically. So even if they lose trillions in this, the taxpayer is gonna foot the bill. Again, it's privatizing the profits and socializing the losses. Now, the biggest deal here is that in the next 10 years, they already have a contract in that nobody's been talking about, where they've already committed $50 billion in the next 10 years to develop AI centers across the US. Nobody knows about this. Nobody's talking about it. But what is going on in the future when we cannot sustain these AI centers? What's the point of putting up all of these AI centers if no one's going to have any money or any jobs or anything to buy computers or the supplies that use this AI technology? What's the point? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, that's where this Malthusian stuff that people have been talking about, the Great Reset, this ushering in of techno-fascism, sounds like fancy academic words, whatever, or conspiracy theories, but this is when you apply it as reality for the explanation for what is happening, it's unfortunately way too precise. So there is this idea that we're overpopulated. So, and that the climate change stuff is kind of irreversible, or even like for people who want like these radical neo whatever reactionary movement people, they are maybe happy to see billions of us slaughtered and unleash the technology, unleash the climate change, and for a tiny human population, that's not really as much of a challenge. When we think of it as a challenge, the climate change problem, we're trying to think leftists are thinking about we're going to save the human population, all of us, as much as we can. The extreme far right, when they think about the climate change, like the Arctic, they're looking, this is a great opportunity to entrench my, to test all of my crazy technology ideas that are not possible unless the public is frightened enough into thinking that they need to deploy geoengineering technology kind of thing. So like the eugenicists are kind of trying to engineer this Malthusian kind of project. And now would be as far as what we think about the AI, I think people need to recognize it as a deadly threat to humanity and use it as one of our many catalysts for revolution, because we need to stop them while we can, because they want to build that Terminator future where they're building, we see them building the robots and the dogs, right? The weapons of war. And they're going to build the AI. And then what do you think they're going to do? Not put them together? And then what are we going to do when the drones and the robot dogs and fucking iRobot reality of our human servants that we bought for fucking to help us do chores around the house, they have a chip in it where they press the AI to take control? That's literally what they want to design. They are in the process of making that possible in reality. So why are we asleep thinking that we have the luxury of not reacting to that violently to put a stop to it?
Oh, I completely 1000 agree with you.
And may I
Oh, yes, please.
May I say? Oh, go ahead. Um, um, I might be like getting off the point a little bit, but while they're doing all this, they are demonizing Americans for holding on to their devices, their phones, longer than apparently we should, and it's costing the economy. You see this? This was
yeah. You mentioned this before, but it's like it's going to be an underappreciated point that I think most people are going to miss. So I appreciate you bringing it up again.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. Like, while they're doing all that, pouring all the water, like fucking up these neighborhoods with the hums that are that hurts, that is not good for the human ear, and all the lights. And these people can't get away because nobody wants to buy it. They can't sell. They can't sell. Who the fuck wants to live there anymore? And then they're demonizing us for not buying enough of their fucking product.
Right. Or being too stupid to figure out how the new computers and smartphones work, rather than maybe it's smarter for me to stop helping you build a panopticon there. So what does Cookies, you had a response to, you're saying you 1,000% agree with me?
Yeah,
Oh
go
yeah.
ahead, Cookies.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I 1,000% agree with you, man. Because I tell Republicans all the time, because obviously they're going to be the people that defend their gun rights, right? They're always going to be the ones that are like, oh, you can't take our guns. I'm like, please keep your guns, because when your guns are in your hands, you're going to die with them in your hands when the robo dogs come after you and torch you with flamethrowers or machine guns. Because what are you going to do with your little rifle? You're going to shoot down one, maybe two drones out of 1,000 drones that are flying in the air. Have you seen how many drones are flying when they put them all in a unit? There's thousands of them. They do light shows in other countries of drones that they do literal figures in the air. It's insane. If you ever want to look it up, they do drone shows of light shows in the air. What is your rifle going to do compared to a drone that's coming at you and you can't even see it, you can't hear it, and it just shoots you in the back? Go ahead, keep your rifle. It doesn't matter anymore.
I want to ask you this, Bad Cookies. Okay. So these Second Amendment freaks that are like, oh, when the we have our guns for tyranny against the government, when the government is against you right now, but somehow in their mind it's not against them. And you know why? Because they want this nation to be a white nationalized nation. So everything that's happening, they love this shit.
Yeah. Did you see this? You want to reply
No,
here?
I didn't. As a leftist, I'm pro-gun. Are you all not? Oh no, baby, I got guns.
We're
I
all
got
pro
guns.
I think all
I got guns.
pretty sure Cookies too is pro gun. It's not what he's not. I think you're misunderstanding it's actually a very pro gun thing to say to gun enthusiasts, wherever. With the advance of technology, if you want to be like your Second Amendment rights to have meaning, you can't have it be made obsolete by the state like that. We need some kind of compensation.
Yes, that's exactly.
I just
reprisal, maybe. We need a response, not so much compensation from the government. Not to misunderstand what I'm saying. We need to like respond to that, whatever, protect that right.
Mm-hmm.
But I also feel like, okay, when they after Bush like did the expired that AR-15, like people couldn't have AR-15s, it exploded the amount of gun deaths in this country. Exploded.
I believe if that was in Reagan, that was Nixon. It was the Gun Act of
I think it was
1982.
Bush. Wait, what was it? I'm
The
gonna look
Gun
it up.
Act of 1982. That's when they outlawed fully automatic weapons to the American populace. It
Right,
happened after a gun shootout.
but it was supposed to expire, and Bush, like
he rolled it
Bush
over.
he didn't hold it over. He allowed it to expire. That's what I'm saying.
I still can't own a fully automatic weapon without the tax stamp. It's still a felony. But
I got an AR-15.
No,
and
the
I
AR-15s
ain't
are
afraid
allowed.
to use it.
You're just not allowed to have a fully automatic one, but you've got ways around
Right.
that too, with a bump stock or the shaved pistol head, so that it becomes a fully on. We shouldn't be talking about this in the air, but there's ways to do it.
Whatever, overseer. Well, actually, yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, that's all I really
it's not about having guns. It's like the real issue is that when they ended slavery, the people were never the slave owners were never they never were held accountable for their behavior. After Jim Crow, the people were never held accountable for their behavior. The problem is they have never been held accountable for their behavior. After January 6th, they held them accountable for their behavior and then they got pardoned. The issue is they have free reign over this fucking country. They have never been held accountable for their behavior. And after all of this that's transpiring, people talking about, oh, they're gonna go to jail. No, they fucking not. Do you know America? They will not be held accountable for their behavior. And it's gonna be business as usual. And that's just my opinion. And y'all can speak on it. Go ahead.
Well, I think Jacqueline's comment here is interesting, considering I may be pro-gun, but one of the why do I not have a gun? Well, maybe because my stance before has changed a little bit. Where when I was less politically engaged, not understanding the actual situation, I was maybe a little less pro-gun. And Canada has less of a gun culture. You can kind of get away with, if you are not in a dangerous enough neighborhood, you can live just fine without really carrying any kind of protection. But
Whoopi's
now
back,
that
by the way.
pro-gun, my point as far as her comment here, now that I'm become pro-gun because I've had to take care of things like my kids come first, I don't have the money to go buy a gun. So it does become interesting, ironic in that she says sometimes think
that is an interesting fact. Like if you didn't have a gun already, then in this economic climate, it could be hard to get a gun.
Unless you do illicit activity, in which case you could afford a gun, just so simple or whatever, right? But to read out aloud what Jacqueline's comment, in case someone's listening, not watching, it says, sometimes think that some people are so pro-gun that if it came to a choice between giving up their guns or giving up their kids, it'd be a case of, bye kids, it was nice knowing you. So
shit. God damn, Jacqueline. Well, hi, Whoopi. Whoopi's back.
Yeah, I forgot to say hello to you too before. Thank you for popping in.
All right. Well,
what is Lucky saying? David Walker. I don't know who David Walker is.
I don't know.
Cookies. I'm gonna pull that up. Can you read it if you don't mind?
Yeah. I just want to. Are you looking to hop off, Cookies? Are you busy or?
Yeah, man. No, I just wanted to talk a few talking points with you guys. See what you guys thought. If you want me to stick around, I totally can. But I just want to give the floor to anybody else who wanted to hop on.
Yeah. Cool. I'm just trying to not to.
Well, Cookies, we can have up to 10 people up here, so it's up to you if you want to drop off or not. I don't want to cajole, coerce, demand.
No, just stick around in the background.
Okay. Yeah, cool. We're still kind of getting our like figuring out how to do this different style of stream a little bit, our technique and stuff. And anyway.
Well, I could tell you from where I got it from. People who are on the chat, they'll mute themselves and just hang around, and when they're ready to talk again, they do.
Yeah.
Because you can have up to 10 people up here, so.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't mind that at all. I'd appreciate having the ability to have other people, so we're not having to host like the entire time so much. If this becomes a regular thing and we got enough people hanging out, if like I've been waiting to go make supper, but if enough people are here, I can do.
You can go make supper.
Pause,
you can go make supper.
Chill in the corner. Maybe go backstage if there's enough or not too many people. So.
Well, before you go make supper, is it okay if I warm up my soup? I want to drink. Eat some soup.
Exactly. I've been forgetting to ask. Is it anytime you want to take a break before I'm going to go take one?
Yeah, because mine is easier than yours because you're gonna go make supper. I already have like soup.
Right. I would rather just kind of
But
wait
I
until
don't
we're
know who
ready to
David
sign off.
Walker is.
Yeah, let's get back to the comment because I have to. If I make supper, I'm gonna have to. I have to make a long. I have to spend hours on it tonight. So anyway,
No, if you guys want to like cycle out, if you don't mind, I'll sit in and be the ear or whatever.
he's a guest co-host. Sounds good.
That's wonderful. I think Black Life might warm up my soup for me, and I could just sit here. Let me just check. But
So
who is David Walker? And
Right.
can you read the comment?
So NP Mest says David Walker said it best: "The man who would not fight for himself when he has a chance is not worth being defended by others." It's an interesting comment. Now making me wonder
David Walker
myself,
is.
who is David Walker?
I'm about to look it up. David Walker. I mean,
There's so many wise people out there worth knowing about. It'd be nice if more people had the time to.
Oh, okay.
People. So.
Oh, David Walker can refer to several prominent figures, most notably the 19th century abolitionist who wrote Walker's Appeal, a fiery anti-slavery text, and David Walker, the highly decorated FCS football linebacker recently drafted by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But this was a while back, right? Oh, no, that's not who he's talking about.
That's tricky with a name like David Walker.
Yeah, it's such an easy name. So I think he's talking about the 19th century abolitionist.
Because the name is a little bit too strict. A Google search will. It could be a historical figure. It could be the football guy you're talking about. Prominent 1820 leftist. David Walker.
He says David Walker is the prominent 1820 leftist. So that's the one I was talking about. That is right. The abolitionist who wrote Walker's Appeal. And I can show you a picture of him real quick. Just so everybody can see.
Oh, he is the first one that comes up.
And know who he is.
I guess maybe it's not that common.
That's David Walker right there. And he looks serious, shit. Like he's fucking playing around.
Freemason, maybe? Sounds like a possible Freemason.
Why would you say that?
Well, just looking on the Wikipedia page, African Grand Lodge, Prince Hall Grand Lodge. The lodges are the Freemason thing, but maybe it's a different thing.
Oh, might be.
Because that's the scary thing about you try and figure out the historical footprint of the Freemasons, and you run into all these big famous people on both the left and the right. So.
It says he was a free black man, writer, and anti-slavery activist born in North Carolina who settled in Boston. His key works were published and appealed to the colored citizens of the world in 1829, a powerful pamphlet calling for black unity and immediate emancipation, shocking the nation. And his legacy is his work galvanized the abolitionist movement and inspired enslaved people, though he died young in 1830, possibly from poisoning. Possibly, they always poison our leaders. I mean, not poison, kill.
I guess in their defense, we're devil's advocate. If it's history like that, we aren't exactly objectively as accurate as possible if we say they definitely did it when the crime scene is long gone, and we have to say they probably did it. You know?
No, I don't believe it.
Do you know what I mean?
They always kill.
I know, but without the evidence, you just can't be sure. whatever as much as we.
They've killed white people who whistleblow on the establishment.
There's too many stories of this. When you start to do this research, you go, "Oh, look, another person who died, probably from poison," and another person
Like
who
David
possibly
Webb, they said
suicide.
he died from suicide, but he was
Right.
shot in the back of the head. And
But it's always people.
how the
You know,
fuck he
if it
died
can't-
from suicide if he died from a bullet
someone
in the
rocked the
back of his
boat.
head?
Yeah. There's too many. There's modern examples. There's old. There's a whole trail throughout history of bodies that are suspicious deaths, like Hillary Clinton's whatever collection that shall not be spoken of, right? Or the Clintons, rather, not just her. All of their mysterious.
It's so many collections. So many.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for bringing that up, Lucky. We appreciate that information.
But yeah, it's always wish I had more. Well, maybe I do have time to do all that, but I have to clear my research agenda for the time being to put something like that onto it. I gotta shift gears to the domestic. This is something I've been has been coming clearer and clearer to me. I've been getting pretty good at. I think, I don't know, maybe you guys can criticize me or whatever, but getting pretty good at understanding the geopolitics and what's going on there as best as I can, looking from the outside in with a lot like very limited information. But I'm not very good at figuring out what the hell's going on at home because I don't really pay enough attention, and that's a problem. So anyway, getting back to home is also means doing the history about what's going on here. There's a lot of indigenous history that like I may talk about respecting the indigenous, but I got to learn their history more. So what are we got something to move on to here?
Oh, I thought you was pulling something up.
No.
Oh.
What was
Okay.
what did you think I was pulling up?
I thought you was pulling something up about indigenous and.
No, I'm just saying, as an example, I need to learn more about their history. I might be all respectful and want to try and see what can be done about, like, to this day in Canada, they're still, all their demands are being pretended like they don't matter. We do the land acknowledgements, which is more of an insult than anything. I want a revolution, but then I don't know about what the natives, whatever the indigenous, what do they care about communism? I don't think that's really what they want. So it's not necessarily my right to go steal their land again for another white man's dream kind of thing. So I need to sort of have some communication with them about what do they want, what can we work together on.
Can I read this comment?
I get to it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Jacqueline says, people who are anti-establishment can say that they would never self-delete as some form of self-protection, but that is just a paper shield nowadays. I don't know what a paper shield means. Okay. How many times did Virginia Godfrey say that? That's another motherfucker we gotta look up.
Oh, I get what she's saying. She's saying, like I did the other day, you try and give yourself legal protection so that people will look in if they do the unthinkable and unalive you and try and gaslight the world into making everyone think that you offed yourself. How is that actually the way that they've gone mask off kind of the Trump administration? How is that any kind of protection? That doesn't seem to be worth much anymore. I think that's a good point, Jacqueline. Cord Lord, Michael, I would assume most indigenous cultures already had, at the minimum, a socialist setup. I think that exactly. There's got to be room for
they did
cooperation there, but we also this is where I think like the ACP guys have gone wrong, thinking that because they're marginalized and powerless in a typical kind of Eurocentric point of view, that we don't need to waste our time with their woke ideas kind of thing and learning all this stuff about whatever, like when they're all focused on the technological race between China and the US, when do they ever get around to thinking about the indigenous issues, right? With Greenland, no one is talking about what the natives' rights are, that it doesn't belong to the fucking Danish either. But that's not the conversation.
Didn't they like genocide a huge group of Inuits there?
Pretty sure there's always a genocide underneath all these fucking stories. It's never being talked about, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
I haven't looked into the history of Greenland. That's my bad.
You still going? Thank you. I appreciate you.
Watch out.
Oh, shit.
So now that Abby has her soup, what do you plan on doing?
Yeah, how'd you know I had my soup?
I can hear you talking about it.
What kind of soup you got?
It's like a seafood soup.
Ooh, yum. My mom's
I don't eat much.
She cooks a
Weirdly,
lot. She eats.
I cook a lot, but I don't eat much. I cook a lot, but I mostly cook for other people that come and eat. It's community work.
So yeah, I was sorry. No comment to your comment whatsoever because I'm looking at what Lance is saying. It's interesting. Claim I never came across anyone who's they that say that the Vikings were in Greenland before any natives. That's cool. Maybe I should look into that. Well, I mean, not cool as in that would be not cool if that's misinformation, but it would be cool if that were something I didn't know before, because it's usually the Europeans came to the New World and there were people already there. But this is also something that kills me. A lot of immigrants came here to bask in what they believe is all built by the white man. They don't give two shits about acknowledging First Nation folks. Yeah, hard truth. Thank you, XD. The stuff that we don't talk about, because what we teach white kids about these days is to be all nice and never talk about anything serious and don't.
You know what else we don't talk about?
Anything.
What else we don't talk about is that there were Black Indians here in America.
That's something that we need to talk about. We need to learn about, because there's a lot of controversy about what is this rewriting of history going on here that definitely needs some rewriting, because like this history that we've been taught is very flawed and propagandized, right? So we need to.
All lines to be revealed.
Wasn't that what CRT was about, though? Critical race theory?
Critical race theory was more about explaining how. Well, it might have been in there. I'm not sure, but my understanding is it was about showing the other side of the spectrum from what was taught to us. So yeah, okay, yeah. I just said it for myself.
Yeah, I don't know too much about it. I heard bits and pieces of it when it was being publicized and politicized. I never really sat down and read about it because it never really affected me, which was something that really bothered me, why so many conservatives were so angry about CRT being taught in universities when the majority of college kids, it would never affect them in their lives. I didn't get it. I don't know if you guys felt the same way or not.
And they claimed it was like CRT is a law school program class. They made it seem like they were doing it in all the schools, and even if it was, if a black kid has to experience racism, then why can't a white kid learn about it? It makes no sense to me. That's just
right. So I kind of learned about CRT like a little bit different than other people maybe have because of my interest in Marxism and stuff. So what I've kind of heard about CRT is that it's kind of a, well, maybe it's not just what I've heard, but what I've kind of, the way I've kind of come to understand it is in a lot of ways it can be complementary with Marxism. There's like some intersectionality sort of stuff going on there where it does, like, they can be mutually inclusive of each other. Like there's theories, they can be supporting each other's theses, but there are times where critical race theory appears to be more of a product of, like American academia that's not necessarily Marxist and is maybe socialist, maybe sort of like, I don't know how much you want to start calling everything a psyop. That's not so much helpful, right? But there's like
it's basically like teaching history from a lens that's not from a white. We should stop saying white supremacists because they aren't supreme. We should say white narcissists because that's their behavior. They act like narcissists. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Oh, when I say y'all, I'm talking about white narcissists. I'm not saying
we might want to find selective ways to apply that, because I don't know if we want to completely abandon the white supremacy thing, because to call white supremacy just narcissism abandons the idea that it's about like societal domination sort of thing. Maybe it's inspired from narcissism, but there is a kind of proving that we're the best and we deserve to rule over others kind of aspect. So,
but isn't that narcissism?
No, narcissism can be more narrowly defined as like love, excessive love for the self, like disproportionate.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
Admiration for yourself. It doesn't necessarily have to be megalomaniacal, right? Where you're trying to dominate.
You just said love for the self.
Yes. Right. Love for the self can be like it could be like a psychological, maladaptive, whatever problem, disorder, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're a supremacist. And I guess I see your point in that if you have this problem of loving yourself to the exclusion of all others, then must be because you believe yourself to be supremely better than the rest. It might be what you're psychologically, the like supremacism is sort of a consequence of narcissism. It's kind of what your
this soup is delicious, by the way.
Well, I was thinking about something else. I don't know what. Now your comments made me get off what I was going to say, but whatever. Maybe it'll come back to me.
What is this word, ethno-nationalism?
Ethno-nationalism? That's like the supremacist, white supremacy is a type of ethno-nationalism, and then black supremacy or Asian supremacy or whatever, Arab supremacy, these would all be like Zionism is ethno-nationalism. It's like a theocracy is about making a state run by a religion. Ethno-nationalism is like making a state run by a certain race.
Right. Got it. It's all fucked up.
So, not sure what you want to.
Real quick.
No worries.
Could I ask you guys a question?
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Of course.
In your ideal worlds, sorry about the text. In your ideal worlds, right? Everything didn't work out the way it has, and we are not living in this alternate reality of horribleness. In your ideal worlds, what would that look like? You know, what would we have? How would the world be if things weren't as fucked up as they are now? Do you know what I mean?
Wonderful question.
You want me to go
So-
first since you're eating? Or go ahead. Yeah.
I'm gonna go first, and I'm gonna let you, because I think what I'm gonna say is going to go into what you're gonna say. So,
all right.
I say I'm a socialist, and Mike is a communist. I say I'm a socialist because I think the only way we can get out of the system we have now is we just not gonna go from authoritarianism all the way into communism. I think socialism would be a natural step if we can get there, and then after that, maybe communism. So then I'll let you go ahead, Mike.
Right. So we already kind of talked about that earlier, so I don't want to maybe get back talking about those differences between those things too much. So you're saying about if it was my ideal, if the world didn't have the problems, or what would my vision of the ideal world be?
Exactly, yeah.
Right. So I'm not trying to be excessively utopian about the way that I see the world. If we could fix a lot of the problems that I see as problems, I don't think we would have like a super, like a lot of people would maybe think like a Star Trek society. We'd have super high tech. I think we would have to sort of recognize the limitations of technology. So we would actually have a little bit of a slowing down in the development of technology. Not that we're abandoning the science and the development of new tech, but it needs to be like reasonable. So we would have, instead of trying to build ways to get to Mars, we would be there's a lot of technological advancement about like how to actually feed society, or like how to stop droughts and stuff. So maybe there's a bit of geoengineering going on there, but we would be doing things in a responsible way as opposed to this capitalist nonsense way. So we would develop technology to a point that it is rational for us, and then we would, in a sense, if it's working, we would stop there as opposed to needing to carry on for the sake of consumption. Sort of like progress right now under capitalism is more for the sake of you have to keep the engine going or it will stall, right? You need to, endless growth is the only objective. So progress for the sake of progress. But if we actually could be not needing to waste all of our time rationalizing things with money, like the moneyless society would be a big part of it, which is when we're not being forced to go to work for money and stuff like that, we would be more able to engage in work that we feel is constructive as opposed to being coerced into doing it. So if this was actually accomplished over a long enough period of time, contrary to popular opinion, we would be free to resolve a lot of the issues that we've been plagued with, but not able to pivot to dealing with because we're all busy being a slave at a job. So like then people think like certain things, important things wouldn't get done because like people aren't being forced to do it or whatever for low pay kind of thing. So, but we would find ways, we would resolve using our technology and ingenious, whatever, we would find ways to deal with things like waste management with AI and stuff like that, that would actually take care of that problem. So nobody had to do no human being would ever have to do it again. Right. So there would be some automation, but there would be basically like a recognition that for the most part, we don't want tech like intruding in our lives. We want it to make it so that we don't have to do labor that nobody wants to do. Is that a good answer?
I missed most of it because I fell off, but I want to hear what Bad Cookies has to say.
I think what your answer was very good. I think it's I think from your point of view, you see that we have a lot of technology and a lot of things that we've progressed on that we're not using for the best interest of mankind, but that's mostly because of capitalism. Because like you said, capitalism is a system based on infinite growth. And instead of applying that science to say, hey, how can we best use it for the sake of humanity, they're thinking, well, how can we profit from this? And I love your idea. Like, if we use the technology to solve the problems we have today, people wouldn't be so adverse against technology, but that's not the way it's going. Everything that they're doing in terms of technology is used to oppress us, to monitor us, to surveil us, to have control over us. And that's not a utopian society. That's not a helpful society. To me, the ideal society, and we could never, ever, ever get there, but my ideal society would be a bit like what you described. It would be a cashless society where all we do is try to develop systems to make sure that nobody has to do anything that they don't want to do. Like, for example, like people that sit there and clean out shit gutters, when they're doing plumbing and shit, they don't want to shove their hand in that crap pipe and clean it out. We could have technology that do that, but we don't. Why? Because a capitalist hasn't thought of doing it because there's not enough profit in it, right? We wouldn't have any racial conflicts between us because in my ideal society, we wouldn't have any races to divide ourselves. But unfortunately, as humans, it's an intrinsic nature of humans to always try to separate ourselves. If we were all of the same color, we would be talking about the clothes we wear or the way we do our hair, or we find ways to separate ourselves. It's just human nature to always try to find ways to group ourselves into specific groups. And in my world, we wouldn't have that. We'd all be the same people. We'd all have the same. We'd all be the same. We wouldn't have to be superior to anybody else. And that's where I fear my mentality is flawed, because in my world, nobody is better than anybody else. But there's always going to be someone that comes around that's going to be like, oh, I'm better than you. You're wrong. It's an unfortunate thing of humanity, but it's where I'm at. It's like Nicolo and Abidu, you guys to me, you guys are like brothers and sisters to me, but where am I going to find the time to visit my brothers and sisters? You guys aren't lesser human beings, and you're not superior to me. You guys are my brothers and sisters. You guys are on this one rock in a galaxy that is beyond our imagination of greatness and magnitude. We're all on this little tiny planet trying to survive it together. I don't think we should be sitting there trying to bring each other down. And again, that's my flawed mentality, is because I keep thinking like, I want to treat everyone like my brother, but you just can't, because there's always going to be someone out there that doesn't want to be your friend. And
So
that's a sad part.
I really like that, because we talked about that before. Like, I was like, can't we bring it back to tribes and community?
This is where I think it helps to be material.
And that's a communist, isn't it? Like, I can't believe I'm saying I'm communist. But I don't think you just can't go from a fucking oligarchy straight to communism. I don't know
why people think that communists are trying to do things like that's an accelerationist, is someone who's trying to do things from 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. Like, no, the communist stuff when you really understand it, it's a very long-term thing. It's like probably not going to be done in my lifetime. I can do a small contribution to the more the grand whatever scheme of things. So, but it's more about understanding, like when we're saying go back to these tribal things, why can't we do that? Whatever. Well, to do the process of the dialectical materialism is to understand the material conditions that make it impossible for us to be able to go back to those things, whether we like it or not. And then, so to be able, when we understand why we can't go back to these things, then we understand what we need to dismantle in order to go forward or backward or anywhere. So,
well, I finished eating. If you want to go grab some food.
I was wanting to have a cigarette, so I'll go do that if you guys are cool.
We're cool.
To carry on.
Yeah, I'll keep Abby company here.
Cool. I'll be back in a minute.
He's gonna keep me company.
I'm trying to get Rondo on so he can serenade you with his voice.
You know I love that voice.
Yeah, you'll come in here and talk about the weather. It's going to be 45 degrees tomorrow.
You know, he came on sounding like Barry White. I was like, what the fuck? Wait a minute.
Yeah, I didn't expect that voice from him.
Wait a minute. My drawers got wet right quick.
Oh, my.
No disrespect to your girl Wanda. None at all. I'm just talking over the internet. No disrespect.
How was your soup?
It was delicious. I love soup. I could just live off soup, to be honest. But I have to cook. Meats and stuff because my mom loves meat, and the people I feed in the community, they want meat. I love soup. I like making lentil soup, tomato soup, all kinds of soup, pumpkin soup, anything you could think of, any soup you could think of, I'll make it. And I love salads too. That's probably why I only weigh 120 pounds.
So, Abby, you've been through this game several times. What kind of dumb shit do you think we're going to experience in this next upcoming election? Because it's already coming soon. It's already right around the corner. I can't believe it. But
I know. I think they're going to probably. Do you think they're going to put up Gavin Newsom or something? Or they're trying to test the waters to see if we like him enough? What? I don't fucking care. It doesn't matter. I'm not voting for any of them.
Me neither. I'm just anticipating the circus that's going to come. It's always a damn circus, and I get so irritated talking to people online. Like, you guys realize you're both idiots because you're sitting there arguing about two sides of the same coin. You guys are dumb. Right. But yeah, I'm just.
It don't matter to me. It's just a show.
I don't think they'll put in Gavin Newsom, but who knows? The Democrats are dumb as fuck. Lately, I've been hearing that they want to run a Kamala Harris AOC ticket, which would just be awesome.
Oh, in 2028.
Yeah.
I've heard that too.
Like, what is wrong with you guys? Do you really think that would work?
She's been testing the waters too.
Yeah.
I just and even before we get to 2028, 2026, they're just like, we're gonna vote you motherfuckers out. We're gonna vote blue. Oh, okay. And
what good is that gonna do? You're gonna get a Democrat elected. They're gonna come in. They're gonna undo the stuff that Trump did, and that's it. That's all they're gonna do. And then they're gonna do incremental Trump stuff, so nobody pays attention and nobody notices.
It's the same fucking playbook.
Yep. It's no different.
They call it the ratchet effect, right?
Yeah. Because that's literally the same pattern that's been going on for as long as I've been alive. That's what I've noticed. It's always the same thing. A Democrat comes into office, they undo anything that the Republicans did, and then they say, "Oh, look, we fixed it. We fixed America. Look at what good we're doing." Like, look at Biden. When Biden came in and he started undoing a lot of the stuff that Trump did, he kept a lot of the shit that nobody wants to talk about, like the tax breaks and all that.
The tax
But
breaks, yeah. He kept
yeah,
that. He kept that shit.
sure did. But he undid all the other stuff that Trump did, and the reason he did it was because of that. It's a game that the two-party system likes to play. They play a game of good cop, bad cop. If you sit there and elect Republicans, the Republicans come into office, they'll do whatever they want. Democrats sit there and enable them so they can sit there and turn around and lecture everyone about how bad the Republicans are, and then they guilt trip you into voting for them, and then they come into office and all they do is make excuses as to why they can't fix anything.
Right.
It's a terrible pattern of abuse, but nobody fucking wants to acknowledge it. Nobody sees it.
Well, I mean, when you have this the education system is so disoriented, it's so dismantled that they can't even figure out what's happening to them because they don't have the language, they don't have the knowledge, they don't have the understanding. You know what I'm saying?
No, I get that. Yeah.
It's so disheartening. And I think maybe the only reason I understand it as the way I do is because I grew up with a Republican father and a Democratic mother.
Mm.
So I was hearing like both of their arguments. Like it was very political in my house. Mostly from my father, the Republican. And I would read shit and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? So that made me become a Democrat for a long time. And then I started looking further and I'm like, well, what the fuck are they talking about?
Yeah. I had the same exact experience.
You had
Except
a...
for my,
Go ahead.
My parents weren't very political at all. In fact, my parents didn't give a damn about politics. I didn't get into politics until about maybe 16, 17.
Mm.
When my oldest cousin signed up to go to Iraq for the Iraq War because he needed a citizenship and he died over there. That's when I started getting political.
Oh my God. I'm sorry to hear that.
He wasn't the only one. I lost 14 cousins that way.
Oh my gosh. My nephew just joined the army and his parents are like so excited about it. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
They actually another one of my nephews, another one of my brother's sons, he's in the army and they were going to give him like $5,000 signing bonus to join some shit. And I was like, and they're like, ooh, $5,000. I said, your life is worth more than $5,000.
Word. No.
Why are you telling him this? Why is this? I just went off. I just couldn't believe it. I was like, he can go over there and die.
Mm-hmm.
And what the hell does that $5,000 mean after that? It's gonna be spent. It's gonna be spent before he even fucking die.
Mm. No, I'm good. No, you can keep that. No, actually, did I ever tell you about the one and only time I ever protested?
Mm-mm.
I was, God, I don't even remember how old I was. I was in my early 20s, and Desert Storm was going on, and I went to go protest that because I already lost some family over there. I didn't want anyone else to face the same stuff. Mm-hmm. So I went downtown to Chicago and started protesting, and that's where I got maced. That was the first time I ever got maced. And I was like, I'll never again do this because what good did it do? They still finished Desert Storm. They still did it. They went on to the Iraq War and protesting did nothing. That's the day I learned that protesting has no power in the U.S. anymore.
No, because the only time protests had an impact was when TVs were first invented and people could visualize what was going on. Like
Yeah.
in Vietnam and stuff, they are so desensitized. They can see what's going on and still don't give a fuck.
Yep.
So why the fuck? I'm not going nowhere.
Yeah.
I'm not going. I'm not taking my black ass out there. I'm sorry.
And it's a real shame too, because there's certain things that I would help protest with to give them more numbers, but I just know it's a waste of time. And I know people hate that. Like, there's still a lot of Americans that want to wish and hope that protesting still holds power, and not just that, voting. They still hold hopes that voting will fix the system, but it's not going to, guys. It's not going to.
What are they telling us in 2026? Vote them out. Man, shut the fuck up. Vote blue hard. Vote blue harder. That's what it sounds like to me. If you don't get out of my fucking face.
Well, they're not the only ones I sit there and piss off. The third party people too, I'd be pissing off because I'm like, you guys don't understand that third parties is just a hustle. It's just meant to keep you inside of the voting system. If there was ever a third party that actually gained momentum and started becoming a viable party, whatever side that party was threatening would just jump ship and switch over and start infiltrating that party. For example, let's say like the libertarians started picking up and they started gaining a lot of support, and they actually got to like a point where they're getting federally funded. Guess what they're going to do? They've already had Republicans come as speakers. Republicans are just going to start coming in and weeding all the libertarians out. And then all of that's going to happen is the Libertarian Party is going to become the Republican Party, and vice versa for the left.
What did Chuck Schumer say? Remember how he was like, instead of saying, out of all the people that don't vote, we need to figure out how to get them to vote. No, he didn't say that. He said, we can get some of these Republicans that are not feeling Trump, we can bring them over to the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I remember that. He was like, "Oh, everyone we lose in Ohio, we'll pick up one in Minnesota and Iowa."
Right. Look, this y'all can call me whatever you want to call me, but a lot of them Somalians fucking voted for Trump.
You sure did.
You think I'm about to be out there? Fuck no. Fuck no. Because this is what they do. They tell Africans that come over here to stay away from Black Americans. They told Black Americans that people in Africa were destitute. Yeah, I said destitute, didn't I? That's not even a word. Destitute and they were just poor, and you shouldn't align yourself with them. They already set that up.
Yeah.
Before them motherfuckers even came over here, they came over here with a fucking attitude about Black Americans. You wouldn't even be over here without Black Americans in the civil rights movement. So we don't fuck with them.
No, I've heard that before. How there's a divide between American Black folk and Africans coming over.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Have you ever had experienced that before yourself?
Yeah, they are very yeah, I have. Mm-hmm.
That's wild, man.
Hey, Doshi, pull up. Doshi came from Troop Zone as well. It's not that I said hop up. I said pull up. It's not that we don't want to be connected to them, but there are so many, okay, we call them tethers, okay? There are so many Africans that come over here they have the same skin tone, and they are on social media capping for the white man, and I'm like, what the fuck? You ain't speaking for us. Nobody asked you. Here's Doshi.
Right on. I'll
Hey,
mute myself.
Abby. Peace, peace. No, you don't have to mute or anything. Peace, everyone. I was kind of listening in to see what y'all were talking about right now. So I'm just
We talking
sitting
about
back.
anything and everything, but right now we talking about tethers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and this whole immigration thing. Yeah, I was saying in the chat, I think we should be sitting back, Abby. This isn't our fight. I don't think we should be joining forces. We shouldn't be protesting. We should be sitting back and then making other plans. Really, people need to be thinking about themselves.
Doshi did not. It was amazing how like we saw all this stuff start to transpire, and it felt like our ancestors collectively told us, "Sit your black ass down in your house and don't you take your ass out there." It's like it was collective understanding. I don't know where we got it from. It just came from the universe and told all of us, "Don't you take your black ass out there."
Yeah, I think ever since they were protesting and they were climbing the walls instead of going up the stairs of the White House, that was our sign to be like, no, that's them. Y'all sit down, relax.
Let
No
white people
worries.
fight for their country first.
Exactly. Let them fight for whatever they're fighting for or anything. We're gonna fight. None of this stuff is what we should be fighting for. So why should we join in to any of this? If they ain't talking reparations, if they ain't talking land back and different things like that, then
Yeah, if you're not
we don't
talking
need to be a part of it.
reparations, you ain't talking about giving us our land back, then ain't nothing to talk about. And Doshi, you weren't here earlier when we were talking about um that dude Jake Lang. Were you here for that? I don't know.
I don't think so. Jake, who is he?
Jake Lang, he's actually he's a Jewish person. Okay, he grew up in and he coming up here sowing discord, talking about how Christians and Muslims like it's a Christian nationalist nation and fuck these nigger lovers. He in Minnesota saying all this shit and talking about Muslims.
See, that be the psyop. That's
Exactly.
a psyop. Just like
He
the new Black
Mossad.
Panther Party. This is all a psyop.
Oh,
They
wait.
see us sitting back and they try to get us riled up so we can be out in the streets and protesting.
So we gonna put the Black Panther Party to the side for a second, because I want you to hear this. This motherfucker went to Minnesota, Minneapolis, and was talking all this big shit. And these white folks, he threw up a Heil Hitler sign and everything, and the white folks was trying to beat his ass. And you know who saved him? A black man. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you even? First of all, why are you there? Second of all, why are you saving an oppressor? If you don't let these white folks do what they want to do, what the fuck are you doing? And the craziest part about he had like got him out of the crowd, protecting him the whole time. This dude runs into a car talking about, can I get in your car? They trying to hurt me. And they let him in the car. They didn't know who he was. And guess who let him in the car? 2 trans women. And you know this motherfucker after that doubled down talking about black people and trans people.
Because they don't care for real. It was just a life or death moment for them. I have a friend that we used to work together out in Houston, but she's semi-famous for her 90s picture. She was 16 at a time, and it was like in the middle of, I guess, the hood or something, and they were about to beat up this white supremacist. The picture is her over the white supremacists, blocking them from beating them up or anything, to be like humanity, and they use that and all that other stuff. But that was in the 90s. And they use these things for these moments to get us involved in these things when they're not doing anything for us. If you ask them, should we get reparations? Most of these same people that are asking
We'll
us to
say fucking
advocate them
no.
would say no. Exactly. Say
Exactly.
no. They don't deserve any reparations. So what are we
Exactly.
putting our neck out on the line for? What? For who?
For what? I'm staying home. This is my my work to talk about, give people information, talk about these things, and hopefully change a mind or two. But I'm staying my black ass at home. And if anybody come over here, I got guns. And I ain't afraid to use them.
Well, as far as
Yep, and I think
reparations
we
are,
need to build up our own homes, stay at home, build up your home, build up your family, so
Build up
then
your
we can come
community.
together. Exactly, so we can come together as families to build a community. Because we don't even
Mm-hmm.
have our community. We don't. But we
Mm-hmm.
can. We need to be building that. Sorry to cut you off. I'm
no,
sorry,
it's okay.
Rusty.
I'm Michael, Abby's co-host.
Hey,
Good to meet
Michael.
you. Thanks for joining us. I just wanted to say about as far as reparations, I think we really need to get the black people their reparations because there's more, like, history continues to unfold and there is more reparations that are going to need to be, like, for COVID and for climate change. When we're talking about lies and psyops on people and the kinds of money, wealth transfers that they obtain with this kind of manipulation of populations and the truth. We can't get reparations for those. We can't step over the black people and give reparations to the next generation who needs them for grievances that are valid if we don't actually do the historical legal precedent of if reparations are for people who have been suffered injustice, you can't uh, set the legal precedent of ignoring the black people's claim to reparations and then set the new legal precedent that other people deserve them, right?
So Dochi, have you? I think you probably met Michael already because he was on Truth Zone a couple of times.
Maybe I could have been on the panel, but this is my
Oh,
first time
okay.
officially meeting him.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, peace,
Um,
peace. And I agree as far as when it comes to reparations. I think it's an excuse. They say, oh, it's a fear of this reverse. If black people are given money and they get into power, they're going to treat white people bad. I think all that is a
it's not
lie.
in our nature.
Yeah,
It's not
they
in our
know
nature.
it's not in our nature. What they're afraid of is the transfer of power. They're afraid of people being able to come together from that point and actually be building things, building community, and then going farther past community to even take over a lot of this stuff, a lot of what's going on. Because a lot of us are progressive. A lot of us don't want it to continue, whether we're black, white, Asians, any kind of race. A lot of people don't like the way it's set up right now, the way America is set up. And I think they're afraid of us getting into power.
And Dochi, so you had mentioned, I said table it for a minute, but I think it's okay to talk about it now. Who the fuck is that Latino motherfucker talking about the new Black Panther? Who, we don't know him. Does
He
anybody know
plays
him?
there. No, he is definitely placed there in the new Black Panther Party.
Don't
Ain't no
nobody
one
know
seen him
this
before or them
motherfucker. We
people
ain't never
behind
seen
him.
you. Bad Cookie said, who?
I'm also a little behind the times. Who exactly you're talking about?
So they are trying the same thing that, okay, let's backtrack a little bit. You know how when they would have people go to vote and they'd have these same psyop coon ass niggas with berets on their head and guns at the voting booths so the media could film them like they were intimidating people to vote. Don't nobody know these. Who are them? We ain't never seen them. We don't know these people. It's the same shit. This man went on camera and said that he would kill federal agents. You can't even, you could barely talk without an FBI agent coming to your door and like with a threat like that.
Exactly what I was gonna say, and he can keep saying it. Yeah, that's how you
Yeah,
know they
all
get
over
him
the media.
there. Exactly, because they would be at his door, knocking it down, like you said, kicking in the door if he said that stuff, and he wasn't saying that on behalf of them.
Exactly. We don't know him. This man is cosplaying a black person for money. Nobody knows you. Nobody asked for you. You are not our leader. Oh, they do the same. It's the same playbook. He getting so much media attention. How you getting all this media attention and no black people know you and no white people coming for you? Come on, man.
Distraction 101, MK Ultra in full effect. That's all this is.
Rondo said leader. Leader? Yeah, we don't know him. If we actually had, thank you, Rondo. All the leaders are dead, or they doing a bid. Exactly.
And I
That's how you.
personally, I mean, like, I get the leaders of sex or anything, but I'm different as far as thinking like we need a leader. Really, like, people just gotta lead their families right now, and then we come together as families. We don't need this distinctive leader to be like, this is our leader. He speaks for us, or she speaks for us. We don't really need that. We need clusters of people coming together, building, and then those clusters coming together, and then more clusters coming together. And that's for
You
all of us, honestly.
right. You remember who that is for all of us. You're right. You remember how they like made leaders. Who said Jesse Jackson was our fucking leader? He reclassified us as African American. What? Huh?
Well, the question of leaders is something that we were talking about what's the difference between a communist and an anarchist. So there's a lot of leftists that have given up on communism, or were always supporting anarchism over communism to begin with, because they think that leaders are not what we need. We need to get away from the mentality that what we need is leaders. But the idea that communists have is we need leaders to establish a society that teaches us how to live without leaders, and then we can not have them anymore. So we need leaders for now, in short.
Bad Cookies is in the chat, and you can really just talk. You right here.
It's all good.
Yeah, but I don't want to interrupt. You guys are in it, man.
No,
I think it just is. It's just that
So,
power corrupts.
so
You know how they say
Dochi,
absolute power corrupts absolutely. I think that's
Yeah.
when you're putting it. So I think it's just how we format the leaders. We'd have to discuss, because when you put one person or even two or three, it's just easy to infiltrate, and that's what has happened every time we've had a so-called leader. Is
Yeah,
infiltration happens.
the concentration of power,
Dochi.
very important.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, but that's the thing about trying to have a dialectic between anarchists and communists, is that if communists have failed historically, are we concentrating too much of our efforts and too much of our power into one person, or putting too many of our eggs in one basket? But if you try and diffuse power too much, are we too powerless because we decentralize power too much? So we do need to observe what the true, rather than what we prefer to believe, what is actually the case.
So Dolce, I'd like you to meet Bad Cookies to your right. Wait, maybe it's to your left. Shit, I don't know.
Hey,
That's
Bad
Bad
Cookies.
Cookies.
What's up? How you living?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing ducky. I'm hanging out with these two cats and we're having a great convo.
Look, Lance says, "Stay out of the chat. I'll take care of the chat while you gone." I gotta go use the restroom for a second, so I'm gonna let y'all chop it up. And I'll be back. All right.
Okay.
So, Cookies, for a little bit of context for Dulcie, is I think it's fair to say is a self-described anarchist, or at least anarchist sympathetic. But I think he's also enough of a realist to recognize that there's some flaws to his. He said it earlier. Maybe there's some flaws to his thinking.
Oh, absolutely. Like it is a complete idealism, but it's flawed, and I know it would never be successful. But I think it would be better than this.
As far I was thinking about, sorry, about what you were, just because I was thinking about it, what you were saying earlier about individualism. Sorry, you were saying about for your ideal society would be you want more people to be the same, and I think that's what you were sort of recognizing as a flaw, because we recognize individualism as a flaw that's really bad, that capitalism is really exacerbated. So I think the flaw that needs maybe correcting in your thinking, and probably in mine too, is what we need to figure out is how to synthesize individualism and collectivism in a way that actually works. But go ahead, Dulcie. Sorry to talk too much.
No. You're good. That's good. So I can understand where everybody is coming from. But I definitely agree in more so synthesizing it. Because for me, I guess some of my patterns can be anarchist because of the fact I feel like the leadership that we have today, it needs to crumble. I don't think the laws are bad, like our constitution is bad, but I don't think that anyone is going by the principles of our constitution. We don't go by the principles of we the people. So it all sounds good on paper, but if we're not living it, then what is happening? You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's my point of view of it. It's like the only reason I want anarchism is because we are literally living in a situation where anarchism would benefit us. In my description of anarchism, my understanding of anarchism is we stop depending on the government to do anything for us, and we become more of a community. We start depending on each other. We start relying on each other, basically, because there is no government there to save us. Like a lot of the safety net that we have now is literally because of the American government. We all live in the safety zone that we've never had a war in this country that wasn't our own. And I think we take that for granted. And I think if we just step back and realize, like, hey, we're not living in the situation that we could be. And that situation would come better if we grew as communities. Because like I told Nihilo earlier, there's a massive amount of individualism in the USA because everyone's out for themselves. Everyone has to be out for themselves. You have to make your living. You gotta make ends meet. You gotta do it. And everyone has to live that life, so everyone's an individual. But once that anarchism hits, you just reset everything. There is no government, there is no guarantees, there is nothing. You're gonna have to rely on those other people to fucking help you. And I think that's when people will become more vulnerable. It's actually my track of thought, my logic comes from an understanding of human nature. And in human nature, we are the most compassionate, most reasonable, and most loving people when we are facing our most critical moments in our lives. So as long as we're safe and in our safety bubbles, we're gonna seek out that individualism. We're not gonna want to unite. But it's whenever we're in hardships, whenever we're facing difficult situations, that's when the community comes out in all of us and we all start uniting. It, like, again, it all sounds good in theory, but in practice, in actual play, anarchism would be god awful because all the people that have that wealth and power and control, or people that have that military power, would just take control. And what are you going to do? We'd be in the same exact situation now. That's why I know my logic is flawed. I understand it's failure in its nature, but that's what I'm thinking.
I think it's all about speed of implementation. I think the way that you frame it, there's a kind of accelerationist like tinge to it or something. I don't know what word to use, but I feel like accelerationists are maybe more prone to the idea that people need to be coerced into accepting this new kind of system for whatever reason. But the decelerationist is more about we're looking for a more voluntarist kind of embrace of anarchism. So the reason why anarchism, we can see that it's not going to work is because how do we get from point A to B? How do we get from capitalism to anarchism? Do we have to do it abruptly? To try and say to do it gradually, I don't even see how that would work. Like without the way that I see that working is to do the transition that I've explained through socialism to communism to anarchism, which is, as far as I can understand, is like a centuries long project. But if you want to, that's my decelerationist mindset. If people are unable to embrace that kind of long-term what if, they want to have more certainty that they've backed the right horse or whatever, they want to force things to happen. There's maybe more of this, like the right wing, like, is there a fascist influence on anarchism? Sure. Is there, like, there's always a right wing and a left wing influence, even though people like to say it's just top and bottom.
So when I hear
I don't even know
socialist or
what's going on
communism,
anymore.
maybe y'all can explain, because I just think of like a uniformity. Like it's supposed to be like no one is doing better than the next person. No one's
Right.
living more out, like has better things or anything. It's just uniform across the board. Is that what people mean when they say socialist or communism, or am I off?
That is definitely one of the sticking points that people have a hard time grasping what communism is supposed to be, because we're not trying to achieve equality for everyone. It's equity. This is a bit of a distinction we try to clarify. So it's not about taking away people's like natural abilities, their advantages. Like people are always going to be better in some way than others, and like we're all going to have strengths and weaknesses. We're not trying to make everyone the same and eliminate human diversity. Actually, I think that would be really foolish, because if you understand the way that evolution works, human beings naturally diversify from each other for survival's sake. Like it doesn't make sense for us all to be, if we're all the same, then we all try to react to a crisis in the same way. And if that reaction is fatal, we just doomed ourselves by all being the same. So there is a very real evolutionary reason why we need to not all try and be the same. And if we all become the same, it's not good for us. That being said, if we all try too hard, there's a kind of a, maybe this is my Libra showing through my need for balance, right? But it's the fucking trying to be too much of an individual. Capitalism's demonstrating the pitfalls of doing that, of acting like a collective human, like cooperation in the construction of society is considered like a bad idea. We should have like every man for themselves, human survival of the fittest. See whatever order comes from the chaos that create that ensues from that chaos that we create, right? It's like, and living through that, we recognize that's catastrophic for the most of us. It's very maladaptive for us in general. So we need to kind of navigate like between the rock and the hard place, I think.
Right. Yeah. I agree with that.
Because the communist societies like Soviet Union, like the older ones, they failed in the Cold War. The simple thing is to say they failed because the U.S. wouldn't let them succeed. That's part of it for sure. But there's also some kind of argument that needs to be appreciated about how their own failures contributed to their own demise. I think like the nuclear arms race was a massive PR failure for both sides, and I think maybe the Soviet Union managed to suffer the the brunt of it. When you talk about being like the society liberating everyone, but then you go testing nuclear arms in deserts that end up toxifying huge sections of your population, there's some hypocrisy there that's a little bit harder to ignore than the Americans, who are already not trying so hard to be so noble. They were more from the beginning trying to be ruthless and nihilistic, and people appreciate that kind of honesty as opposed to being lied to and then provided the same kind of nihilism with a kind of humanistic veneer, you know?
Yeah. What I think of is, and I wouldn't even know if this is capitalism, communism, or anything, but I do a lot of research into our history as far as we've always been here in America and different things like that. We do have different admixtures of people coming over here for the most part. Um, we say like we're foundational, we're Indian, we're, whatever people want to say. So when you look at Black Wall Street, their foundation of building Black Wall Street was the People's Grocery Store. Now, I don't know everything about it. That stuff I'm still doing research for, like how the People's Grocery Store operated, but it was really like the basis of how they were able to build everything that Black Wall Street ended up being. So that's the things that I feel like we need to start re-implementing with grassroots wise. Like, let's get different farmers together. Let's have a way as far as to be like, okay, these are the people we're going to use for our own food, for even the reasons of all the stuff, the additives, the chemicals that they put in food. If we start taking back our necessities at a grassroots level, one by one, then it's not going to be a straight anarchist, like you were saying, if that makes sense, bad cookies. We're
So
working our way up.
so don't you it's oh, I'm sorry. She mentioned you, so you go first.
No, I was just agreeing with her.
Oh, okay. So I thought it was interesting that you brought that up because we had talked about that earlier too. Because I was talking about B corporations, and in my mind, like reading it, I'm like, oh, they all own stock, but they don't own. They don't actually own the company. They just own stock in the company, but there are owners. So that's still not a real socialist concept. Um, and from what you're saying, it's like, I forgot my second point. I'm sorry. Yeah. That was it.
Find
I
it
forgot
interesting that you
my second
mentioned.
point.
I just find it interesting that she mentions this point. I didn't really know about farmer collectivization being somewhat integral in the early success of Black Wall Street, because people would typically see that as a capitalist success story, capitalism success story for capitalism, because it would be black people implementing, like black bourgeoisie implementing capitalism for the black community and providing prosperity. But then the white people came in, had to stop that, right? But so then black capitalists might still argue that capitalism's still viable if we can defeat racism. It's kind of what I'm. But then if we point out, maybe use historical materialism, which is a Marxist thing, to demonstrate how there's all like socialist influence on the success story that's gone underappreciated. This is often a thing that right-wing people do, is they erase the socialist history for their benefit.
So even though I forgot my second point, I do have another point from when I was living in New York City. They would have community gardens. So it would be like beds, and people would, like this would be your bed, this would be, like everybody had a bed or whatever. And communally, they would decide what they would grow, and they would share food with each other. Like
Right.
everybody had ownership of a specific bed, and they would all grow different things. And communally, they would barter and trade those things. And I thought that was so interesting because this is New York City. This is not, like the country. So I just found that really amazing because I didn't think that I would see something like that in a big city.
Yep. And I seen that, and I see like people, pushing that. There's this show on Apple TV called, no, not Home, but I forgot. Maybe it's not Apple TV, but um, she this woman, she goes around and she helps people with that, creating beds and creating their own food and coming together as communities to share that food and different things, so they're eating better and more healthy and different things like that. So that's stuff that we have to do. And to your point, Michael, I think there's probably a lot of socialist aspects that our ancestors did implement in the past that they hide to make it all capitalism, but it was probably a joint effort of both some capitalistic thoughts and some socialist thoughts, and just blending that together.
Yeah, this is where Marx is kind of understood, where he seems to have some kind of an appreciation, you might say, or an understanding that as horrible and oppressive as capitalism can be, we should not, it's not in our best interest to deny the sort of advancements that it has brought. We're not about kind of arguing for a reaction. We're more like it. There's a bit of there's some poisoning of the well that's happened with progressivism, where like the neoliberals, social democrats have kind of been the typical faces of progressivism, but communism is appreciative of progress, and we recognize that capitalism brings progress, but its time in history is kind of come and gone, and it's where maybe its use is outlived. And so we can appreciate the insights that we get from capitalism, but we don't want to kind of fixate on them at the expense of progress for the collective,
I think, yeah, it's that unsustainable greed that comes with capitalism. Like they're never happy. It's always
It's
going
never
down if they're
enough.
not doing exactly. If we made 500 billion yet last year, then we're in the negative. If we make 500 billion again, we have to at least make 600 billion. It's like it's never enough.
So
I
you're
think this is
talking
also
about how you have to shareholders, how you have to provide them with more revenue every year, and so like they'll do things like um, lay off or streamline, but it's never enough. Like, how much can you do before you reach your limit in capitalism?
right,
We're in
but I
late stage capitalism right now.
this is a good
Exactly.
point
How
you
much
mentioned.
wealth does one person need? Sorry, Michael. That's all I wanted to say. Like, we
No,
didn't even.
sorry,
That's
that's
enough
fine.
for everybody to live for generations. You don't need gazillion dollars you alone.
That's exactly the point. That's a great question that should never be. We should always keep asking as long as they keep accumulating so much wealth. Like, how much do they actually need? I think it's important you brought up greed as the motivator, because I think to have a more orthodox, a traditional understanding of what Marx has been trying to say, because people can misrepresent it, and not trying to be one of those people. I think what they were trying to when they researched capitalism and the way that they understood how it functioned, but they're not trying to say that it's really greed that's driving the system. I think what they're trying to say, it's more that the system is what's driving the greed. So in order to maintain the wealth that they've accumulated according to the rules that have allowed them to do so, they have to keep playing the game, or else they recognize they're afraid if they stop, like on the treadmill, just like us, ironically on a lower class, If they ever stop, they're going to lose what they've acquired. So they are compelled to continue to be greedy by necessity. And that's often misunderstood. I think we maybe attack the capitalists personally more than we should because we're understandably pissed off about what they've done to us in order to get wealthy off of our backs. But maybe we're misunderstanding how to defeat the system if we're trying to have too much of a blaming it on human emotion instead of whatever impersonal market forces. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Uh, and may I just may I show something based on okay what hey Lucky says, and they have given the progressive left a bad name here recently. May I?
They gave themselves that name.
I'm sorry.
It's epistemic violence. Go ahead.
I said they gave themselves a bad
Well,
name.
yeah, because he says progressive left. Because we're not progressive over here. We are all the way fucking left. But I understand what he's trying to say, and with that, I just wanted to show this to Doshi because she wasn't here earlier. So when we were talking about the riots in Minnesota and the Jewish man who was trying to stow fear between Christians and Muslims and was calling all those people protesting, he literally said nigger lovers. He was saved by a black man. And this is what they did, just so you could see it for yourself, Doshi. They took a still shot of what was happening, and you see the caption? They want us dead. This is the man that saved him. But this is what they're putting out to their followers, that this man was trying to hurt him.
Right, but what do you
It's
expect?
disgusting.
You know? Yeah, that's what he should have known better. That's what was going to happen.
He should. Why was he even there? If you don't take your black ass home.
Well, he was there to spread a narrative. He was there to push the government needs to react. He's pushing the Chrissy Noam talking point that the government needs to act.
And that's why we stay in our black ass home, because the more black people show up, the more violence is going to happen. They want us out there. They have done everything and anything to get us out there, like killed affirmative action, killed DEI, brought segregation back in federal buildings. They are going on and on and on to get us in the streets, and we won't come. And this stupid Negro is out here saving a black man, saving a white man that don't even care about him.
Because you remember,
if you don't take your black ass home.
There was at least 2 or 3. Remember the black men that saved them from shooting a shooter as it been, and then the police killed them?
I didn't hear about that at all.
Yeah, so it was like in a mall, and he was part of the army at a time. I think he was a security guard or something. Some reason he was armed, and he was able to protect the people and get them out. And then the police came in and shot him.
Girl, the list goes on and on. Do you remember Jonathan Price? Jonathan Price?
Exactly.
Okay, you know who I'm talking about. So I'm just gonna speak on it for people who don't know him. He's the one with his white girlfriend, and he's talking about how if you just comply and the police and this and that. And he saw a fight at a gas station. He was the one trying to break up the fight. The police showed up and shot his ass and killed him.
Yep.
And let the rest of them live. Let the white boys live. He shot his black ass. I don't have any respect for someone who loves the oppressor.
And this is why it's so important for them to do all that censorship. And we see them lying in real time. We catch them lying in real time. We share the news with people. We ask people to share, like, and subscribe when we share the news. But it doesn't seem to be enough. There are people who hear what we're saying, but there's too many people who doubt what we say and don't look into it. Because you're just saying, like Cookie's saying, I never heard about this. I never heard about this either. Why are we hearing this from you? This should be on the news.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because different races follow things that are specific to their race, mostly. And then they see other random shit, everywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And the algorithm does that on purpose. So that's why I try to follow channels of white people, Cubans, Somalians, Mexicans, like Asians. I try to go out of my way to follow other cultures, so I know that I'm not living in a vacuum. So if you want to live in a vacuum, it's very easy to do if you don't step outside of your comfort zone to do it. You know what I mean?
Easier now than ever has been before.
That's why I like independent news. I think they took over Al Jazeera, but that used to be like one of my favorites about 10, 15 years ago. But they seem to be infiltrated today. But I'll go and get news from the Arabs, from Russia, just to see, like, even if it's the same news, just to see how they're reporting it, different things, because they give different, like you said, Abby, different information to different people. They'll hide certain things from a particular demographic, and then another country will be reporting on it. They're not even telling us.
And you know what I found very interesting about this, Toshi? Like when in my travels through Europe and turning on the TV, I was able to, just from the TV, I could pull up Al Jazeera, France 24. I could pull up all kind of different, like, now, not all of Europe. I ain't never been through all of Europe. I'm just saying some places in Europe I've been where I was able to pull up all of these different news stations on the regular channels. And what do we have?
Right.
Fox, MSNBC, CNN. Now, if you want anything else, you got to go fucking look for it.
The most propaganda.
And those are a monopoly. That's a monopoly. That's the same owner, the same corporation runs the left and the right. That's why I don't like saying I'm left or I'm right, because I understand they're the same side. They're just two sides of the same coin. It's just whatever they need to tell us at
This
whatever
might be
particular time.
this might be something to point out about the consequence of that American media landscape, though, is I think it makes the American left the most skeptical of the left wing and like the left wing paradigm of politics, because it's the most useless, defunct. Like the duopoly is the fakest in America, but if you're in other countries, like the global South kind of thing, being a leftist is a lot more of a big deal. Like you're actually doing something for your country. But I got to go walk my dog for a bit, so you guys carry on. I'll be back.
Wait. Before you walk, hold on.
You got to say hello. Yeah, you got to do it.
Of course. Hold on. Hey, Bella.
Who's there? Hey, Bella.
Hey, Bella.
She's already bothering me too much.
It's a tradition that we have. Hey, Bella. When she hears, hey, Bella, she knows she's going outside.
Yeah.
What is she? What's her breed?
She's German Shepherd mixed with pit bull.
Oh, I was seeing that. I was like, I can't tell if she's a pit bull or a German Shepherd.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
Is she
mostly
cute?
She's
Shepherd, but if you see this snout, there's a bit of pit bull in there.
Bella. I
She's
love
ready.
that she loves to hear my voice.
Yeah.
And you were going to take that away from me, Michael. Don't you do it.
No, I didn't mean to. She's been kind of insisting a few times while I've been not wanting to interrupt, and now it's time to do our little routine. And
Yeah,
give her.
yeah. Take her out. Take her out.
I'll be back. You carry on.
Okay.
Peace.
Potty waits for no one.
No, it doesn't. But she pissing shit in his house.
Hey, while we're talking about independent media,
I thought she was a boxer too. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
no, it's fine. While we're talking about independent media, I'd like to give a shout out to Marcus from the Political Matrix. That dude's legit. If you haven't watched him, check him out.
It's interesting that you said that because I've been on his podcast a few times, and we've talked about doing like a dual stream. You talking about Morpheus, right?
Yeah, that'd be hot. I'd watch that.
Yeah, I've been on his podcast. I think 2 or 3 times now, and we talk, and he was like, "I want to come on y'all podcast," but I don't have his information. Michael does, so when he comes back, you get on his ass about that.
I will, because that would be an interesting show. I mean, Marcus is legit. He's good shit. I like him.
Yeah, he's very interesting. He's very interesting. I like him a lot. So
Hey, I had
go ahead.
I'm sorry, Abby, but I actually had a question a lot earlier today that I never got to ask the two of you, because the two of you would be the more experienced ones to answer this question. Earlier you were talking about reparations and shit, and I'd hate to bring up the old topic, but in your perspective, in your view, how does reparations come to pass? Is it going to be like solely monetary, or how would it come to you, and what do you plan on doing with it?
Okay, I appreciate that question, and bring up whatever you want, no matter how far, bring up whatever you want. That's what we're doing here. For me, run me my fucking money. I don't need you to tell me. Like, we had done a podcast with blue, white, and red wine or something like that. And she was trying to dictate how, like, she was for reparations, was trying to dictate how we could, or give them. I was like, wait a fucking minute. The fact that you are even saying this is telling me that you don't think Black people can accept money, take their money, and utilize it in an efficient way. Run me my fucking money. I don't need nothing else. Yeah,
I
Lucy.
agree with Lucky
Yeah,
in
it's
the
Lucy.
chat that money and the Homestead Act would be nice for a 2.0. I'm not denying the 40 acres and a mule. If that's what you want to do, go ahead and give us that. Just however, I think it's going to be however any individuals want, but I see it as a benefit as far as to come together and rebuild some of the communities that they destroyed.
No, I just want to make it perfectly clear right now that I am actually for reparations. I think it's a debt owed. I think that it's fucked up that the U.S. government didn't pay that when it should have. If they had paid it when they should have, it would have been a lot
The
cheaper.
slave owners. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry. They paid the slave owners for losing slaves.
Yeah, no, it's a debt.
This country is anti-Black, period.
Yeah, I think Haiti had to pay the French and stuff or something. That the taxes maybe of Haiti to the French because they lost the slaves. Like it's ridiculous.
Not only Haiti, 14 countries in Africa had to pay France. Run us our fucking
Crazy.
money.
And well, the second follow up to that was, what would you guys do with it? Like, I'm not trying to get in your business
For
or
that,
anything, but would you have
Jeffrey.
any plans for that cash?
Of course, we will build our communities.
Yeah, I think definitely some of us would need to start building buildings, sustainable like communities as far as to live in. I think also, of course, investor groups are going to be very, very smart venture for us to come together and create more investor groups, create more backing. I think definitely commodities are important. I don't know about the digital commodities there, but I wouldn't say I'm against people going digital. I think also the hard commodities, silver, gold, investing
You
in
have
those
to
things.
ask Lucky and Golden Monarch about that. But Dolce, I got a question for you. You know it got some of them motherfuckers is gonna run that money up with Gucci and Louis Vuitton and all this shit. We can't be
And that's
bothered with them.
okay. Yeah, we're
And
not.
that's
And that's
okay. If that's what y'all want to do, that's okay.
Hey,
But
on the
all it
bright
takes
that's
is
not
a
what we
hundred people coming together with it. I mean, we talking about it should be a pretty decent check for a family. So as long as uh, three families come together and say, "Hey, we want to build this," people are going to see the effects of that. So that's why we know some people are going to splurge it. That's on them. But why they're
that's
not
on
doing
them.
it? Because they know all of us ain't going to splurge it, and I think that's what they're afraid of.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think what they're really afraid of is instantly becoming poor in comparison, and through that they lose power, and that's the
First,
biggest ultimate thing is losing power.
bad cookies.
Right.
Most of them already fucking poor, and that's
But
what
I
they
mean,
don't want. They don't want
they would be
to
dirt poor compared to you. Like right now, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just saying most of them are already fucking poor, and they
No,
don't
I
even want to admit that. But in being poor, their skin allows them to feel like they are better than the other poors, and that's enough for them. Like if you look at all the systems that we have in place, healthcare was not nationalized because of racism. Because they were thinking that they could kill off the black people if they didn't give health care. Education used to be free. They fucked that up too.
Yeah, to stupefy the populace
Yeah.
to make them dumber.
Tips were a result of racism because most black people were in service jobs. So white people are suffering working as waiters and stuff for tips because of racism. White people are suffering under the same society that tells them that they are better than us.
That's a fact.
Clock that T.
No, that's true. But what I can't deny that fact simply because there's always going to be that racial divide that goes back generations, well before our times. There's always going to be that need for certain white folks, and not even all white folks, but certain white folks are always going to want that sense of superiority over you, even if they're not more wealthier than you and they wouldn't admit it. They're still going to pretend and feel like they are more wealthier than you. Now, but what I'm trying to get at is there are actually a lot of white people that you mentioned all the people that sat there and saved up generational wealth, like they got their money from their grandparents, they're worth a few 100,000 or not even that much. They're worth a few million, right? If they gave you guys reparations the way it would be equal to 40 acres and a mule, they would be instantly poor in comparison. Even the rich, like middle class people, and even some other lower wealthy class, they'd all be instantly poor in comparison. And that to them is way more fearful, because then they start losing that power of being wealthy and white. And that comes with its own set of privileges. I don't think I need to express how privileged they are. You got those fucking rapists in Congress getting away with fucking murder. Nothing's being happened to them because they're wealthy and they have that power. If they gave millions of black folk that power and it was taken from them, that's what they really fear, is once they become poor, it's lost.
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
I have a comment up there that I want to address, but I want to ask you a question first.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's just about wealth, or do you think that they fear that we are going to do to them what they did to us?
I have never had their perspective, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I know, because you're not white. I know. Yeah. I'm sorry. Why would I ask you that? But also, you can still answer it.
Yeah.
Do you have an idea of what you think? I feel like it's a fear of. Or Doshi, do you want to jump in on this?
No, I think Bad Cookies is spot on. I don't think they fear that we'll treat anyone bad or anything. I think their fear is the disparity, because they work so hard to be violent to get in the place that they are in today. And the place that they're in today comes from violence against the people. So what they would see is the people coming together, kind of like Fred Hampton. Fred Hampton didn't just appeal to black people. He was appealing to everybody. And that was what they feared. For the people to come together and galvanize for themselves. So yes, there'll still be delineated groups of people. Like, I don't know what you are, Bad Cookies. Are you Hispanic?
Yeah.
He's Hispanic.
So they'll be imagine the Hispanic community working together amongst their community, then having the power to come together with the black community and us do more things to work from community to community. That's what they're afraid of, because that's what we would do. There would be no reason for us not to do.
But here's the gag. We wouldn't leave them out because it's not in our nature. That's the gag.
Yeah, we would leave the 1% out.
The 1%, but wait, hold on.
People would be the people,
Hold on, Lucky. Lucky was trying to come in. Oh wait. Oh, there he is. Okay. So before Lucky, before you I give you the floor, I just want to read this. Jacqueline says, ironically, because I never heard this before, so I think this is interesting. Ironically, the UK wouldn't have a nationalized health system if it wasn't for people coming over from Jamaica, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, etc. I don't know what she means by that. I don't know. So if you could expound on that, I would love it. So hi, Lucky.
Hey, how y'all doing? I wanted to speak on that reparations y'all was just talking about. How do y'all feel about taxing marijuana, medical marijuana, in an attempt to try to raise the capital to pay reparations?
I can go first, if that's okay.
No.
They talk.
No issues with me.
Well, I remember when they were saying the lottery, when they put the lottery in our faces and said they were going to use the lottery for the education system. Y'all remember that?
I've never heard them say that.
Huh? You remember that?
Never heard that before. Ever. No.
No?
No.
Has anybody ever heard that the lottery was supposed to be? It was implemented so they could use the funds from the lottery to fund education systems. Out of everybody here, nobody's heard of it.
I hadn't.
No, I hadn't heard of that either, Abdu.
Oh,
Maybe you
interesting.
could. What's the logistics behind that?
Well, I'm gonna look it up. Okay.
While you're looking it up,
But
let me answer the marijuana.
but while I'm looking it up, go ahead and answer Lucky's question.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say I'd be against it. I think first off they have it in other aspects to do that, and I would want to see different kind of reform for the marijuana industry, especially for all the stuff they've done to our community, putting black men in jail for that, while then they turn around and let like nuns go and have a dispensary. So I want to see reform of who can get a dispensary, and I would want to see some kind of legislation that they actually help, especially black men, getting into the industry. But I wouldn't want that to be reparations. I want that to be its own thing.
All right, Lucky, if I could address your question. I've actually seen a report on that where the hemp industry, if it was strictly made to use as a leverage to increase funds for something, they actually were talking about using it to fund Medicare for all. And the whole use of it was that the decriminalized hemp industry, if made perfectly legal and was made strictly for increasing funds, would be $1 trillion industry. And it's a great idea on how to raise the funds for it. I think it's a fantastic idea, but the question I would have then is, how can we make sure that it won't be infiltrated by capitalists that are going to want to steal that money? Because there's going to be people that are going to want to infiltrate and take that money. And secondly, how can we guarantee that once that's implemented, it can be kept as a guarantee and not just be revoked like months down the line when they realize, oh, this industry is actually extremely profitable and we could use this money ourselves, so let's take away that law. You know what I mean?
No, for sure. I think I know what you're speaking on when you say about the using it for free healthcare. Um, the reason why I like that model. And I do agree with the questions and concerns. I would immediately look to blockchain to answer that. But let's just throw the blockchain out of it. And I think it's in San Francisco. They they um they voted to have what you call it, a fund. I forgot the name. It's slipping my mind right now. But in San Francisco, they voted for a reparations fund committee, right? And so the committee would be in charge of finding ways to raise the funds and allocating the funds to the black residents of San Francisco that have dealt with systemic racism over the course of a certain amount of generations. However, they come up with the parameters to issue their version of reparations in San Francisco. Like I said, they have like a committee fund that is to oversee the money. And so if there was something like that in each region or each municipality that's overseeing the funds that are being raised from these dispensaries, I think it could be executed fairly swiftly.
Yeah, I would agree. I would fear about the corruption aspect of it. Like, again, someone coming in and start laundering that money or start corrupting the system itself to where, it goes to some faceless corporation like not BlackRock or something. I still have a very unhealthy fear of capitalism, and I always believe like, oh, someone is going to try to take advantage of that and start laundering that money.
Well, I think that's help. I think it's healthy.
I think that's fair to say. Yeah.
For sure.
So I pulled up what I was talking about, but before I do that, I just want to say, Doshi, you got an admirer. Sean shooting his shot. Girl, what you want to do? I'm just saying, that's my boy. Yeah. So, with that being said, I'll pull this up. Okay. I asked, was the lottery supposed to fund education? Yes. Many state lotteries were established with the specific goal of generating revenue for public education, and a portion of the funds does go to schools. We ain't seen that shit. but the but the perception that they fully funded education is a persistent myth. Lottery money supplements rather than replaces general education budgets, with large amounts also covering administrative costs. This sounds like nonprofits, right?
Mm-hmm.
The money goes up to administrative costs. Okay, I digress. Let me get back to it. Um, sorry. General education budgets with large amounts also covering administrative costs, prizes, and other state programs. Each state allocates its lottery revenue differently, with some focusing on specific educational initiatives like pre K or college scholarships, while others direct funds more broadly. So I wasn't lying.
No, you got the ticket right there. There's a receipt.
But the point is how they said a lot of it went to administrative costs. That's what the fuck they do with nonprofits. It's all a fucking scam. They scamming us out of our money, left and fucking right. But I digress.
Isn't that what they've been doing with the whole Social Security program?
Not yet. They want to privatize it to do that. They underfund it on purpose in order for it to say that it's not successful. And then once they can convince enough people that it's not successful, they're going to convince them that privatizing it will make it more successful, like they do everything else, like they did with the school districts. And then once they privatize it, that's when they start laundering that money.
Oh, you gotta
Bad
love
bad
private
cooking.
schools.
Oh, sorry. What'd you say, Lucky?
No, I was being sarcastic. I said you gotta love private schools.
No, so now they're doing like charter schools, and they're giving they like dismantle the whole fucking system and giving vouchers so people could go to the schools they want to.
Yeah, that's how my mom
It's the
did.
whole fucking scam.
Well, that's my mom did. My little sisters to. She didn't want them to go to the same high school I went to, so she sent them to a charter school. And after a couple years, they was able to get into the magnet program into like a school of choice that they wanted to go to. Um, but yeah, it's a plus and it's a minus as far as charter schools are concerned. But I would feel like they only sprang up because of the privatized schools and the way they do public school funds and shit like that.
Yeah, exactly. They underfunded the educational system. They've been doing it since the 80s, where they keep cutting the educational system. Even Trump was talking about cutting out the who's that stupid lady who wanted to turn all schools into charter schools? Betsy DeVos.
Yeah.
Her position, he wants to cut that position completely out.
Yeah.
They want the school system to fail so they can privatize it. They want all of it. And if they can get your Social Security, they want that too.
Right. I wish Black Life was here so she could speak on that because she's a educator. But she sleep because she got to go to work to educate tomorrow. So she in the bed.
So nobody put a monetary cash number on it. What's a good number for y'all monetarily that you'll be looking for as far as the reparations conversation is concerned? Are you looking for a biannually? Are you looking for a monthly or one-time payment? What are we talking about?
I guess for me, it would depend. Are we talking about each individual, or would they give it based to family, a lump sum versus for a family like they did the Japanese? I think.
So they gave it based on families with the Japanese.
Yeah, I believe so. It was like based on family ties. If you could tie yourself to a family, you got a lump sum. The family.
That's an interesting dynamic. Only reason why I don't think we could go that route is because we have so many people who um, will be related to slave masters, and um, it would just convolute a whole lot of shit. You know what I mean? I think it would make it a little bit more complex, and it would cause a headache. That's all.
No, I see your track of thought. They would be like everybody named Johnson's related, so you only have to give it to one family, and that's enough.
Yeah, and then
Right.
that's like a Lodio title all over again. Now we're dealing with heirloom shit and all that.
So isn't it based on lineage? And before we move forward, I just want to say, hey, driving me Macy. I always want to give it up to the chat. They came back. They were here earlier and they came back. So everybody say hi, driving me Macy. Oh, and
Hi, Macy.
Black Life is here. Black Life. We was talking about education. You missed it. Hmm. You
Yeah, they
should come in
definitely.
here and talk about it because you know more than us. Because you in the thick of it all.
So I'm more along the lines of the individual, per individual, as as you could prove your lineage based around if we want to go 1870 census. I, I would like to stick as close to the Reconstruction era as possible, me personally, but I know some people want to take it all the way back to slavery and further. I don't personally try to go that far back. Um, because again, I just think that convolutes the conversation and it makes the argument um weaker, not from a moral standpoint, but from a a statute of limitations perspective.
I mean, they already did the math, and it's in the trillions.
Yeah,
And
it's in the
you have
trillions
to.
to give us though 25. I don't think 25's enough. But it's in the trillions to give us 25,000. I think it would have to be comparable to the 40 acres for what do they say 6 million people, 4 million people, 6 million people. We're supposed to get
So,
40 acres in the mule.
so is that biannual? Those I can't remember what you said. I'm smoking.
It would probably have to be annual or something that's done annually. They probably can't do it all just one big check.
So you
Probably
something
something
like
like
So
that?
that.
so so Doshi,
DCD.
can I ask you this real quick?
Mhm.
When the both parties, Democratic and Republican, decided that they were going to adhere to the doctrine of benign neglect, which meant they were going to be anti-black. Does it even matter? To be honest,
Well, I think asking them for reparations, yeah, that doesn't matter. We're never gonna get like a solution or them being like, oh, out of the kindness of our hearts, we're gonna do it. Even the UN was like, hey, y'all really should do something for the black people, and then they told us about it, and then they didn't. So I don't think it's something we can trust them to just go and move forward. I think a lot because of what Bad Cookie was saying. I agree that those are their fears of it being like a place that it changes the power, it changes the wealth dynamics, and a different group becomes wealthy. But with demanding it, I think that's something as far as in the future we have to figure out, whether it's a boycott or however we have to do it, there's some way that we have to push this to be done.
So I'm wondering, for the people on the panel and the people on the chat, are you familiar with the doctrine of benign neglect?
No, I've heard of it, but I don't remember anything about it.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to pull it up. So I'm gonna look for it. It's basically like this doctrine that they decided that no matter what Black people ask for, don't give it to them.
When did they come up with it?
I'm looking for it, babe. I'm trying. Give me
I
a
like
second.
what you said.
I'm
I
looking
like
for it. But
it.
look, I don't say shit if I don't mean it.
So, but in the chat said he feel like they should do a federal / social bank that distribute and invest, like something like the Freedman Bank that we already experienced the negative aspects of. But I mean, I would like to see a revamp, a 2.0 of the Freedman Bank, but in this new financial system.
I think it just depends on who's over it, honestly, because there's always going to be, like back Cookie was saying, that fear that in the wrong hands or the wrong hands will be part of it, and then it'll be the same thing. They just do the same play over again, where it was a transfer. It ended up being like, instead of giving us 40 acres and mule, it was a transfer of our wealth into their hands, into the treasury.
No, for sure. I mean,
Okay. Can I read it to you?
Yeah,
Let me make this bigger, and I can share it. All right. Here we go. Let me try to share it. My computer is slow. I apologize. Hold on. Oh, here we go. Benign neglect for Black people refers to the controversial 1970 policy proposal by Daniel Patrick Moynihan to the Nixon administration, suggesting the government should take a hands-off approach to racial issues, believing focused attention fueled conflict, instead letting Black communities solve their own problems, the problems they created, by the way. I just added that. But anyway, which critics argue led to further systematic disadvantages, especially in areas like criminal justice and urban development. This approach, rooted in the idea that Black family structure caused poverty. We cause our own poverty. That's what he's saying. Okay, anyway, shifted focus from systematic racism to perceived cultural deficits, contributing to a laissez-faire attitude with severe consequences for the Black community. And to this day, they still behave under that doctrine of benign neglect. And if you don't believe me, did y'all remember hearing, did y'all hear Biden when they tell you to vote blue? Did y'all hear what Biden said when Black people were asking for benefits? And this
Challenge them to push-ups.
This piece of shit was like, We didn't gave you everything already.
Yeah.
Y'all ever heard that? You want to hear it?
Yeah, pull it up.
I'm gonna pull it up too.
Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, but that's why I say
But y'all
it's
keep
a hard
talking.
predicament because they owe so much, and I'm kind of against it just being a one-all bill to be like, oh, let slavery reparations just do it. That's why I was saying about the marijuana lucky, because they need their own thing for the war on drugs. Like,
Mm-hmm.
so it's like, yeah, but then if we could do both and reform, there's just so much they did to our community that just doing one thing is not going to be enough.
So I think the bill would have to include all of that reform. See, I'm a proponent of reforming a lot of things. So I mentioned
Hmm.
the reforming of electoral colleges earlier when I came on the first time. But like, yeah, we have to reform some things. The justice system is for one of them. Same way they came up with the 14th Amendment, we need to come up with some more. I mean, the 13th Amendment, we need to come up with some more shit. Like, it's time. So niggas need to get involved though. I feel like a lot of the times black people they either vote based on popularity or they're not voting. And it's not just black people, but I'm speaking on black people because that's what I'm focused on. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
it's really an American problem. We've been voting on popularity contests since I've been growing up. Oh, we gonna vote this candidate in because we think they got the best chance to get in. Why? Because we think more people don't like them. Like, come on, man. That's why I appreciate what New York did. They got done in and they ain't worried about what nobody thinking. So you gotta respect that.
Well, we gonna see. When I looked it up, it seemed like they scrubbed it because all that's coming up is how Biden said you ain't black. Ain't nobody
If you
worried about
don't
that
vote for
shit.
me, yeah. If you don't
I'm
vote for
I'm
me, you
Yeah,
ain't
he
uh
did
black.
say he
But
bogus
they do
ass shit.
scrub that.
let me I'm gonna look it up a different way.
But the Republicans, they just more crafty when they do it. You know what I mean? They just a little bit crafty. That what Biden did was stale. Hillary, she came with the hot sauce in the purse stuff, but it's the same vibe. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. They gonna Trump is gonna pardon the rapper, and that's the same thing.
Well, didn't he have what's her name? Nicki Minaj at that recent Republican gathering.
Yep.
Easy work.
Man, they sold out quick.
Yeah, but I think she's from OC shit. Tell her, ain't she? Dusty looking at.
She's Trinidadian.
Oh yeah, no, we can't claim her right now. She tripping.
Why did we ever claim her anyway?
Status.
But that's always the play anyways. That's just the play on both sides. They see our entertainment community as our voice. So if they ever want to appeal to us, they're gonna go
Yeah.
straight to a rapper twerking. What was it, twerk or vote or something like that?
Yeah.
Or when they said no sex for black men that don't vote, like what?
Yo, the campaigns be so crazy. Oh my god, it be pandering. Everybody be pandering. It be ridiculous. Yo, that should be so funny. Oh
That's
man.
what I was asking Abby to earlier. Like, what kind of craziness is going to come up in this 2028 election, man? I can't wait for the circus, dude.
We talk about that, yeah. I'm gonna mute myself because I need to try to find this for y'all.
But if it was up to me, I think we need at least 25K checks twice a month. I mean, not twice a month, twice a year for about 30 years. You know what I'm saying? Let me get it at the top of the year, and let me get one in the middle of August.
See, I think that's an idea you could actually push through, and the only reason I think that's an idea you could push through is because they believe that you wouldn't save it, and they can tax the majority of it away from you.
Man,
But
put
you
the
would
tax.
get 30 years of a lot of money.
I was gonna say, man, I don't give a damn about the taxes. You wanna know why?
Why?
Cause we gonna do what we supposed to. See, this is the thing about people when they don't got nothing. Once they get it, especially when they really ain't had nothing, they not looking to go back. I know people who left and they ain't never went back. I'm talking about they you couldn't pay them to look over there on that street. So that's it's they gonna be surprised. Stop playing.
Hmm.
Yeah, I will definitely. But Bad Cookie, I have a question for
I
you.
think I
Just a
found
general.
it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No, go
Just
ahead.
in
Go ahead. Ask your
general,
question.
not necessarily just to black people, but for all of us, the people of America. Do you see the benefits of us coming together and boycotting Black Friday or anything? We've kind of talked about it somewhat of being like, oh, a blackout day or everybody stay home for work, but it never really implements. But do you think that is a powerful tool that the people have?
I think a general strike, if I'm understanding your question correctly, a general strike would be where everyone in America did not participate in capitalism at all, in the economy at all. So you stay at home, you don't spend a single dime, and you don't go to work. That tool itself is fantastic, and if you did it in a long period of time, you could really hurt the pockets of the wealthy, where you might be able to extract one or two things. The issues I see with that and why I think it's not a realistic goal is because there are far, far too many people that are comfortable that are not going to want to risk that comfortability for anybody. And that goes back to that individualism. Like if you're poor and got nothing to lose, you're all for it because you're going to want to fucking do it. I know I would be because I'm like, dude, I want to see people progress. But there's going to be people out there that are going to be like, I don't want that. And the reason they don't want that is because they don't. How can I verbalize it? I'm sorry. I think fuck. I just brain fired it on everything I was saying. I'm so sorry.
I do it all the time, baby. It's fine. I
No,
do it
but
all
I'm
the time.
agreeing with
I
you.
have brain farts all the fucking time. It's fine.
That's why I
So
don't really believe in the doomsday. Sorry, I'll be quick, Abby. The kind of thing that they kind of fear monger to be like, oh, one day they're going to take all of our positions or anything. I think they've really made us comfortable, and life goes on. We don't fight because we're comfortable. So why would they make everybody at this low position, right? Like you were saying, in poverty, where then we would all be willing to fight because we're all unhappy with our standing. Right now, even if we're
Yeah.
unhappy, we're comfortable. So.
Yeah. Exactly.
I,
Thank you. Thank you.
okay. I think I found it. I think I found it. So this is from 2020. Okay. So it's he's having conversations with black leaders. Well, they call them leaders. I don't know none of these fucking people, but anyway, they call them leaders. So I'm gonna start it and then we'll see what happens.
The Defense Department making history, and he will need a waiver. Well, it will look very strange to many of us that two white guys can get a waiver, but the black nominee couldn't. It would.
You see that this is like an hour in. See that at the bottom? Okay.
Look very strange to us that we can see people that we're hearing are up for attorney general, but the black guys, if it's a Tony West, well, it may be nepotism. If it's a DeVal Patrick, well, we don't know. At least make sure we are equally considered in the running. And I think that it is important, it is imperative, and I know you. I think I saw a commercial. I know Joe.
You know him.
I sat next to you 8 years in just
He
about
sat
every
next
civil
to him.
rights meeting Barack Obama had, and you pushed him. And you're right, it's our job to push you. And you sat there, you were there. I sat next to you when Obama sat there with young activists, as I hope you will, with Patrice Cullors and others, and listened to them, and we started this commission on policing. It's almost forgotten history now. because a lot of that body cameras and all
It's coming up. It's
almost
coming up.
something that you can put in a museum because they're turned on and turned off when they want. You were part of making that happen. That's why I think that it is totally ridiculous for anyone to think that we could put a Rahm Emanuel, who covered up Laquan McDonald's killing as mayor, in any position without our raising from the civil rights community that this man did something that, in our opinion, was just absolutely unpardonable. So as you know me, and I know you, Vice President-elect, I will never embarrass you. I never in 8 years, even when I disagreed with President Obama, National Action Network, you both have been there, spoke for us several times. We will not embarrass you, but we will never lie to you. And we will never tell you that things are going certain ways that they're not going. As I said that day itself, Mr. Vice President-elect, that we are not looking for better slave masters, we're looking for freedom. And you stood up and said, I'm right. I was directing it at an opponent of yours, because some people think they can come in at the last minute, say they're progressive, throw their fists in the air.
It's coming, I promise.
So I'm very happy that you're there. I'm happy that Ms. Kamala Harris is there, Senator Harris, now Vice President-elect, not because of your stellar records, not because of your position, but I've seen you hold George Floyd's daughter's hand. And I've seen you, Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, hold Eric Garner's mother's hand. That's the kind of President-elect and Vice President-elect that we need to turn that compassion into some concrete legislation and the policies that we need. So we're not just holding hands, but we're moving forward. And we want to move forward together. And we want to maybe not always agree, but be able to walk out with
all right, nigga, shut up.
that all of us can live with and make life better for everybody. So I thank you for this meeting. I thank all my colleagues that joined in asking for this meeting. And I'm sorry if I was a little more candid, but you would I was a clone if I didn't do Al Sharpton.
Look, Mark, let me update you where we are in time. We probably have a couple of minutes. I really wanted to.
Let's go to the president and the president, Vice President.
Was on restoring.
Here we go.
A lot of people are nominees. We have an opportunity here.
No, let him
I'm
talk.
the only person who's ever run on 3 platforms that I was told could not possibly win the election. And I never ceased from it. One was on restoring the soul of this country because of what I saw happen in Charlottesville. That was it. No one else was talking about it. The words of presidents matter. Nobody else, no progressive, was talking about it. I did. My son Bo used to have an expression. He'd say, remember, Dad, home base. It ain't worth the job if I can't say what I believe. I didn't want to run this time. I ran this time because of the racist son of a gun who was president of the United States of America.
He wasn't racist.
That's why I ran. And you remember,
this
a
nigga
lot of you
racist.
told me, talking about the soul of America was going over people's heads. They didn't know what we're talking about. The words of a president matter. What a president says matters. And you've never seen me shy away. In the middle of the debate, I called him a racist. In the middle of the debate with him, I took on white supremacists. I'm the guy that took on every single time somebody was threatened in this country. The only white boy you know who did it, period, out there. Every single time. So look, all I'm saying here is, guys and ladies, we're on the same exact page. The same exact page. We talked about closing the racial wealth gap. That's the single biggest thing I want to get done. It's the ultimate equalizer, no matter what else happens. Because I plan on spending over $15 billion to provide for opportunity for young Black entrepreneurs to get them off the ground, Black farmers to be able to own their own property, young people being able to get their first $15,000 down payment on a home, making sure that they have an opportunity to gain wealth. We can do all the rest of this unless the Black community is able to make up the wealth gap. In my humble opinion, is real trouble. I support same-day registration. I'm the guy that extended the Voting Rights Act for 25 years as a United States Senator. before, Sherilyn, you were even involved. I got it. I started off, I'm much older than you. That's why I got involved in politics. The assault on the black vote and voting rights across the nation has never been more ugly than it is today. You got to go all the way back to the original Jim Crow to get where this guy is. If in case you haven't looked, we have the largest voting right, Kristen.
Okay, I'm going to pause real quick just in case anyone wants to say anything at this moment.
Yeah, we can see that it's a lot of lip service, and that's where I'm gonna leave it at. A lot of lip service.
Sean said, okay, okay, Jim Crow Joe. Let him keep going though, because I want y'all to hear this. This is the way he's talking to black people who are asking him for tangibles.
My operation, 1,000 lawyers, bigger than you or anybody else out there on voting rights. 1,000 in this campaign. Not a joke. 1,000. So I want you to know, I understand this. I know, look at the 38 cases that have been brought against my being president of the United States. All about phony actions. And so I think there should be same-day registration, automatic voting rights. I've been pushing, and I got a number of people that contribute significantly to the effort down in Florida to make sure that federal prisoners who serve their time have every single right restored to them. That's been my position before it was anybody else's position. I've been out pushing that. In addition to that, I think it's really important that no one goes to prison for a drug offense. Nobody. They go into rehabilitation. Rehabilitation. That's what we should be building. Rehabilitation centers, not more prisons. I have a $20 billion effort that I'm proposing to get states to change their sentencing guidelines. So,
okay, look at how all the black people look at him, and this shit is funny. I wanted to get to the point where he was like, nobody else has fought for black people more than me. Y'all want to keep going?
Well, that's kind of the lip service that he is giving so far with that period. I'm the only white boy, period. But I think it is. This is just the politician playbook. That's why I don't like either side. That's what they do. They sound so charismatic. They make it sound good. Obama's like one of the best to ever do it when it came to speeches and sounding good. But when it came to now, let's do something, nothing is done.
Y'all want me to keep going, or Michael came back, so you want to say something, co-host?
Yeah, Michael said that he's got to use his light as his. He needs a light, so he's not going to be on for a minute. But
okay, that's
what
fine.
I wanted to say was, you guys are not giving young Beezy over here his street cred. He put in the work as that white boy.
Look, the more he keeps talking, the dumber he sounds. Y'all, I'm asking, y'all want me to keep going, or just shut
His
up?
coach was Al Sharpton. He was already out the game. He was already out the game. So that's why I said just lip service. We don't want to hear nothing Al Sharpton is co-signing. Respect.
Y'all want me to shut it off, or you want me to keep going? Because I'm laughing.
So that there is no more mandatory sentences across the board. In addition to that, we're talking about having diversity hiring in every agency. I promise you that is going to happen. We're just getting started here. Police reform, judicial reform. Look, you know, when I was, if you notice, when I was chairman of the Judiciary Committee and when I was advising the president Who did we get on the court? We got on a woman who worked for me, became a member of the Supreme Court. Another woman who was a leading Hispanic in America, no one paid attention to, is on the court. All the people that I pushed on the court have been really pro-civil rights judges across the board. And I, like you, the idea, Kristen, that everybody has to be a prosecutor. I'm a public defender. When I'm president of the United States of America, we're going to see to it that public defenders, federal defenders, get paid the same as federal prosecutors. So we can attract people. There's a whole range of things I guess I'm trying to say here. Look, the whole idea of equity is built into everything we've done. For example, I laid out my COVID team. Nobody's ever done this before. We're going to have Marcella Nunez Smith, but yeah, she is going to have one job. We have an equity task force. Her entire job is to deal with the inequity that exists because of racial discrimination. And Ms. Campbell, that's what this is all about, making sure that. You may remember, I'm the first person, black or white, who called attention to the fact that you were finding that there was the rate of people who were African Americans who dying was 3 times that of white people. That's because a friend of mine, a white guy who happens to be, as you well know, Derek, the mayor of the city of Detroit, called me to tell me about it.
This is the same nigga said he don't want his kids living, growing up in a racial jungle with monkeys.
Yeah, like we don't
that's that nigga.
Of everything that he said, can we think of one thing that he did? What did he do?
He was a part. Go ahead, you got it.
I could play some more, but I wanted to hear what y'all have to say first, because this shit is hilarious to me. Is it not hilarious to anybody else?
No, it was hilarious. It was hilarious when he said, "You're not black if you don't vote for me."
Man, crime
No,
bill
it was hilarious when he said that he don't want his kids to grow up in a racial jungle. That's when it was hilarious. What I understand.
Come on, man. No joke.
So when Obama picked him as his vice president, that black man signaled to racist white people, I ain't gonna do nothing for black people. Look, I picked the most racist motherfucker I could pick. So you know I'm good, right? That's the same thing Trump did with Mike Pence. Yeah, I picked the evangelical. So you know I'm gonna be all right, right? That's what they fucking do. This motherfucker is, ooh. And I can't believe black people believe in this man and voted for him. You voted for him?
I don't think they voted for him. I think they voted against Trump. I think their hatred for Trump was more rabid than it was for Biden. I don't think they even cared about Biden. They were like, we just don't want Trump in office anymore. That's my perspective.
I think black people should just stop fucking voting, is what I think. Leave it up to them. Let them implode. Because we've been in this situation. This ain't nothing new to us. Poverty ain't nothing new to us. We gonna be good. Let them motherfuckers implode. And then let's see what fucking happens. I'm sorry, that's just my opinion.
I agree.
So I got a question. I did want to ask, but your co-host is still dog. He's more of a communist. He might be able to answer it better, so I might have to wait. But I want to know what's the theory between. I mean, but you back? You said you're an anarchist too, right?
Yes, sir.
So what is the difference between an accelerationist and an anarchist?
Say again, I lost you there.
What's the what's the difference between an accelerationist and an anarchist?
An anarchist, the difference between an anarchist and an accelerationist is an accelerationist wants to get to the end point as soon as possible without any care or remorse of what's going to happen as consequences. Anarchists want to get to a point where we don't need to rely on anybody else to live our lives. We can live our lives by our own means, and we decide what we wish to do with our lives. And an accelerationist will want to dismantle the systems of control and power without any sort of plan or organization or fallback to what would happen in the collapse or the after effects of what's going to happen. That's my perspective of it, but Nihilo might have a different perspective.
Okay, no doubt, no doubt. I mean, I know Abby, you like a communist junior. You got an answer for me over there?
I just, my answer is, I don't think we are going to move. The reason why I'm a socialist, and I've explained this many times before, is I don't think we just going to just be able to overthrow them and move into something that I actually really want. I think that maybe social democracy would be more becoming of the people in America, maybe. So that's why I advocate for that. But eventually, I want it all. Does that make sense? What I'm saying to you?
No, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. I mean, it's like it's similar to some other some other people I've spoken to. That's interesting. So, but where would that be? Would that be here? Would that be somewhere else? Would it be abroad?
Wait, what? I didn't hear. I didn't understand what you said. Would that be here or be where?
If it all goes to shit, are you staying around? Are you moving around? What's your plans?
I'm not going nowhere.
Okay, so in this,
This is my land.
yeah, trust me. I told you, I quoted David Walker. Trust me, I feel the same way. But I
Shit,
just
I'm
feel,
not going nowhere. I'll die here before I
I
move. Before I move around.
no, I feel the same way. But I just feel like we should, I don't know, we should participate. But we got different end goals. I think our end goals aren't as different as maybe we're professing them to be. I think we all have different ideas about how we want to get to a similar end.
Mm-hmm. I think so too.
And
And that's okay. But we should talk about it, and we should talk like uh. I just wonder like, are we affecting anything? But I think we are because some people will come over here and they're like straight capitalists, and then they move the goalposts a little bit to socialist. Like you got to talk to people.
I think
Now
people just don't know.
I draw a line. Like I draw a line with racist, misogynist, homophobes, and xenophobes. I'm not
Mhm.
talking to you. It ain't nothing for us to talk about. Go
Right,
talk to somebody else.
and people
I'm
who
not
disrespect the disabled.
I'm not doing that work.
I feel you. I trust me, I feel the same way. That's why I appreciate the level. I just say y'all boys and ladies, y'all just a little bit more to the left than than someone like myself. You know what I'm saying? But you know, I still rock with y'all. You know what I mean? We gotta have these conversations, like you say. Um, but I do want to hear your Cole's opinion when he do come back. I do want to shoot him that same question because
Well, hold the
just
question because I think his lights went out in his kitchen and he's trying to cook. He had to light some candles or some shit. I don't know. I could text him and say, "Hey, everybody looking for you."
nah, he good, he good. Tell him do his thing. It was just a question I remember I had it earlier, but I low-key forgot it, and then he came back to me.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, I can hear you guys. I'm trying to finish. I have to prep my food and then cook my food. Haven't even started cooking it yet, so I'm listening in the background. If you guys need me or anything, just say,
Well, there was a question for you.
yeah. What's up?
I just want to know what's the difference between anarchist and acceleration?
Right. So you could be an anarchist and an accelerationist at the same time, but you don't necessarily have to be. So accelerationist is someone who's kind of trying to make their politics happen faster. You know, they're the the political activity that they're engaged in is designed to force things to happen at an accelerated pace in order to cause people to have to adapt in response as opposed to have to um, you're trying to not give people time to have the initiative. You're trying, but there's right-wing accelerationists and left-wing accelerationists. So the right wing is more like your Peter Thiel, your Elon Musk, these kind of the people behind them and everything. Basically, Trump himself is a right-wing accelerationist. Everything that he's doing is there's a lot of accelerationism ideology in his policy, but the left-wing accelerationism is more about accelerating, like allowing things to happen in a way that would the end result would be furthering the goal of socialism, right? So, but the tricky thing about that is sometimes that is interpreted in letting people like Trump into power so that the working class is more willing to revolt, like by forcing conditions to get worse or letting them get worse instead of trying to slow things down and stop it from getting worse. You just let someone like Trump get into power and create a bunch of chaos so that the people naturally respond like with this, like they get this it appears revolting to them, so they revolt, right? It's repugnant.
I'm really glad you said that. Like when
But
you
the
were
right
saying
wing
like
to accelerate
letting
their authoritarianism control over people. So there's a bit of a control, a struggle over the end result of accelerationism, and it's kind of a gamble over when you try to do it over what the result will be.
I'm really glad you said that because it sounds like how black people are like we sitting back and we watching all this shit implode. So we aren't
Maybe there's an accelerationist element to that, where
well I'm saying that it depends on what culture you come from. If you have more privilege or white privilege or something, and you just want it to happen now, and black people are like, I've had this go on for so many years that we're just waiting for the moment when it implodes into itself. So then we can do whatever needs to be done. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think maybe because that what you're saying is more of a it's not so much accelerationist or decelerationist. It's not about trying to slow things down or speed them up. It's about letting things happen without touching them. But right now, the white supremacists have this acceleration. They're kind of embraced this technological accelerationism as a last ditch resort to save everything. And if we have enough confidence in our foresight, seeing them go for this, it might be the time to win by doing nothing. Meaning, if you successfully predict that their accelerationism is doomed to fail, then the right thing to do is not try to slow them down when they're about to run off the cliff. It is to get out of their way and let it happen.
And let it happen. That's what black people are doing. Get out of their way and let it happen. And then once dust settles, then we'll see what the fuck. Then we'll rise like a phoenix and see what the fuck is going to be next.
So as far as seeing what happens when the dust settles, I guess what we're watching for is their tech push. Like all the faith being placed in AI and everything else. If that bubble bursts nicely and spectacularly, then the payoff of waiting and watching them fail will be obvious. But if that bubble, if they somehow manage to take this AI, and because we didn't intervene or whatever and create this dystopia where we can't do shit because now we have robot police or whatever, then doing nothing might have been the wrong call. I think that might be.
When you say we,
all of us, I mean the working class, but you guys have a different we in that you talk maybe about the black community with your we, but then when I use the word proletariat, right?
Yeah, we use we in a different sense because we as a black community separate from we because we can't trust y'all. And I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying I'm saying as a collective, we can't trust y'all.
Well, that's not necessarily true. I would say
Shit, fuck that. We can't trust y'all.
But I'll say this as far as it, even when you look in history, if you take in account as far as white slave masters or anything like that, you're talking about, and that's this being extreme, 25% of the white population descends would be the descendants of them. Like it's not a whole conglomerate of white people. It's usually the ones in power that are making white people get a bad name, but they're also hiding the fact that it's a multi-racial thing that is coming against us.
What did Muhammad Ali say? If I have 10,000 snakes coming at me,
right? I can't tell.
And a thousand of the snakes want to protect me, but the other 9,000 want to hurt me. How the fuck am I supposed to know who is the fucking snake?
I definitely understand. I would say it is at a working class level, really. You know, when we're looking at a working class, people are just trying to make it. Really, you don't really get the white supremacy aspects. You don't have a lot of white people that think that they're just better because they're white or anything like that. You have it in small sects, usually the real poor poverty areas. But for the most part, the problem that has been amongst moderate white people is that they don't stick up for black people.
Living in New York City, there was a lot of white people around me. And this is how I protected myself. I would say something outrageous. And then I'd look around and see it wasn't even outrageous. It was like I would say something very pro-black, and I'd look around and see the faces to try to figure out who are the snakes and who aren't. It's a really hard. It's really hard for a black person in America to know who are the snakes and who aren't. Because someone will smile in your face and stab you in the fucking back. I don't know. That's just me.
I agree with that, but that's not even necessarily a racial thing because we have to worry about that amongst our own people.
We do. Yeah, that's true. That is true too. You have to worry about that from human beings, but definitely from white human beings.
I say it from Americans, period. And that's why, to me,
American spirit.
American spirit, the West. But to me, um, the risk reward doesn't add up to sit back and do nothing. If you sit back and do nothing and your plan fails, you're fucked. So my only option is to be activated. So, I mean, I do understand everybody's perspective, but that's kind of conversation that people been having for the last 150 years. But I definitely feel like enough people need to participate, and it doesn't need to just be voting Democrat or petitioning some Democrats to do something. Obviously, we don't just need to keep rocking with them. What's up with the Green Party? What's up with you know what I'm saying? Like, why we not really moving out here? People just complain and then complain. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what be happening. I be watching it all the time. I be over there. Them folks be, man, I ain't gonna get into it over here. But that's all I be seeing.
No,
Complaining.
get into it. Look, when I first met Michael, my first thought was, "Cause why did they team me up with this white boy? What the fuck?" And then the more I started talking to him and listening, I was like, "Oh, okay, he cool. He cool." But you always have to put your guard to know if somebody's cool or not. And
But you gotta understand, we were
why
put
do
in
we
this
have to do
position
that?
too, because it's divide and conquer. So a lot of stuff that even is passed down to them is misunderstandings. Like they don't even know full history or anything. Not saying you, Michael, don't know. I'm just saying on a micro level, as far as just our macro level of everything across the board, that white people do go through a lot of the same things. They're stuck in the same system. A lot of times they're at the bottom. The poverty amongst white people is just sad to see what happens in their impoverished communities. It's just one of those things that they're set to divide and conquer. So we're set to look at each
Yeah,
other as enemies.
I know a lot of white people that I can trust with my life. I'll feed them like they good, but it's the vetting process that has to happen to make sure that it's real. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, absolutely. But we got to do that with everybody. Trust no one until they earn trust, instead of how we've been blindly giving trust, and then it's like, oh, now I don't trust you because you did something to me that I'll take this trust away. We don't have to go out forefront trusting. We can say, hey, I'm gonna get to know you first before I trust you.
That's true. You're right, Doshi. I can't be mad at you for saying that. You right. Um,
Happy
Rondo
to.
says, yes, sir.
Go ahead, but afterwards, can I please comment to what Lucky said earlier?
Of course. I was just going to read this comment. It said, Rondo said, people in general are woefully miseducated. I don't want to sound like I am guarded, but I don't want people to think I'm not open. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, baby.
Okay, thank you. So earlier you had said that we shouldn't fight, or we should fight because not fighting just automatically gives them the win. Now, my response to that is it's important that we pick and choose our fights, because a lot of the fights that are chosen are redundant and irrelevant. A lot of those would include voting and protesting. And the reason I say that, now again, I'm just giving you my perspective. You don't have to agree with it. I'm just going to give you my perspective on it. Voting doesn't matter because it's a hustle game. It's an extortion game where they convince you that one side's worse than the other, and they have both sides convinced that one is worse than the other. And if you don't vote for their side, they're going to enable the other side to do whatever it is that they have you fearful of. For example, if the Republicans are trying to convince more conservative people to vote for them, they're going to be like, oh, they're going to start pushing these left-wing, radical leftist nonsense. They're going to start fear-mongering them to that. And vice versa, the Democrats will do the same. They'll be like, oh, do you want these fascist, racist white people taking control? No, you have to vote for us. In fact, like, we can take, for example, what has just happened between Biden and Trump. Trump has gotten elected. Trump is a straight up racist, but what have the Democrats done to stop him? Democrats haven't done anything to stop him but virtue signal on Twitter or come out and do these Photoshop ads on the news to like make it seem like they're fighting, but they're not really fighting. They're enabling him. There's only like one or two handful of people that ever actually fight against them, and they know it's irrelevant. That's why they do it, for the photo op. And that's all it is a game of good cop, bad cop. So if you sit there and vote, you're thinking to yourself, oh, I'm making a difference. I'm voting for the lesser of two evils, when that's exactly what they wanted in the first place, because they're going to get through all the corrupt laws and all the messed up things that they want to get through. Now, you might be able to get some incrementalism in there, and that's how they'll sell it to you, is through incrementalism. But all they will do is take that incrementalism away from you later on down the line when you're no longer paying attention.
So bad cookies. If we have a Black caucus, we have an Asian caucus, we have a Latino caucus. What the fuck are y'all doing?
Supporting whoever.
What is the point of all these caucuses if you aren't if you aren't bounding yourselves together to say no?
Because those caucuses, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I was agreeing with you. I'll make it quick as far as, because it's exactly like you said. It's a game. They're gonna appeal to the lobbyists, whether they're Asian caucus, Black caucus, the White caucus, whatever, the gun rights caucus. Like, there's these lobbyists. There's ALEC. There's the Heritage Organization. There's all these things that are behind them, which really are funding them, where all this legislation is going through. So they have to say whatever to us, but it's really that the corporations run them and everything that they're doing.
That's why I'll make it quick to that. That's why I push for reform. Like, even, I said electoral college earlier, but yeah, we need to reform. We need to get a lot of money out of the politics. A lot of these lobbyists, the way they lobby is completely disrespectful, especially in the crypto industry. You know what I'm saying? How they just paying Congress members and all type of shit be going on. But yeah.
And just to finish up my statement, because it was a two-parter, I just want to finish that last part up, and I'll make it quick. I also don't believe in protesting, because I believe protesting has lost its power since, I would say, voting rights, maybe even a little bit further on. But I don't think protesting really works at all. And the reason I say that is because look at all the protesting. Go ahead.
I was just saying me either. That's it. Keep going, David.
I don't think protesting works. And the reason is because you can look at all the protests we've had in the last 15 years and look at the outcomes of those protests and realize that it had zero effect on the outcome. Now we've had protests. We can even shorten it down to these last 5 years. We have had protests against the genocide going on in Israel. What has happened there? It's still going on. We have had what is that? The No Kings March? What the hell was that? Did that achieve anything? No, Trump is still president, right? None of these marches, none of these protests do or mean anything because it's always one going to be dismissed by the people that think that, oh, look at these protesters. There's an inherent dislike of protesters. And then there's also the dismiss of the government where they spread that idea like, oh, you guys have to not agree with them. You know, it's most of the time when protests are out there, you guys are getting the message out. And that, I believe, is the best power of a protest, is to get the message out saying, hey, we don't agree with what's going on. And that's all basically the power that a protest has, is to show the world, hey, even though, like, in my perspective, if we protested the war in Israel, the genocide going on in Israel, that protest is at least letting people know, hey, not every single American is in support of this. But is the protest really going to stop it? No. I don't think reforms. I don't think reforms will work either, because anytime you will try to get reforms, who's the one who makes those reforms? Who's the one who votes on them? Who's the one that gets to dictate what those reforms are? The very people you'd want to reform. And that's all I got to say about that.
I think it's how we're
let me ask. Oh, go ahead, baby.
I was just gonna use an example of, like, I don't know how familiar you guys were with defund the police, but they did the same kind of thing you were saying earlier, as far as like misrepresented totally to get people fear mongering, saying that we didn't want police or anything. But their plan was, let's take away our revenue away from Target, because Target funds a lot of the police organizations. And what we want is a reform of how the money is spent for police officers. We want a greater accountability for them to be drug testing their mental health. We want it to be longer as far as training and different things like that, where they're not just becoming police officers right off the bat. That's what defund the police stood for. But because they kind of fear-mongered it, made it seem like none of us wanted any more police, it made it where they just crippled that organization or that protest.
Yeah.
So I think it's about how
defund the police actually meant like defund them so you could put more resources into other places. That's what it meant.
Yeah, no, they wanted to defund how they're doing it, but the resources in other places were still going to go to the police officers. It was just going to go to their training, to their mental health, to the different things that the money's not going to right now, you know? So it wasn't like we were saying take all the money away from the police. No, we wanted to shuffle the way the money was held with the police so we actually get better police officers at the end of the day.
That's very interesting. I wonder if we just stop voting. Like, if we just took ourselves out of the equation.
If we stop voting, it's just going to be, the same lesser two evils. They're going to say we voted. They can do statistics and be like, oh, we were this much of the vote or anything, even if we weren't voting, because it's by the electoral college. They can say whatever as far as the popular vote. So it has to be more. Me personally, I feel like it has to be more than just not voting. We have
Demi, I wonder, let me ask you this. I wonder why is it the fact that they, like, the vote is so split, so close, 50-50. Are they doing that shit on purpose? Anybody have an opinion on that? Like, are they doing that?
I think so. I mean, like, I don't trust any of those numbers, honestly. They can say whatever numbers they want at the end of the day because they always have a plan for them beforehand. Like everything Trump is doing, this is, to me, it's already, they planned it out before Trump made office. They do all this coming out, but that's the conspiracy theorists in me that they already know what they want whatever president to do before he comes in office. There's a reason why they go with that president.
Interesting. Bad Cookies, you have something to say about that?
No, she's nailing it on the head. But at least I'm glad that you say it though, because at least you know.
There's no way it's always this fucking close every fucking time. Like, what the fuck is happening? Is somebody lying to me? Go ahead, baby.
No, I just wanted to say that I don't disagree with her. The numbers are always made up. You never know who's making those numbers up.
Yep, even population. I mean, like, I definitively don't believe the black statistics, Abby. I don't believe the population. But I would say I know for sure if we take the Hispanics, brown people, and add the black people, we outnumber white people for sure in America. They're not going to say it. They're going to be like, oh, it's going to take to 2050. We outnumber them today. That's just how I feel.
So you don't believe in the census reports?
No, I know my family wasn't even for that. Like, you don't even participate in the census. That's how I was taught.
But the census is how you get resources. Right?
She's correct though. It's voluntary to do the census. You don't have to participate.
And you have to think about our community. I mean, we don't believe that they're going to give us resources. So even if they do say that, to your point, Abby, but what have we seen?
But they don't. We haven't seen it come to fruition at all. Here goes here goes Michael.
Neil, how about you get back on, man? Because I'm going to bed, dude. I'm still fighting COVID and I'm going to sleep.
You fighting COVID? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just barely getting over it.
Oh.
Take a lot of vitamin C. You know what hottie toddy is?
And boil some pineapple. Like if you buy a pineapple and when you cut it up, you could boil the
outer
off
skin.
the pineapple, the outers with beets and honey and ginger.
I'll try that. And either way, thanks a lot, you guys. Thanks for the conversation. You guys have been great. Have a good night.
You too, Bad Cookie.
Good night. Feel better.
So anyway, I hope I didn't sound like I was like being mad at white people or something. That wasn't my intention.
No, I didn't get that. I think it's fine. Just like a conversation, but it's something that is to be had because we do
Yeah,
have to talk about
it's important to talk about it.
Because there is this history, of we see the pictures of how literally it's like going to the movies for a lynching. Like they literally had the kids out, their popcorn, all this other stuff. So those are valid questions. Who does that?
Don't see. So y'all want to hear the rest of this shit? The rest of this motherfucker talking? because it's funny.
I insisted that we keep a record on everything that happened since then. Guys, guess what I'm saying, guys, is, I mean what I say. The hard part here is I'm going to have a lot of trouble. We're going to have a lot of trouble getting a lot of this done with this Congress. And so the question is, for example, I'm going to be appointing at least, and look, the reason I'm not telling you who the other black maybe cabinet positions I'm going to appoint are is because it'll get out. And guess what? I can't defend them. They're going to be out there by themselves without any defense before their name. They're going to get ripped to shreds. That's why I'm going to wait. You will be pleased, I believe. You will be pleased to see there'll be more African Americans in major positions within a cabinet in major spots and more Hispanics in major spots than ever in American history. That's going to happen. I promise you that. And the other thing is, for example, thus far, for example, when we went ahead and we made sure that, I have as, the Secretary of Treasury, Janet Yellen, but at number 2 is Wally Adeyemo, an African American who is the number 2 guy with real authority at that department. Look underneath just what we're doing in addition to the people we've already named. You're going to see people, look, and Cecilia Rouse, Cece, she is a significant player. That's a serious position. But it's like when I name it, well, I don't know if that counts. I'm not so sure. Well, if it doesn't count for y'all, well, the hell.
Look at that man next to him. He's like, this nigga is not saying anything I want to hear.
For y'all, but because it's real. It's real. So
It's
all
real.
I'm saying is look at us, judge us based on what we do. You're going to see more coming your way. And not only that, within the White House as well. Cedric is the best. Cedric's been with me from the beginning. And Cedric is going to be overseeing a great deal of this, and not all his responsibility, but he's in every single meeting. He's an assistant to the president. He's in every single meeting in the White House, period. And so what we're going to be doing here is making sure that we have diverse hiring, not only and for the main cabinet position and the sub-cabinet positions, but down the line. It's going to make a big difference, and within the White House as well. Assistant to the president, there's only 6 of those slots. It matters. And by the way, I think you're going to see, I always kid Kamala by say this, but we're going to have more women than men, as it's looking like now. Okay, that's good because I'm surrounded by women smarter than me, starting off with my wife and my sister. But all kidding aside, this is going to be fully.
He said, all kidding aside.
Fully across the board. I'm going to keep the commitment that I said. And here's the thing. And Reverend Al, I think you're right about this. It matters what a president says. And if you notice.
Okay, this is not what I actually looked for. It was like this leaked audio where he was telling black people he did everything for them already. I did everything for you already. I gotta find it. I had to find it. It was like a leaked audio of him talking to black leaders, telling them, I did everything for you already.
Do you think JFK is the reason why they're always old and decrepit? Like, how they gave us, what was that one old Bernie Sanders? How they always give us these old, decrepit Bernie Sanders type to be like, this is the person that's going to help you or whatever. Do you think that stopped because JFK was young and he was willing to not do what they say to be for the people, while they say, oh yeah, we just need to keep them old as hell now.
Well, I think it's very interesting that that Bernie Sanders had a whole revolution behind him, and he was actually given an opportunity not to um, not to run off the Democratic Party. You remember what they did to him when they had all them people bail out except Elizabeth Warren? They did that shit on purpose.
Right.
And if you, Jill Stein actually gave him an opportunity to run on her ticket. She said, I'll step down and let you step up. And he didn't take it. That's why I don't fuck with Bernie Sanders. I don't fuck with his ass.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think they're psyops. Like, what do you mean that there's no young people that are revolutionary thinking? We need to have a 70-year-old to be our savior? Like, that doesn't make sense. So I think it's always fake when they present it to us.
It's always crazy. I'm trying. The only reason I'm very silent is because I'm looking for this video where he was. I think they scrubbed that from social media. I'm looking for it. I'm looking for it. I'm looking. Give me a second. Hold on. Seeing if I can find it. Oh, it's taking me back to the old Joe Biden and everything he said before. I want to know what he said. I cannot find it. That's fucked up. But anyway, so because I can't find it, even Donald Trump chose Mike Pence so he could tell the evangelicals he was okay.
Well, I have Judge Joe Brown that comes on uh, a while. I have had a few interviews with him from my other show, Unscripted Minds, and my new show, The Dulcie Effect. And like Judge Joe Brown, we brought up Joe Biden before, and he talked about how racist Joe Biden was throughout all his years.
Oh, you got a channel? Put it in the chat.
Okay.
Put it in the chat. For sure. Look, Nahilo is he here. So in the meantime, in between
I'm still
time,
here.
you ate, babe?
I just still making. I had to prep supper and then cook it. So I got cut up my raw chicken and my veggies. Now it's in the process of cooking. I got to make my sauce and cook my pasta. So I'm halfway there. I'm sorry it taking too long. Been a
I'm
little bit
tired.
behind getting on all this stuff. So I figured 9 hours in, there's got to be a limit. So I'm just hanging out to see if I could come back before supper, but maybe it's time to wrap up if people are.
Yeah, I'm getting tired.
Yeah, it's been an awesome conversation. What I've joined in part, I'll definitely check out the rest, you guys. Thank you guys for inviting me up. It's been a pleasure, and I definitely will be back. I like how you guys think, so I think we'll have a lot of good conversations in the future.
Yeah, no, welcome back for sure. Happy to see more of what you had to say. Only got a little small taste today. So.
Oh, the Dochi effect. Okay. So let me subscribe real quick.
Cool. Yeah.
Oh, see subscribe. Okay. One and done. All right, girl. And sometimes we could co-host.
So we got something to wrap up on, or are we just gonna peace out?
No, I probably do. Let me see. Oh, you want to microphone?
What's that?
That's what Raymond was. What Bad Cookies was talking about.
I might have missed some stuff.
You missed a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
We could just wrap up.
Okay, cool. All right. Well then, thanks everyone for hanging out. Who's still there? Thanks everyone who's not here, who was here earlier, who's never gonna hear this. Thanks everyone who may listen not live,
hear this.
who makes it to this point. Appreciate all of you. See you on Thursday. All right, cool.
I believe Sasha Riley. I've never met him, but as a forensic psychologist who looks into liars, I found what he said to be very consistent, very valid, and he was rightfully detached emotionally from something so severe, so traumatic, so pervasive. This is a U.S. military veteran who said that when his father was a pilot who flew kids, minors, and clients for Epstein, including the president, he was also trafficked and used. But now we have another layer. You know how people have dog fights? Well,
I don't think I wanted to end on that, but whatever.
We're doing that.
Actually, it's a dog fight video, so
it's not a dog fight video. No.
She just mentioned it's ironic if she didn't mean to, whatever, but somehow I don't think you intended it to. But we're actually wrapping up. There's a bit of a dog whistle theme of the show tonight. So it happens to be timely and relevant.
Okay. Bye-bye,
clients for Epstein,
Have a good night,
including
everyone.
the president. He was also trafficked and used, but now we have another layer. You know how people have dog fights? Well, they were doing that with children. And think of the word stuff, but replace the T with an N. He also described severe brutality at the hands of the Orange Man. And not just physical, S.A. He also named Lindsey Graham, Andy Biggs, Clarence Thomas, and has a slight memory of Putin. So he, as a child, was brought in as an enforcer to harm the little girls. This was videotaped, and at one point, he was forced to end the life of one of the little girls. One of the little girls wanted to end her life so much that she had another little girl do it for her. Now, of course, this is all alleged, but at what point are we going to start saying, hey, the person who's running the country has multiple allegations against him and evidence, and now Pam Bondi's disappeared and nobody's actually released the Epstein files, and they're breaking the literal law. Read the book, The Dangerous Case of Donald Trump, where they say he is a psychopath. Now, of course, this is all alleged, but what I'm starting to think is that he is running the biggest blackmailing ring in the entire world. Oh, and he's got something over Kristi Noem, Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, maybe Stephen Miller. Maybe Stephen Miller has something over him after watching those high school videos of how deranged he was in those videos. I don't recommend that you guys go listen to the audio because it is very graphic, and if you're not used to hearing things like that, you may literally have nightmares. But there is a thing called the dark web, and it's alive and real, and what people do to children, it is a thing of fucking nightmares. So is it conceivable that the most powerful, wealthy, authoritative men in the entire world would want to do stuff videos with children? Yes. I once thought maybe they just wanted the forbidden fruit of a child because it was the most volatile, disgusting, dangerous thing that they could think of. No, this tops it. Oh my God, and I totally forgot to add that the Orange Man tried to come at him one last time